This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
knew that was you. I was like, wait, I know that man. I listen to him all the time. That's you.
Yeah, my name 80s Brooklyn 80s baby.
That's what I thought. I had to get that off. I was like, I know that. I know that voice.
Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, hype the channel, all of the things. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I holla back. And I appreciate it, man. Listen, I did a little look at my analytics, and I'm noticing that when I put out content, most of the people who see my content are non-subscribers. So I need, if you enjoy the content, if you don't enjoy the content, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? I ain't begging for no subscribers, but if you enjoy the content, if you are non-subscriber, I need you to hit the subscribe button. Yeah, what's good, everybody? It's your boy, Brooklyn 80s, back with another good episode today. Today I got a few good topics we're going to get into. We're going to talk a little bit about why the WNBA is dealing with so much of this vitriol from people and the NBA doesn't. We're going to talk a little bit about the 3-point contest today. Shout out to AZ Fudd. I thought that would have been a good story for her to win, and she won. And then we'll get into a little, some things that's going on around the WNBA. But let me allow some people to pile in here before we get started. Terry Tuller says, "Hey Brooklyn, what's good, Terry? How you feeling today? Hope everybody having a good day. Hope everybody, enjoyed their week going into their week, and hope everybody have a good weekend as well." But it's some interesting things happening in the WNBA we could talk about on and off the floor. Shout out to Jehovah Sugar. Jehovah says, "I picked the princess to win. Congrats." Yeah, I thought that I didn't pick her to win because I didn't know. A lot of people had Marina Mabrey picked, and that's a good pick, but I also knew Bridget Carlton was scary. So when she came out that first round, I was like, yep, I knew that could happen. And then I also knew AZ Fudd is AZ Fudd. So I knew really between those three, that's who I kind of had my money on. I didn't really believe in Ryan Howard because I actually been shooting all year. I definitely ain't believing on Atisha Heidelman. You know what I'm saying? So it was interesting. It was a good show. I wish it was some more stuff though. To me, the women's All-Star game ends too quickly. I need them to be more creative in what they what they do. If they don't like the skills challenge, maybe people wasn't really tuning in for that. I understand. But you got to find your alternatives, right? You got to find your alternatives for your All-Star Friday, right? This is All-Star Friday for them. Shout out to Reddit Milky Way. Reddit Milky Way says AZ showed up and showed out. I had either Marina or AZ winner. Yeah. Those are good picks. Like I said, people were sleeping on Bridget Carlton because her name ain't that big. But after that first round, I said, oh, that's why she went first in the expansion draft. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, definitely AZ and Marina's definitely good picks. Absolutely. Reddit Milky Way says, hey, Brooklyn in chat. Tracks was good, Brody. I'm about to drop the link for you and anybody else. Also, if anybody else want to come to the panel and talk about these topics that I got today, you're more than welcome. Jehovah Sugar says because I don't know if that's because, but he says BC Bridget Carlton. Bridget Carlton got cold. Waiting, is that the reason she underperformed in the second round? I don't necessarily. I mean, that could be. That's a good point, Jehovah. But it also just simply could be shooting as rhythm based. If you a shooter, you know that. And it seemed like AZ just heated up, and it just seemed like she cooled off. Like that happens with shooters sometimes. So I just think she cooled off, and then sometimes you call off at the wrong time and come back to bite you. Everybody welcome my boy Hot Tracks to the panel.
Yo, what's up?
Wait, I don't. Why is not applauding? Y'all hear the applause? Maybe it is, and I got the volume turned down. What's going on, Hot Tracks?
Not much. What's up with you, bud?
Hold on. I think I got. Yep, that's exactly the problem. All right, I just turned my volume up. What's going on, Hot Tracks?
Not much. What's going on with you, man?
Hey, ain't nothing much. My bad on that. Technical difficulties. You know, when you producing yourself, sometimes you know what I'm saying? Well, how did you feel? Did you watch both All-Star events? How did you feel about the All-Star event?
Man, I missed them. I was tied up.
Okay, you ain't really missed much. You ain't missed much. The first one, they brought out the legends. They had Ella Della Don, and they had I forget her name, the center from Australia, Lauren Jackson. They had Lauren Jackson, Ella Della Don. They had some high school players out there, and they shot around. They did the three person weave shooting around the floor. So that was pretty cool. The highlight obviously of the night is a 3-point contest. And Bridget Carlton got hot, put up a big number 27 in the first half, pretty much knocking everybody out. But AZ put up 24, and then AZ just got hot in the second half, dropped the 30 ball, and won it. And Bridget Carlton ended up getting cold. She ain't really she missed a lot of shots the second round. So shout out to AZ. Yeah, shout out to AZ. It was entertaining, but I just feel like it's short. I feel like, they could maximize it. They could add some more, stuff that'll be interesting to watch, especially with the game growing. So yeah, that was me, Reddit. I actually sometimes when my phone volume is down, I don't notice until something like that happens. But that was my fault. Technical difficulties on my behalf. How was your day today, Hot Tracks?
No, it was cool. It was cool. Weather was good and everything. So
nice.
No complaints.
Nice.
Yeah. But about that, the WNBA thing, yeah, I think they should add a lot more stuff to it, though, man. I think, I know Kathy's contract is over this year. Yeah. I think if they do go with somebody else, they need to go ahead and revamp like a whole new marketing, everything, because like they running off of an old model, with all these young players, and it's like they not maximizing the money they could be making. Right,
exactly. Because the people definitely tuned in, and like I said, I was definitely entertained, but they highlighted, the first one wasn't that entertaining. Like the first one was cool, it was like a nice little filler, and then the highlight is a 3-point contest, and then it's over.
Right.
Maybe they need to add a celebrity game in there. They need to do something to spice it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bring an entertainer in there, do something.
Maybe they need to bite off on Rival, do a little 1-on-1. You know what I mean? A little 1-on-1 contest.
Yeah.
What you guys? Matter of fact. That's a good question. What you guys' thoughts in the chat? Give us some ideas on how they can make things that you guys would want to see from the All-Stars, or even people who wasn't All-Stars, right? We saw Flau'jae Johnson out there. So people who didn't make the All-Star team, if you just want to see popular players, your favorite players come out and do something on Friday night, the night before the All-Star game, what would you like to see? What's something interesting or something you've seen before that maybe the NBA has done before, that you would like to see? Or maybe something you never seen, maybe something they don't never do, that you would like to see at an All-Star event. What's some things that they could do? You can answer that if you're watching this on a playback game. Definitely drop that in the comments. If you right now in a live chat, give us some ideas on some things they could do. Red and Milky Way says, I wasn't feeling the skills, but I do like that they had a high schooler and a legend. I don't know why, because it's the same as last year, but it felt like it was so cool. Yeah, it did feel like it went by really quickly, but I don't even remember last year's, like how the judge by how quick it went. I'm not 100% sure, but it did feel like it went quick. Jay Hover says, they need an exhibition game. Yo, that's a good idea. I thought about that too. So thank you for saying that, because that actually slipped my mind. A rookie versus vets, or even a rookie versus sophomore, because that's what they do in the NBA. A rookie versus sophomore game would be dope. That'll be fire. You know what I mean? See some All-Star competition before the All-Star game would be pretty fire. Great idea, Jehovah. I like that idea. BJ Beagle says, what's that? Is he saying was or what's that a UConn player Genotech? Oh, what's that a UConn player Geno teaches players that a real record ain't smoke makeup records. She is the first rookie to do it. Now all rookies have to try to do what she's done. Now that's a fact though. You know what I mean? That's definitely a fact. That's a record that she got. That's her record. You know what I mean? And again, that goes back to my point, Hot Tracks. I always say the WNBA history is that they prefer experience over talented youth. And it seemed like maybe they shifted that. Maybe like to your point, when a new commissioner come in, maybe they need to start focusing a business model on the youth, because that's what's driving the business, right? We here for the youth. You know what I mean? We want to respect the legends of the game. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying disrespect the legends, but the youth is going to drive your business. So you got to, so something like this with AZ Fudd, who got a huge fan base of her own right, able to win the 3-point contest, that's going to make more people interested. Now they're going to want to see her defend it. Now, remember, Sabrina wasn't in it, but she, you know, I think she put up the most points ever, something like that. Now you're going to want to see the Sabrina AZ, you know, competition. And then now there's another rookie that comes in that's a great shooter. You're going to want to see that. So this is what the youth is what's driving the business. So they need to focus on that. Allow these young players to play more, opposed to, you know, getting these young players and sitting them on the bench and so, you know, behind the vet. Nobody want to, you know what I mean? We don't want to see these vets play. We want to see our favorite players play if they deserve it, like if they could play. I'm not saying put bums in there. You know what I'm saying? If somebody can't play, they can't play. But if these rookies come in and they could play, put them in the game. We want to see that.
Right.
You know what I mean? BJ Beagle says, make a rookie game. Yeah, absolutely. Make a rookie game. That's a fact. Nothing. Judon says nothing beat first. That's a fact. Real Money says, what's good, Real Money? Real Money says, congratulations to H. He did that. She definitely did that. She definitely heated up. She had a good first round, even better second round. Bob Jones says, CC was the first to get 45 points, 11 assists in under 30 minutes. No other, I guess he meant no, as in no. No other players can try to beat that. Okay, Bob Jones, shout out to you for knowing CC records in 30 minutes. All right, so I got a topic that's kind of, BJ Beagle says, why CC ducked that smoke? That's a fact. Why she ducking that smoke? Bob Jones know everything, but he don't know why she ducking the smoke. Shout out to Bob Jones. But yo, I got a topic, Hot Tracks, that's basically piggybacking off of the comments we've been talking about for the past few lives about it's not so controversial as the other topics, but it's definitely something that it's more basketball. Put it to you that way. It's more the other ones were supposed to be basketball too, by the way. It's just that, you know, sometimes we get in those conversations and we veer off because of, you know, that's just what happens, right? We understand
the emotions got too high.
The emotions get a little too high. But so the topic I have today is more pertaining on why is this more of a focal point in the W and not so much of a focal point in men's basketball, right? And I'll tell you why. So, and again, I always got to put the disclaimer out because we talking about a certain group of whites, right? We're not talking about all whites. In this case, some whites are good people, some whites are allies, right? But obviously we got the whites that's enraged in their feelings and upset anytime, you know, I guess they see a black person, or in this, for this league purposes, black queer people, right? It upsets them, right? So, the reason why Hot Tracks, and you can speak to this and tell me your thoughts on it, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, right? The reason why I think is so much racism surrounding this game is because, and I mean no disrespect to my white counterpart. Shout out to my white counterpart. Shout out to you guys. But I got to keep it real. You guys know this too, so it's not a diss. It's just, it is what it is, right? In the men's game, I think our white counterparts know they can't F with us when it comes down to verticality, right? When it comes down to athleticism, when it comes down to having the best players on the floor, and that usually Steph Curry being an exception, that's usually being the most athletic, the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, right? And so they accept it over there. You don't really hear hate about any, like, they just know the black players is the best. Like, you just know that, right? Like, there's no argument there, right? Same thing in football, unless you talk about the quarterback position. That's another story, right? But same thing in football. There's no argument who the best players is, the best athletes in the game is, right? And in women's basketball, in my humble opinion, I think because the game isn't and I don't want to say the wrong word, horizontal, right? The game is more vertical, right? And because the game is more vertical, they feel like, oh, the playing field is even, so they the best players, right? Or they have a chance to be the best player, right? And I think because of that, that's where the vitriol comes from, right? With the CC situation and the foul situation and the hate, all this hate and all this, that, and the third, right? And that's why Angel and so much of, Chelsea Gray and Dejanay Carrington and all these other players receive so much hate is because they feel like, oh, nah, we're not going to allow y'all to dominate this game because the playing field is even now. We don't got to worry about who's the most athletic, right? But here's the funny thing, and this is just my opinion. I'm going to land my plane, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. Here's the funny thing. Even that's not true, right? Because we take a look at Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is an amazing player, correct? She's a, in my opinion, I can't speak for everybody. In my opinion, Caitlin Clark is an amazing player. With that amazingness, she still lacked athleticism. And that's why, we see like the struggles on defense. We see the struggles driving to the basket. She got to push up. That's what she struggled with. She's not the most athletic. She's not the best athletically. She's a really good player, really talented, really skilled, lack athleticism. And that's a separation. You get what I'm saying? Between genetics, us and them. Just, it is what it is, right? Like, and that's not a diss. That's just like, when you look at the game, like, it's not to say that you never have a great white athletic player. They come few and far in between. Like, they do, they do have them, to your point, because I think you actually made that point a couple episodes ago. They do have them. They just few and far in between, where with us, it's like a dime a dozen. It's like you're going to get a lot of athleticism with us on a more normal basis. And Absolutely. I think that's the difference in the games, because if basketball is basketball, right? Why is it so much racistness and vitriol on the women's game and not so much on the men's game? Think about it, right? And if you think about the men's game, white people love LeBron. Like, white people, there's no argument there. There's no hatred. They just accept it like, yo, these are the best players. They'll tell you. But on this side over here, it's an argument. And I think that's where the argument is, because this game lacks some of that athleticism. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think.
And also, hold on, before you go, also, for the people that's listening in the chat, whether you agree or disagree with that, I'm going to drop the link so you can respond to that as well. Get it, Hot Tracks.
I just think that Angel Reese gets the the most of all of that, because
that's a fact.
She interrupted a story, like a great story for them. I mean, I think Caitlin Clark was the perfect story. You got a lily white girl.
Hold on 1 second. Only because I got the super chat. Let me get to the money, then you get right back to what you're saying. Shout out to BJ Beagles for the $2 super chat. Let me hit it with the applause. BJ says, got joke CC dunk smoke. I don't even understand what he's trying to say. Got, you understand that hot track? Got joke, got joke.
I think he's doing text to speech like I be doing sometimes. It come out wrong.
Right, but I'm trying to like do the autocorrect form, but I can't even figure that one out. But he says no refs in a 3-point contest. I think I get what he's trying to say because I made a point of that the other day.
Yeah.
But I don't understand like the joke part. I don't know. Got joke CC dunk smoke. Listen, we just gonna say CC dunk smoke. No refs in a 3-point contest. I got you, BJ. Shout out to you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it, big dog. Get, I ain't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get to the money real quick.
Okay. No, like Angel Reese interrupted a perfect story. Like that was going to be the perfect story. Caitlin Clark fits the perfect description of, an American straight white woman coming in, dominating the league among a bunch of beasts.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A different over another species, and she,
right.
And she's the dominant species, I guess, Let me stop using that word species, but
no. Listen, we understand. Listen, you good. We as her fans have a sense of humor. That's what I was trying to explain to the young lady on the chat of the day and the people who don't realize we ain't over here upset about the word. We just wanted something to happen. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody hurt. So yeah, you can make the joke. We good.
Yeah.
We got a sense of humor.
So I think that's what happened. And when they couldn't get their way, because once they don't get their way, then the Karen kick in. Like they think that they could, I guess, take ownership of everything. Well, she's causing all this new eyes, and we could just dictate. They want to just take it over, and we could dictate whatever happens and however, because of, and every chance they get, they will try to go at Angel. But I think that's all that was, because you never heard of, they never worshiped Kelsey Plum when she had the scoring title in college. It wasn't never a real big thing before. But Caitlin is just their chosen one. So that's the reason, the reason why I think is about Caitlin Clark.
Right.
They got great white players now and before, but they never regarded them the way Caitlin Clark did, is being regarded now.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them was way more skillful than Clark is.
Yeah.
From a basketball aspect, but
Right. And also, let me add this in, and I don't know, you could tell me whether you agree with this or not, Hot Tracks. For the people in the chat, because I know there's a lot of CC fans in here right now, my point isn't about Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is the face of it, but my point is more so about her fans and the media. You get what I'm saying? Why some of her fans, because again, remember, I'm talking about this racist group, and all of her fans aren't racist, but I'm talking about a particular portion of her fans that's racist, and a particular portion of the media that we know is racist, because you could just see it on TV when they talk, how they talk. They talking cold, but we not stupid. We could read them between the lines. We know when people have a hatred for you or don't like you, and they say certain things. So I'm talking about the media, a portion of the media who's using her, who's not even fans, right? I got clips now. I'm not going to play them right now, only because I didn't edit them. But I got clips right now where they calling Sandy Brondello a ref, right? They like, the ref, Sandy Brondello, and they saying things like, I would never watch, what's her name, Morgan Kelly? I would never watch a WNBA. So that right there shows you they just attach. They're not even fans of CC. They said I would never watch, right? They're not fans of CC. They're not fans of the W. They just, to your point, attach themselves to her for an agenda. It's not about CC. It's about the agenda that they pushing, right? So these people that we talking about aren't even her fans. I'm talking about a portion of her quote unquote fans, right? Who say they're her fans that's just really there to be nasty and racist to Angel, like you said, who gets the bulk of it, but also to any player, to any player that looks like Angel. They're gonna attack and be nasty too. That's why they always on them same channels. The only person they mention is Sophie Cunningham. Oh, I don't know how Sophie Cunningham does it. All they know is Caitlyn and Sophie Cunningham. That's the only two people they mention. So that shows you the type of people that they are, right? They just nasty people, or whatever the case may be. So I'm speaking more so to them because I don't, if you don't explain that the right way, Hot Tracks, they're gonna think that, oh, you just trying to come down on CC. No, it's not about her per se. No. She's the face of the movement. So we're gonna say her name, but it's more about her fans and the media who's using her.
I think CC is in a difficult position because, like, when she said that she takes advantage, like that she's a recipient of white privilege, they had an issue with her. They was ready to let her go because she wasn't going along with the agenda. Yeah. She's starting to go left, So I think she's just in a bad situation because she's being used.
Right.
And even though she know her people, some of her people are wrong, it's hard to walk away from your people, especially understanding that there's a lot of tension.
Yeah.
Like she getting it from both ways. She getting it from this side and that side.
Yeah, to your point.
She's getting it from our side. Not from a prejudice standpoint, but from a challenging standpoint.
Accountable standpoint.
Because they're showing, like, if they're going to be selling all these wolf tickets for her, we like, okay, well, she got to show us.
Exactly.
So she's getting it from the competitive side, not from the jealousy or, a racial side.
Yeah, exactly.
So she's just in a bad situation all around,
Exactly. And to your point, Hot Tracks, she's in a lose-lose situation. And we really being honest, because she damned if she do, she damned if she don't, right? She can't be silent, because if she's silent, it looks like you going along with it. And we like, oh, CC, you got to say something. She can't say something because if she says something, then like you said, she's gonna either get it. It's like there's nothing she could say that's gonna be right. Somebody's gonna be upset, whether it's us or them, right? So it's really nothing she could say to make everybody happy. And then on the third aspect, and to your point, because I think you kind of touched on this a little bit, but what you were saying, but you're not gonna F up the money. What you gonna do? Even though these people is idiots, what you gonna say? Stop buying my sneakers? Like, you not gonna fuck up the money. Like, she gonna get the money. And if you really talk to people in that aspect, we gonna agree with you, because ain't none of us is gonna be like, yo, stop supporting me. We want you to stop being racist or shut the F up, but not go about continue, because I still want to live this lifestyle, right? And I still want to play this game with my pet. See, when I critique her, my issue is she needs to grow the fuck up and just be herself, because I think she's a good player. So I critique that part of her. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think she racist, but I don't know either. I don't really care. I don't look at her like that until something comes out that we have to have that conversation. But her fans is the bigger issue when it comes to race things, right? Because those are the people that's attacking everybody. We see they attacking the players, they attacking us as content creators, right? They nasty to everybody. Those are the people that's the problem as far as like race goes. And that's why I said she's the face of it. So when we talking about it, we have to bring her up because those are her fans. So we got to mention her, but I don't hold her accountable for them, right? That's their actions. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, she's kind of in a weird situation, because we could critique this part of CC, right? The same thing people say about Carson Mesco. People say, because I'm cool with Carson Mesco with his personality. I always tell people, you can't change the person, right? Everybody's their own person, so you can't really change him for him to be somebody else. It's the same thing with CC. I would be more comfortable if she was the person that denounced it constantly, because that's what I would do. If I was in CC's shoes, I'm that type of person to constantly like, yo, that's not me. That don't represent me. I would constantly say that out of my mouth. That's me. But I can't expect that from her because that's not her. You get what I'm saying? She more of the type, and I'm not even mad at her, because what I did today, I did some research, and it shows all the people that's watching who knows that this is a pro Angel Reese channel, right? I'm an Angel Reese fan. Ain't no doubt about that. Ain't even close, right? Like CC cool with me. I think Angel better. It is what it is. We can have that debate. With that said, though, I'm fair to Caitlin Clark. I'm always gonna be fair to her, right? And she's also, I tell people all this. I tell people this all the time. Hot Tracks. These are still young women. We're men. I don't care. Like my mama raised me better than that. I don't care. Like I'm never gonna go past a certain line with a woman. Period. Like it just is what it is. I'm gonna always have a certain level of respect. That's why you even see me with the woman who we both completely disagree with, and see she was completely lost. I still respected her and let her have a safe place on the panel. Right? You get what I'm saying? Like I still gave her a safe place. She a woman. At the end of the day, I'm gonna show you a level of respect. Right? I'm not gonna cross a line until like you cross the line, right? And I still might not even cross it. But with that said, I gave Cece, I said, you know what, let me do this. I looked up because I said she can't be the only athlete that these MAGA people support, right? So I said, well, let me look up some other athletes and see what they did, right? Because then I could critique her to that standard. And I don't see no other athlete, because they brought up Aaron Rodgers' name. I don't know who Aaron Rodgers support, but they said Aaron Rodgers is one of them. And they say Aaron Rodgers is quiet. They brought up some other guy. They brought up some white quarterbacks. I can't think of the names right now, but some of the ones y'all know that's like stars in the league right now, some of the white ones. And they were saying that when they was 14 and this, that, and the third, they made some racist comments on Twitter. And, the PR think, I was an idiot back then and I don't think like that now. So I'm like, all these other athletes who've been in this position before her, none of them are doing what I'm expecting her to do, what I'm expecting. You get what I'm saying? So I was like, I can't really expect her to do it either if nobody else did it, which is what I would do. I'm a unique person. I'm more of a rebel. Like we had the conversation the other day. So I'm more that type of personality, a revolutionary type of personality. So I would speak up. And that's the kind of standard I was holding her to. But I can't hold it to that standard because she's not me. You get what I'm saying? She her, and she's more of the let me not say nothing and hope it go away type person. You get what I'm saying? So hold on, really quick before you answer that. Let me just welcome everybody. Welcome my boy Mode 3 to the panel. All right, get Hot Tracks.
No, and she's young. Like how mature do you think a 23-year-old going to be? Like
exactly.
A lot of stuff that we talking is from wisdom. It's from living, seeing things and learning. They young girls. They just coming out, man. Like they making millions of dollars, all kinds of things that's getting thrown at them. I mean, I commend both of them for holding it together the way they do. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Caitlin crashing out so much more.
Right, that is true. Because sometimes you do need to vent. When you're not venting, you need to vent. So that's a good point.
I mean, I don't know. I ain't gonna make excuses for her, but
but that's a really good, because that's human. Because we all do that. If we don't have an outlet, it's gonna come out some type of way. So you're absolutely right. That's a good point.
I think, so what do you think would happen if Caitlin competed? I would say congratulations that she competed and won. I mean, that's what the whole purpose is. People competing, and that's what it's for.
That's a common thing. Bob Jones, your question, that's a common thing on this channel. We say that all the time. We actually want that. We want her to stop the end, because I think right now she's taken away from her game. With all the antics on the court, yelling at the refs, with all the flopping, looking at the refs. I think she's better than that, bro. And I'm not saying don't sell calls. Selling calls is part of the game. But you like blatantly fat. Like, you know what I mean? Like you not even getting touched. Like it's one thing to get hit and then like exaggerate the fall a little bit so the ref could call. It's a whole nother thing to not get hit at all and just like start, she need an ME and an EGOT. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I want her to earn the props that she get. Ain't nothing given in sports.
That's a fact. What you got for this Mo 3?
Yo, once CC did that thing where she hit herself in the mouth with her own hair and try to act like like she got a flagrant foul, I was like, I'm done with you, man.
But you want to know what? I'm gonna give her some credit on that Mo 3 because she flopped so much, she probably didn't even realize that was her. You know what I mean? Sometimes you look at some shit on the replay and get embarrassed. She probably really thought she got hit, and it was like, nah, that was you hit yourself.
Nah, she knew what time it was because she kept complaining. And CC was not gonna win that 3-point contest, man. All the 3-point people that was in the 3-point contest is way better than her percentage wise in shooting the three. She takes the most
I wouldn't
threes
say
and
that. I think she would have had like she better
no,
than
I
Letitia
said
Heidelman.
percentage. I said percentage
No,
wise.
I ain't even talking. I'm just talking about talent. Like I agree with you. I think it's people that I think AZ would have
I'm
won regardless. But I'm saying I
I'm
think she
not.
better than Letitia Heidelman.
Yeah, I'm not saying she would have came in last. I'm just saying
Yeah,
like for her to
yeah,
beat all of them, nah, it wasn't happening.
yeah. I agree with that.
CC
But
could
getting
probably
back,
win like a horse game.
What be boosting CC's percentage up is she'll have this one game where she just shoots like she takes a she'll shoot like a 7 of 9 or a 6 for 7 or something like that. But then the rest of the games would be like 1 for 8, 1 for 7, 2 for 9, 3 for 8, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But she have this is that it's like what happened with the 45-point game. She will have a bunch of like low scoring games like 12, 14, 9, and then she'll just have the 45 and it just boosts her average up. Because if it wasn't for that 45
well, that
point game, she
45
would
was mainly for the line, though. Let's be clear.
yeah, we all know that, but I'm just saying, I'm just because they gave her player of the week because of that when she shouldn't have got it. Kelsey Mitchell should have got it
Yeah,
because
but we all again,
she only had that one game.
we smart.
Kelsey Mitchell was consistent.
Right. We
You know what I'm
smart, so
saying?
we understand the politics of basketball. Her fans is like they just believe in Santa Claus. So they think everything she do is like they don't think nothing is manufactured. Like Caitlyn is talented, but they helping her. We like I said, she just came off of a terrible week. They was like, yo, we gotta do some what they call it when the media when you got to get the your publicist to come and fix. I forget the word for it.
Damage control.
There we go. We got to do some damage control. That's what
But
that was. Like you
yeah,
could
but
see it playing because how many times she never had a game like that before, and she didn't have a game like that since. All of a sudden, you go to the line 19 times.
she
You
shot.
get what I'm saying?
That's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to tell Real Money in the comments when he was like, "Oh, CC, other teams do it too," and I'm like, "So CC is a team." The reason I made that comment is because CC shot more free throws than
Exactly.
the entire opposing team.
Exactly. You want to know what it made me? And I ain't
They
saying I
only
don't. I am saying this. You want to know what made me would have respect the 45 Mo 3? If the majority of that 45 came from behind the 3-point line. Remember when they played us? Remember they played the Dream? And I said
yeah.
that I don't know if y'all remember me saying this, but I said CC. I keep saying it every time I talk about that. I think it's the second game. Yeah, the second game. Every time I talk about that first half, I give her credit because she was shooting threes in people's faces. That's
Mhm.
that's that's her. But going to the line and the ref just blown and you creating a count. We watching. We not stupid. We watching you throw your body into people and we watching the refs blow the whistle. We watching them like they gave you a game. We watching that. And her fans can't admit it. They think it's hate when you say that, but it's just the truth. But here's the thing: we can't. It's in the books. You can't take it away from her. She got it, so it ain't like we moving on. But I'm not stupid. Like that. That wasn't a CC dominant game. That was a CC. We gonna give you these calls game
Yeah,
because
but
we got to
my
do
point
damage
is
control.
even if that was a CC dominating game, she only had that one game. The rest of the games were subpar.
That's my point.
So how the heck did she get player of the week when
I told you I agree. You're right. You
Kelsey Mitchell
1,000% right.
had 2 back-to-back 30+ point games and the rest and the other game and a 25 what it was 27-point game. How the heck does she get player of the week, bro?
I mean, politics. We know that.
And, and
Listen, you got
I
the.
don't blame them for doing that. I mean, I don't blame them. Like
Yeah, it's their
they
business.
gotta make their money.
It's their business.
That's their business. They gotta do what
Yeah,
they gotta do.
she's they cash cow. So they gonna make sure they
You know,
cash cow look good.
you know, you know
But see,
what?
that's
To
part of
me,
where they marketing is wrong at. Like that's why they need a whole new staff in there because they putting all the eggs in one basket, and her fans keep putting that target on her back. You know, she ain't never like she
to
already
me,
done peaked. She's not gonna get no better than what she is. And the
I don't think
competition gets stiffer in
I don't
postseason. They're not
I
gonna let
don't
her sit around and shoot like that.
I
You
don't
know,
even
that's
think
why
that
she got an average. Her average is what it is. Of course, you're going to get a few good 40-point games throughout the season. Of course, you're going to do that. But when your average still is 33% from the three, that's who you are.
Right. But let's move off CC a little bit because we veered off the topic. The topic is more so um what's the like the difference, right, between the men's game and the women's game and why is so much of this hatred talk, racism talk in the women's game and not in the men's game. And like I said, y'all could tell me whether y'all agree or y'all disagree or whether y'all have another reason for it. Maybe y'all don't have my reason. But again, I feel like the reason is in the men's game, it's kind of accepted that the black players are more superior, right? Like is no hatred with between and this obviously this is last year because LeBron is gone, but what's his name? Austin Reeves and LeBron, right? There's no there's no arguments there, right? But
Mhm.
on the women's game, it's arguments, right? It's arguments. It's like, oh, y'all trying to hurt CC or y'all, you know what I mean? It's like, nah. And I think the reason why they have that argument in the women's game is because the game is less athleticism as far as a jumping standpoint. The athleticism is still there from a running the floor standpoint, and we still see that. You know what I mean? The most athletic players are still obviously black. But what's your thoughts on that particular question of why it's so much of because in my opinion, again, I'm gonna say it's simple and plain hot tracks in Mo3 because obviously in the 80s it was this kind of energy, right, when you had the Bird Magic. But I think with the Magics and the Jordans and the Shaqs and all the people who came along, I think we kind of beat that out like to a pulp. We beat that out to a pulp in the men's game. Like it'd never be an argument. I think they know, like, you know what I mean, like it's gonna be a great player here and there that comes through that might be white, but nah, they know what type of time it is in the men's game. But in the women's game, it's different. They feel like the greatest players, like the Sabrina Senescu's, the Brianna Stewart's, the Caitlin Clark's, and so on and so forth, because the jumping ability ain't there. It's more of a shooting game and more of a up and down the floor game, which I still think is wrong. Because like I said, the most athletic players up and down are still black. But what's your guys' thoughts on that?
I think it's two things. I think they are taking advantage of the audience that's watching. Like they understand the audience that's watching. A lot of them, you have the original fans who understand the game and all of that. But the majority of the people that's actually new and just listening now don't understand the game. So they can say anything to them and they're going to buy it. They don't understand the history. They don't understand a lot of things. Plus, women, in a lot of cases, in this situation, it's like low hanging fruit because it's easy to take your mind off of the actual game and talk about the cattiness that they got going on. Because that's usually when it's a bunch of women together, that's what happens. A bunch of things happening that don't have nothing to do with the game. And you notice whenever they talk about Clark, they don't talk about the game. They talk about people hating on her or everything else except that. So I think that's what the situation is.
Good point. You got Mo3.
you basically stole my answer after asking the question.
Well, say it better than me, nigga.
Say it better.
Great
No, I
minds
was
think
gonna say,
alike. That's why.
I think the NBA just outgrew it. It's been around because that's the way it was in the early days, the 60s, 70s, 80s. It was like that. But as time went on, like you said, you know what I'm saying, it became harder and harder to say that the white people were on par with the black people. It was just the eye test. The eye test started to kick in. Like once it really got popular and people started like, they were like, wait, hold up. Nah, you ain't telling me that. And then another thing is the players, they weren't like, I'm gonna just use someone like Larry Bird, like the Magic and Bird thing, because it's similar to the CC and Angel Reese thing. Larry Bird used to shut all that down. Larry
Right.
Bird used to be like, no, nope, man, we're not on that. Like Larry Bird wasn't with that. CC
Yeah.
is with this, is with the stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if she's like,
Well, we saying that
if
because
that's how
of
if
her
that's how she.
silence,
Yeah, that's
right?
what I'm saying. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We not saying that
exactly.
because she said she with it. Let's just be clear.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if she's deep down with it, but she's like,
It
she
seemed like
seemed
she
like
is because,
she don't
yeah,
want to ruffle no feathers or stop the
right.
money train or
Exactly.
whatever it is. So you know what I'm saying. So she's kind of with it. You know what I'm saying. But Larry
Yeah.
Bird, he didn't care if he lose sponsors or people stop being fans. He was like, nah, I'm gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying. Well, I'm not. That's not the person. That's not how I grew up, and that's not what I'm on.
Right.
That's part of the reason why he had squashed the beef with Magic when they like became like real good friends and started like making commercials together and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's a great point.
Yeah. I mean, Bird was sure of himself. Bird knew and believed that he could smoke anybody in front of him. And he was with it. And he wasn't afraid to compete. CC, she gotta protect her brand. Like she can't just be jumping in these 3-point contests. Like she knows she got a lot of hype that she didn't earn. And the more that she out there and not executing at that high level exposes that. So the less she give you, the more you're going to have the one of the to be desired, and then the more those people are going to be making excuses for her and talking about everything except the game.
Right.
It's like throwing interference.
Another thing too is like it seemed like she's just scared to fail. Kind of like LeBron, how he just
Never,
Yeah,
didn't want to be in
never
no
entered
dunk
the dunk
contest.
contest. Yeah, that's a great point. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people, like Michael Jordan, he wasn't known as no good 3-pointer, but at least he tried. At least he tried. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? That's 3-pointer
Michael
supposed to be
Jordan was in
your
a
thing.
3-point contest?
Yeah, he was
Oh,
one
yeah,
shoot.
he
I
year.
don't
tried
remember
it.
that. That's what's up. I don't remember that.
Yeah, they had. I
Yeah,
remember how I remember because they made a I think was that EA. I don't know. I don't remember who that was. They made a game out of it. It was called Jordan versus Bird.
Yeah, I remember the
I,
game. I was about to
I
when
had
you
that.
was talking about the Jordan, the Bird Magic rivalry. I was thinking about the Michael Bird one because I remember the game. I do remember the game. I don't remember the 3-point contest, but I do
Yeah,
remember the
that
game.
the game was made about a All Star about the 3-point shit.
Oh, okay.
That was the main shit of the game. It wasn't you couldn't like play no 5-on-5 or nothing. It was just some All Star stuff.
Got
It,
you.
but yeah, man, that's just how I see it. Like I don't know, it doesn't really because even if she would have, even if she didn't even have to win, she just had to like put on a good showing.
Yeah, just put on the show. Yeah.
yeah.
Like she would have came in second. Like you know what I'm saying, like Brit, but I don't know. I don't even think she would have came in second because I don't think she could have got. I don't know. She might be. I don't know.
You listen, that's Caitlyn. You
She
never know.
yeah, she
Caitlyn,
too.
I tell people all the time, Caitlyn's skill is microwave. It ain't that she's this great
Yeah,
shooter and she's just gonna
that's what
knock
I
it.
was saying.
If she get hot, then you got a problem.
You
But
got problems.
if she not hot,
Yeah,
she'll go out there breaking it up.
yeah, but this is the thing with her shooting. If she starts off hot, the this is the thing. She's either starts off cold or starts off hot. But the thing is, if she starts off hot, the more she shoot, the worse she shoots.
Mm,
She's like the opposite of Paige. You see how Paige, the more she shoot, the better her percentage gets. Like the more
mm.
Caitlyn shoots, the worse her shot is. I don't know what it is, but that's how it is. Like you was watch a game, you'll be like, oh man, she's 6 for 5, 6 for 7. At the end of the game, she'll be like 6 for like 15 or something. You'll be like, what happened?
Yeah, should have started missing. Yo, everybody do me a favor. In case you didn't, because sometimes you forget. I forget all the time. If I'm watching somebody and the conversation is good, I forget to hit that like button. So do me a favor, hit that like button for me. Run the likes up. If you on mobile, do me a favor and hype me up. Hype this video up. Let's get in the algorithm. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, a lot of y'all who be watching me, y'all enjoy the content, but y'all don't want to subscribe. That's weird. That's weird energy. Y'all probably CC fans, because that's how CC fans be acting. Weird. But I'm joking. I'm joking. But listen, hit the subscribe button, man, if y'all enjoying the content. Hot Tracks is giving y'all some good content. Mo3 giving y'all some good content. Hit the subscribe button, man. Stop being weird.
Another thing with Bird is there's this funny thing that he did. Like Bird, it's with Isaiah Thomas. Because when I the first couple of years, Isaiah Thomas was in the league, right? They whole backcourt was or they front court, all right, was all some white dudes. I forgot the names of them dudes, bro, but it was the small forward, some white dude, the the power forward, some white dude. There was some other white dude kid that was like so. And Bird came out there on the court and was like, hold up, who's
You got him
he seen?
guarding me?
No, he was like, who's going? Because he seen him, he seen Isaiah and Joe, right? So he's like, so who's gonna guard me? Y'all gonna guard me? He's like, no. He's like, hey man. He was like, hey man, all right man. So he went out there and then after the game, he was like, hey man, don't ever disrespect me like that again, man. Where the brothers at? Y'all ain't got no brothers for me.
And,
Right.
and that's the Brooklyn point. They already had that understanding. It's like, we already know where we stand at in this.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? And and then the next then the next year they drafted they had got a Rodman, right? So then the first game they was like, hey Bird, I got somebody for you now. You like who? Like we got Dennis. He was like, all right, man. He a little bit better, man. But hey, man, don't from now on, don't disrespect me again. Don't ever disrespect me again with no white dude.
You want to know
I
what's
was
fun?
like, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I thought you was finished. Go ahead. Rap.
No, I just thought that was a funny thing because he would say the quiet part out loud. Like he didn't care if you know what I'm saying. If what people would say, if he felt like it was the truth. Like yo, you could clearly see that black peoples are better at it than you know what I'm saying. Just like you said, you'll have the anomaly here and there, but in general, like you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah, that's a fact. But I think what may be adding to that, again, there's a lot of new viewers, right? And like I said, some viewers is new like us, or I don't know when y'all came in, but I'm gonna say me. Some viewers is new like myself, but some of them don't even really watch, right? So you got new viewers, and then you got people who don't really watch. And I think the fact that the way college is broken up, how it's broken up, where you have all these different conferences and all the conferences don't really play each other unless it's scheduled or unless they make it to the tournament. I think that kind of hurts talent, right? Because you got to see Caitlin Clark at Iowa for 4 years play against, respectfully, a bunch of other white, unathletic girls. So she looked like the great white shark, right? Just dominating them. And then you get drafted and you come into a league that's pretty much a physical league. It ain't like the conference you left. It's total different basketball. And it's like you get the so I think that's another thing that contributes to the not accepting or understanding the pecking order in like the best players, right? Because like I said, in college, everybody don't play against each other for the whole regular season. So you don't get to see you don't get to see the talent pool mix up, right? Everybody pretty much stay in their own pond, their own small pond when you're the big fish, right? Unless you're in the SEC, because you know it's I don't want to say it's known, but it's said that the SEC is the best conference, right? As far as it's the most physical and the most WNBA like conference is the SEC, right? So unless you're in the SEC, you don't really get to play that type of physicality all season long, right? Against teams that's going to test you all season long. You get what I'm saying? So when you come from certain conferences that UConn is in, that the Iowa Hawkeyes was in, and to a certain extent, even me, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, because I think this conference is tougher, but not as tough as the SEC, but even the ACC to a certain extent, right? You don't get the same type of physicality that you would get, like that's either in the SEC or in a WNBA like game. So that also makes certain fans who's watching, who's maybe not that knowledgeable, who maybe just like CC or for whatever extent, is watching her for 4 years at Iowa and saying, "Oh man, this is the best thing I ever saw," and then get confused. They don't understand what their brain is telling them. They don't understand what their eyes is telling them when she gets into the league and she don't just dominate like that. Now their brain is saying, "Oh, she must be being beat up because they being more physical." They not being more physical. That this brand of basketball is just something she never had to deal with. This it's always been this physical. She just never had to deal with it in the conference she was in because she was probably, when it comes to athleticism and physicality, the most physical, most athletic one in that conference, or one of the top athletes. You get what I'm saying? And then you get to the W, and you're not one of the top athletes, and you see the contrast in that.
Yeah, Diana Taurasi tried to warn everybody, but they called her a hater.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you gotta like give coaches like Gino their props, because UConn is in arguably one of the weakest conferences, but yet still they steady producing talent that survives in the WNBA. And it's because of the preparation of how Gino prepares them. He tells them off rip, because Diana didn't get that from herself. That's something that she got from Gino.
Right.
And he told it, because I saw it in the interview. He said, I told Paige the same thing. People telling me I'm hating. I was like, the same thing I said about Caitlyn. I told Paige to her face the same thing. She ain't ready. And then they replayed an old interview that he had when people was glazing Paige, and he was like, she ain't ready. She ain't ready. She ain't ready for the W. I told her, them women, those are grown women. They gonna beat you up.
And they didn't highlight that because Paige is not the chosen one. The same things that was said about Caitlyn was said about Paige, but again, they chose her, so it's like whatever. And I guess it has a lot to do with her LGBT side.
Nah, I don't think that, because they didn't know about that. That's like fairly recent knowledge. The thing that messed Paige up was the SPs, and then right after the SPs, she got injured.
Okay.
Her SP speech, and then the injured. That LGBT thing came up like within like the last couple of years.
So you don't think that them players don't know she was like that in college?
I mean,
they all talk. They all friends.
The people that was friends, they could have known that, but I'm talking about the general public.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that was never really no thing. Like, up until about 2 years ago. People was not saying, "Oh, Paige is that, Paige is this, Paige is like." But um, did y'all see the Barack Obama thing when he went to go when he crashed the practice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw you see what right? That's a real fan right there. Like that's a real basketball fan. Like he knew
Yep.
the peoples, he knew their accolades. He knew he was like, oh, like he went to a marina first and was like, oh yeah, he's like, oh she was like, oh, I'm such and so. You like, I know who you were. You balling out there. He was like, yeah, I mean, you having a good season, but that one game, oh my god, you like you couldn't miss out there. Like he was like telling people about, you know what I'm saying? Like you could tell like he watched. I'm like, oh shoot, like the
Yeah.
people he's talking to, he's like he a watch kid, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was saying like individual things about them. Like he
Mm-hmm.
really knew his stuff. But that's the difference between him and Trump. You get what I'm saying? The same difference between Angel and Cece. I know I was gonna get people mad when I said that.
Said.
I got
Well, I
to.
know her people. I know her web show, her podcasters and all them people. They got all these thumbnails. Oh, Obama approved CC and he loves her and all because he spoke words of inspiration to her like he did to everybody.
Yeah, but that's what I was gonna bring up. That's why I asked you if you see it. The two conversations he had one with Paige first, and then at the end he had one with Cece. Cece was looking scared, like she didn't even want to. He was like, I guess probably that's why he kind of, I don't know, I don't know what he was thinking, but when I saw it, I'm like, that he probably felt bad, like she just looking sad, like a sad puppy in the corner, bruh. And he was like, hey man, don't worry about it, man. Like cheer up, you know what I'm saying? Just you know what I'm saying, keep doing, you know what I'm saying, giving the words of inspiration and thing.
Yeah,
But you know what he said to Page first? He's like, oh man, you translated well, huh? I guess them people that was saying you wasn't gonna translate, they
right.
was saying, you like you translated right away. It ain't take no time. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh man, he already know what time. And he went by name too. He was like, hey Paige. He called her. Was like, hey,
But going back to Mia Hot Track's point, you gotta realize like she can't look too happy. Like she was ecstatic to meet Barack, but she can't look like it because soon as she do that, that media gonna be like,
yeah.
Yep.
But she slipped though because once he gave her that cheer up talking and motivational speech, she ate it all up and was like, "Hey, can I have a picture?"
yeah.
But then she caught herself. She got slick. She like, "Oh man, I can't have no picture with just me and Barack." So she could, "Oh, y'all get in the picture too to make it look like a group thing."
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh
Yo,
man,
that's
she done
true.
slipped."
What my man said in the comments when Page used their platform, it was to uplift black women, and then
Yeah,
after that, he
that
was
was
kind of
that
done
was
with her.
that was the ESPYS. That was after her. That was after her first season when she won all them awards. She won every award you could win. She won everything. She clean sweep. The only thing she didn't win was the Natty. She lost
But
Okay.
she lost to South Carolina. Don Staley beat them.
but that kind of goes back to my point because again, like I said, in the women's game, they trying to prove. And listen, I don't really care. It don't bother. Again, same thing like I said about the protected species comment. None of this bothers me. I don't care what they trying to do because at the end of the day, the facts is the facts and the real is the real, right? But it seemed like to y'all point when y'all say things like somebody was on Marcel was on my channel the other day and he said that the New York Liberty looked too white, or he's asking me if they look too white. And then I've heard people say that about Portland. Portland is too white, right? And then I've heard people kind of um, insinuate that the WNBA is trying to appeal to a whiter fan base, so they try to make whiter rosters and stuff like that. It seems like in the women's game, they trying to make it an agenda to say like the white women are either the best women or the majority of the white women are the best women in the W. And it's the opposite in the W is few or far in between, even though we know the league was built on black players, but they saying it seemed like they trying to say in this day and age the best players is the white ones. That's what it seemed like to me, right? That they doing over here on the W side. But like I said, that could just be me.
I don't really see
Yeah,
it
well,
like that
they
because they have like teams like Atlanta and Golden State, which are 80, or in Atlanta's case, like 99% black or some type of melanin. So I don't for every team that's too white, there's a team that could be said is too black. So I don't
was
Yeah,
really
but we
see
yeah.
it.
already know like the majority of the athletes is gonna be black. That was a conversation. Like that's why I said on the NBA side, it's kind of the conversation. It's not an argument no more. We kind of beat that argument to a pulp.
Right.
Whereas on the WNBA side, I think this is they fight. They fight is that because you can't compete with somebody like a Vince Carter if you know you can't jump like that. You can't compete with a Michael Jordan or a Shaq or whoever when you know you just not that physically imposing. Whereas you look at some of our black women who can't jump like the men can, right? Like who don't have the power that a Shaq has. You feel like the playing field is even now, and now now I could have a Breonna Stewart, I could have a Sabrina Ionescu, I could have a Caitlin Clark, I could, what I mean, whoever it is, a Bridget Carlton, a Marina Mabry, right? Like I could have these players compete with the best black players.
But you know what's funny? If they wanted to, it could be like that. But they just choose not to. Like Dom Malanga, like I be seeing like what do you be? She be having wide open thing dunks, and she just do a simple layup instead. And I'll be like, even the announcers be like, what's wrong with her? Why she didn't just dunk that? Like,
Well, I just think that they just trying to attract the untapped market. I think that they want, because let's be honest. Like the WNBA has always been exciting if you into basketball and you like basketball. But me personally, and this is just my opinion, like I wasn't really trying to see a bunch of masculine women running around. Like I like the fact that these women are beautiful women and they're playing basketball. You
Yeah,
see
that's
what
what
I'm
drew
saying?
me in. That's what brought me in as a fan. That's a fact.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm not against nobody, but like if I wanted, I need to see something that's appealing. You know, not that's the make it or break it, or I just don't want to see no women. Like if I want to see men, I watch the men game. I don't want to see women running around with mustaches and muscles trying to be men, and
Yeah,
they
I agree
can't.
with that.
Like
yeah, but
that's all.
yeah,
And
but
that's
it's
not
already
that's not that's an acquired taste for certain people, but that's not going to make you a whole lot of money because it is a business too. So, you know, I
yeah,
guess
but
they
it
got to make it a more America friendly, so
yeah,
a lot of more people could tune in and watch it, and you know, the talent is going to be what it is.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Like I used to feel that way too, but then they already got a bunch of women running around that's masculine as hell.
Yeah,
They look like boys out there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say who, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all watch the games. Y'all could clearly see there's a bunch of them like that. So them, some one the ones I'm talking about that can dunk aren't the ones that look like that.
yeah.
So I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And I will say this for both of my brothers on the panel because I agree with what they're saying, but we're not saying that we don't want to see any masculine women play ball, right? We're not discriminating. What they saying is we just appreciate the balance of having some feminine women out there too. That makes us want to watch
Right.
more. That's what brings us in. So it's not discriminating saying, oh, we prefer feminine women over masculine women. That's not what they're saying. They just saying the balance of having some feminine women out there is what brings more men to the game because I can speak for myself for me, Hot Tracks in '03, I had no idea that baddies even played ball where I come from, right? Like where I come from, I don't never picture a baddie on the basketball court. So when I started to see baddies like TikToking and then the jerseys and stuff, and then I'm like, okay, well, let me watch. And then I saw like the Deja Kellys, the Angel Reeses, the Rakia Jacksons, and people like that who I would never thought could play ball. If I met them in real life, I'm never going to picture them with a ball in their hand. And then I see them get on the court, and I watch LSU play, and I watch North Carolina play, and I watch Tennessee play, and I watched them play in college. I became a fan right then and there. I'm like, oh, okay, shout out to these baddies who got action, and they nice. They, Rakia Jackson got a jump shot. Angel Reese, reason why she my favorite is because I like the energy she played with and her talking, like the way she used to talk shit to people in college, like while she playing with that beast, like that beast and that energy. Like I used to love that dog, right? And then same thing with Deja Kelly and then a whole host of others. I'm using them for an example because they're the first people that popped in my mind. But that's what drew me in watching them. And I was like, oh, okay, these baddies is actually nice. And that's what kind of got me into the game. And then I was able to appreciate the game because I started watching after that. Yeah. Oh, he got a jump shot. She got a handle. Oh, this one could do this. This one could do that. I had no idea because a masculine woman is never going to get me to pay attention. So it's not to say that we don't want masculine women to play ball. We just appreciate the feminine ones too. That's all we're saying. I just wanted to clear that up because if you don't, we all up here intelligent, we got brains, but somebody listening without a brain could take. Or I ain't even gonna say that. Somebody listening and don't understand the context of what we're saying could take it one way. So I just wanted to specify the part.
Yeah, but
that's why I also said that's my opinion.
No, absolutely, but
yeah.
Just don't want to offend nobody.
I might only want to see baddies, but that's my opinion.
No, that's fine. But still, even regardless, we don't want to offend nobody for no reason. So that's why, we're not in our living rooms talking, right? This is a public platform where everybody listening. So we just got to take into account the audience and make sure that even when we giving our true opinions, we also making sure that that other audience know, hey, no offense. It's no offense.
I gotta create a drop. Hot Tracks opinions does not reflect the perspective with Brooklyn 80s podcast.
It's not even that. You good, Brody. It's just that we all helping each other, right? So it was like if I could chime in and just say, you know what? To the crowd who may took, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna just do that. But like, I don't think nobody said nothing wrong.
Yeah, but the main point I was trying to get across is I don't feel like if the baddies start dunking, that's gonna that makes them masculine now. Like if Angel Reese started saying, oh, she her the rods in her legs don't affect her no more, and she start dunking again, like. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna make me think like, oh, look at this masculine girl. She's dunking. Like, I don't see how just dunking is just gonna turn you from a feminine female into a masculine female. That's what I was trying to get across.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just don't think they can dunk, Mo. You got to realize dunking in practice is different than dunking in the game. So like certain ones can dunk. Like to your point, a Dominique Malanga. To me, she's just playing the game how she used to playing it. And maybe even though she could quote unquote dunk the power it takes to dunk, she don't ever like get that much power up in the game, right? She probably used to just going up with the little finger roll, the layup thing. She one of the ones that can actually dunk. But I think most of these girls who could, like a Kiki, for example, I think most of these girls who could dunk in practice is different in the game, especially when you got somebody in front of you. That's a total dunking by yourself and dunking with contact is two totally different things. So I don't even think I honestly don't even think they could as much as people want them to. You know what I mean? Like I think it's few and far in between.
Yeah, but I was talking about like open like layups and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You get a steal and it's just you. You know what I'm saying? Like just do it like the first ever dunk in the WNBA. Who did that? That was Lisa Leslie, right? And it was off a steal, and she had a wide open layup. Instead of laying it up, she just dunked it.
But how many times did she do it after that?
Matter of fact, the same thing. The Candace
Parker
in the NBA
right.
was the same thing.
I agree
So
with you. My point
I'm
is,
not
how
saying like,
often have they done it after that?
because everybody's not BG. Everybody not BG that's gonna be bamming it on people. Because people make fun of BG now, but if you go back and look at her early highlights, she used to be dunking on people, like literally bamming on people, like posting them up like off the vert, like bamming on
Yeah, but
people.
she's
Like,
6'10" though.
she ain't well, okay.
Yeah. Brittany Griner was
I
a
was
big
about to
deal
Doesn't
say
back
something,
in
but
the
I'm
day.
like, that ain't that much of a difference.
what ain't much of a difference.
She's 6'9", but it's the same thing.
Oh, yeah,
6'9",
oh yeah,
6'10".
6'9". I would say I know she's 6'9". I was just saying like I was just throwing the height out there. I'm saying she's taller. So
Yeah,
for her,
yeah, yeah.
that's
She's
different.
taller.
I'm saying most of these girls, if it was that easy, I think they would do it more, Mo. Like you, even when you brought up your Lisa Leslie and Candace Parker, how often have you seen them dunk in the game, and how many fast breaks have they had? You get what I'm saying? It's just not easy because you got to realize when you in the game and you running up and down, and you notice as you played ball before, right? When you in a game and you running up and down, it's almost like let's use shooting. It's easy to shoot if you ain't break a sweat. Go
Mm.
jog, go run around a treadmill or go run around for an hour or two and start shooting and see if your shot falling the same. You get what I'm saying? It's just
Listen, this is
I
the
just don't think
reason
these
why
girls have the physicality to do it,
I'm not
or they
talking about
would.
all the girls. That's why I brought up Dominique in particular,
I agree
because
with you though.
she did it in Unrivaled, and Unrivaled
Right.
is more up and down, up and down. You take it that them games take more energy out of you than a WNBA game. And she was doing that in Unrivaled. So why she can't do that in the WNBA?
You're
And
right,
I'm
bro.
not
Maybe,
saying she have to do it all the time, but at least once. You know what I'm saying? Like
okay.
something, because to me it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just speaking about like the people that prefer stuff like that, who
Right.
draw in. That's an untapped market that they could draw in.
I agree
You know
with
what I'm
you.
saying?
I agree with you. I was just saying if they could, they would. I don't think that these girls have the physicality to do it. So to your point, it's times where I've seen Dominique Malanga and I'm like, yo, you by yourself, you should have dunked that. Just a couple days ago, like Dominique Malanga don't realize how far her stardom will go if she just dunked one time.
That's what I'm saying. At
So
least
that's why I
once,
keep saying
one
I
time.
agree with you. I said that like 10 times, but I'm just saying I don't think they can do it as much as people think. That's the only point I was making
Uh,
because what happens is, again, they tired out there. They getting banged up out there. Plus, on top of that, what you do in practice or what you do when you got that one fast break, sometimes somebody is with you. They don't have the athleticism or the even energy sometimes to even dunk it. Sometimes I feel that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I do agree with the point you're making. I said that like 10 times. But let's move on. I got another topic that we're gonna move on to basketball, more basketball topics now. Um so my question is this, right? With the impact that Olivia Miles has had on Minnesota with the addition of Fee coming back, is this what Minnesota needed? Because we know we look at the history of Minnesota, right? They always fall to one or two teams, right? They probably we gotta probably just give them the third best team in the W over the past 3 to 4 years because the Aces, it seemed like the Aces and the Liberty is 1 and 2, depending on who having a better playoff series. It's either gonna be Liberties in the finals, and usually one of those teams win it, regardless of who their opponent is, right?
Yeah.
And it seemed like Minnesota is always right there, but that's the team that falls short. Does the addition of Olivia Miles now added to Courtney Williams, Mick Buckets, and then obviously Natasha Howard, is Olivia Miles the piece they needed to now maybe this is their year? What you guys think of that?
I think so. Because before they used to hover around the perimeter and set things up and then get the ball into Fee so she could put in work on the inside. Now they got somebody who can actually just, constantly attack the basket because Olivia Miles is either going to pass it while the defense is collapsing or she going to shoot and do her layup or whatever. And they always, sometimes they'll go stale because they'll go dry because they didn't have a lot of penetration and now they got it. So I think that
I gotta pause you, high trash. You too close to New York to be saying they go dry. Then they got a lot of penetration. That's crazy. You right next to New York. I can't give you. If you were somewhere in the Midwest, I might have been like, he don't know no better. But you know better.
I'll play the pause game.
And listen, you in a perspective, you gonna listen. You cannot play the pause game all day. You come in a perspective, you gonna get paused. You say something crazy.
Look,
But
man,
what he
y'all New
said that was
Yorkers
what he
got
said
enough
that was that
problems
crazy
going
though.
on
Let
over
me
there.
what are you pausing?
Y'all New Yorkers are imploding over there right now.
Nah, it don't matter what.
Y'all rappers not getting along. What's up with that?
Really quick, I drop. Continue. Hold your thought. Hot shots. I want you to keep going. Really quick. Be Will. Anybody else? I just dropped the link in the chat if you want to join the conversation. Get tracks.
No, I was just making a joke about New York right now. You know, you got your man 38 Special going there. He just dropped something against Jim Jones.
I mean, good luck. Good luck to him. Good
He
luck.
just made a fool out of him. You know, but they going and kiss, and I'm like, no, like, why are you doing that? Like, embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
Like, man, you ain't doing nothing with Kiss.
Yeah.
But that's a NY problem. I'm gonna stay and keep the Philly business.
Nah, but I interrupted you though. What's your finish your thoughts on Olivia Miles edition?
Okay. Oh yeah, I think Olivia Miles, yeah, this is her first year, and she already I think it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, you know, competing against them in the postseason because again, like I said, she keep the defense on their toes and keep kicking the ball out or whatever. So you know, they even got two offensives. They got the offense with Nafisa Collier, and they got Olivia Miles, you know, attacking. So and kicking it out to McBride. Oh my God, this is over.
Right, and then to your point, let's be clear. This baby, you know, they call her the point guard. This baby Chelsea Gray right here.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
What you got for this Mo 3?
I think people are looking at it wrong because, well, I wouldn't say wrong, but I need to take a closer look at because even though Olivia is like a major upgrade over
Right.
not only over Natisha
Courtney.
Heidemann.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say Courtney Williams.
No,
because Natisha came off the bench.
Yeah, that's what I was going. That was going to be my next point. She came off the bench, and Courtney was there. But what happened was, I think that they got a piece that was more needed than that.
Okay.
Was
Howard,
Natasha Howard. Yeah. Now they have, because that's been their real Achilles heel.
Yeah.
Throughout these years is no, because even though Fee pays the power forward and she's a big and all this, she's really an undersized big. She's only 6'1".
Yeah.
She's defying the odds. She's playing bigger than she really is.
Right.
She's 6'1" playing like she's 6'5".
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they actually needed another big. That's, you know what I'm saying, not a finesse big, like a bump and grind, get it in out the mud type of big. You know what I'm saying? Because they you know, Dorka be out there shooting threes and stuff like that. Like, you know, they try to get that with Maisha Hines Island, but she's also undersized, you know. So it's like, so I feel like the Natasha Howard thing. I feel like if they would have kept Heidemann and not had gotten Olivia and still picked up Natasha, they might not have been as good, but they would be around the same level. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that type of team is more of a playoff team, because in the playoffs, you know, like, you're gonna need those bangers. You're gonna need somebody to bang down in the paint because it gets more physical.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that was way more of a need that they addressed than the point guard thing. Because it's
So
not
what do
like
you think was up with Natasha Howard, man? Why she couldn't work out in Fever?
in where
Why she couldn't work out in Indiana?
she said it. She didn't have a point guard to make her look good.
Okay.
You didn't see that interview she had when she threw
No.
Caitlyn under the bus? She's like, "Oh, what's the difference between you playing here and instead of and she was like, "Well, it's just nice to have a point guard that knows how to get me the ball, and because of that, she makes me look good."
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
I
So,
thought
but she
Caitlin
was saying,
Clark was the best passer in the game. What we talking about?
man, that's one of the reasons why she went to Indiana. She thought that's why she was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna win MVP," because she thought, "Oh, Caitlyn, this great passer, she's just gonna be passing me the ball. I'm gonna be looking like a stud out there." Like, no, 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 no. Caitlyn ain't on that.
I want to hear a CC fan rebuttal that.
Cause this is the thing that Olivia doesn't get credit for: the hockey assist.
Uh,
Olivia is 10 times more willing to give to get the hockey assist than Caitlyn is. Caitlyn passes the ball to get the direct assist. She doesn't really pass the ball to
Yeah,
get a hockey assist.
she only gonna hit you on that backdoor cut, or if you open for a three. That's the only time she's
Yeah,
gonna pass you the ball.
yes.
It's
That's why.
all she gonna do is dribble in a circle till you ready to cut, or
Yes,
if you open
exactly. That's
for
what
a
I was
three.
just about to say. That's why she dribble around so much and hold the ball. She hold
and that's
until
why I don't understand these girls must not watch tape because she get them the same way every time, and it's like you didn't know that was coming.
yeah, I'd be saying the same thing too. I'd be like, man, like, are these people not watching? That's what she do. She pass. She doesn't just give up the ball to get, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Olivia would see somebody open, right? And there's a man in between, right? So what? And say Howard is by the basket, and somebody's hedging, right, in between her and say, let's say Kayla McBride, right? She'll pass the ball to McBride to make sure the defense commits to McBride. Then now Wired Howard is even more open now, and she could dump it down to Howard for the easy bucket. You know what I'm saying? Caitlin is not going to do that. Caitlin is going to try to either go towards the defense to make them play D on her and then drop off the pass, or she just going to try to force the pass in there and probably get a turnover or whatever. And if the pass makes it, then they say, "Oh man, that's the best thing since sliced bread." She is willing to take the risk of trying to force the pass in there just to get the assist.
Right,
Olivia rather take the other route and say, "You know what? Let me get this hockey assist."
I agree with that. But to your point earlier, though, Mo3, I think what you said, which I agree with, I think to add on to what you said is really both of them, right? Because you were saying that Natasha was the bigger piece, but the type of game that Natasha likes to play that I've noticed, like, remember I said I was looking at her more like a role player,
Yeah,
but she's one of the better, obviously because of her size, right? She's not one of the
hmm
biggest uh, forwards in the game, so she's one of the better rim running or floor running bigs, and then you have a point guard like Olivia, who's one of the best court vision passers. That's like a match made in heaven for Natasha Howard. So to your point, as actually both of them, I think. You know what I mean? That because they complement each other so well. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah. So that's a great point. Let me see what they talk about in the chat real quick. Um, BJ says Olivia is what everyone says Cece was. The turnovers is Cece problem. That's a fact.
But that's part of the reason why she has so many turnovers. One is two things. One, her handles is not that good, so people just be picking her pocket. Then
Yep.
two, then two is what I said earlier. She's more willing to force the pass in to try to get the assist
Right.
rather than getting a
Better pass.
easy score with a hockey assist.
Right.
But the hockey assist don't show up in the stats, so she doesn't want that.
You don't want that. She want a stat pad.
Yes.
Yeah. BJ says, watch games twice to see what I miss and rewind to see what if a positive and well, what's the positive and negatives. Yeah, that's what's up. That's a good way to watch games. Um, watch them twice if that's what you do. Let's see what Bob Jones got to say. Bob Jones says CC creates a ton of points, a game of assists. That sentence is weird. Passing and her made shots. Of course, she does take risky passes. I think everybody doing speech to text hot shot.
Yeah. So so Olivia Miles, when she was thrown off, I guess a little bit, even though she did shoot. I think she shot 15 shots, but her game. Would you say her game, like, did they fit in well together? Her and Nafisa Collier, like, did she
Yeah.
still do? She was her normal self.
I was watching the game. I
Okay.
I just thought she had like an off night. Like, you know what I'm saying? She wasn't
Okay.
like forcing shots or trying to be like, oh, your turn, my turn, or nothing. She was just taking what the defense give her, and it's just one of those nights where she just had an off night. It's not the first night game she had a game like that where she just was off.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just be interested to see how they gonna play together. I'm sure Nafisa, been talking to her and schooling her and anything else, and I'm sure she's probably letting her know how she likes the ball and where she likes it and all her spots and everything else. So it's just gonna be
Yeah,
interesting and watch them going down, down the stretch.
yeah. The thing I was saying though when this topic came up on the previous show was that it's hard to judge that off of that game because um Courtney Williams was in foul trouble a lot of the
Okay.
games to the point she only took 5 shots. She missed all 5 of them, but she only took 5, and those shots got distributed between Fee and Olivia. They were the two. They took the two most shots. I think Fee took 20 and Olivia took 15. So if Courtney's in there, some of them shots is not like I want to see who's gonna give up their shot. Who's gonna be more willing to give up their shots for Courtney to take the shot? And most likely it's probably gonna be Olivia because she's the distributor. She's the main
Yeah.
distributor. So her points might go down unless her efficiency goes up.
Right.
But then she's pretty efficient right now, so I don't see.
But see, the thing is, the good thing about her is, like, when you do need them points, she gonna take somebody to the hole and get them. So it's always there.
Yeah, yeah. Cause last game she missed like 4 or 5 layups that she normally when she just was take them to the hole and she just missed them. I'm like, oh, that's incorrect characteristic, and it was like nothing that the defense was doing that was like stopping her. She was just missing them.
Okay. So
She
what
got that.
about? I'm my bad. Go ahead.
She got that little Magic Johnson layup.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she just kept missing them. I'm like, oh, that's her go-to, and she missed like 4 or 5 of them. So I was like, it's just off night for her.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody get an off night. So what about the game? Atlanta. How with Bree Jones? What's up with her? Like, how you think she fitting in? She played what? 2 games already, or just one? Which it
She
was
played
two, right?
two. Yeah, it's two.
Yeah,
One against Portland, and then one against no, that was Toronto. One on Toronto, and then one against the Sky.
I think she's doing good.
yeah,
She's you can't expect much because it's her first game back, but I mean her first 2 games back. But from what I saw, like I said, one of the biggest thing I've noticed is just her IQ for the game, and then also like just her size. As you can see, her size just make it easy for her to score. Like for instance, when Angel get down there and she's posting, Angel got to create the angle because 9 times out of 10 she's smaller than the person, so she got to create the angle and then go up. Like if it's a Dominique Malongo or Camilla Cador, whoever it is, we got to create it. Bree Jones just put her body into people, and she making that layup. They just
Yeah,
backing up.
because Angel is taller than her. It's just she got a wider body, so it's
Yeah,
easier
she's a
for her
lot
to get.
stronger.
Yeah,
Yeah. And then it's the IQ. She makes when she's in the post, she don't hold the ball. Like she'll get in the post and kick it back real quick soon as the defense make a move. And it either allows for either the open shot or it allows for what Mo3 was just talking about, which is the hockey assist. And the last,
yeah,
I believe it, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last game, it was a game when home debut in Atlanta. I seen her get the ball in the post, kick it, they swung it around the perimeter and somebody got a corner 3. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah.
that's already what I see her, just her IQ for the game and just her size and her, just her ability just to have IQ on how to use her size. Something I noticed right away.
Right. So you know what I think, man? I think that like she was. I think they were running the same offenses without her, and it was like they was missing what she actually does, and they didn't like the word I'm looking for. They didn't accommodate for it. Yeah,
But that kind of goes back to my point early in the season when everybody thought, they was not trying to give Angel the ball. Because I was giving some of the players who played their grace, because I was saying like, yo, you gotta think about it. If they played a whole year in the system, right? The players who's returning, they're gonna come back thinking, oh, I could just play the same way I played last year because I know the system. But you
right.
actually can't do that because this player's missing. Bree Jones isn't there. Um, um, I can't think of her name, the big one.
Brittany.
Yeah, Brittany Griner isn't there, and Brittany Griner, she can actually, she's more, she a vet. She's more comfortable shooting the 3 when she has to. So she's not Angel. So Angel is gonna occupy different spots of the floor than both Bree Jones um and Griner is gonna occupy because he just played. They all are unique players. They have different skill sets. So even though it might seem like it shouldn't be a big adjustment to people who don't really know what they're watching, but if you understand basketball, you can understand like, oh, okay, this is a chemistry issue. This is not they just don't want to
Yeah,
give Angel the ball issue. So to your point, you kind of see it now with Bree Jones coming back, how different just one player makes the offense look. The
You
same thing
know,
with Angel. The times where Angel was out of the lineup, you see the difference the offense look with just Angel not being there. So it's like people be
right.
thinking one player make that much difference. Yeah, one player do.
yeah, Angel does make it a big dig, and this is the telling stat. Atlanta, I might be wrong. I don't got the stats as things might have changed, but the last time I checked, they was number one in points in the paint.
Yeah, I think so
And
too.
yeah, and last year they were near the bottom half of the league in points in the paint.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the only thing that changed, and Ryan's still out there jacking up threes. Alicia's still out there jacking up threes. So the only thing that really changed was Angel in the paint.
Right. And given, I mean, I didn't watch last year. I only can speak for this year. But giving Jordan Canada credit, she changed her game up than she was playing earlier in the year than now, right? She said she watched film. She saw some things she was doing wrong. So part of those paint points is Angel getting it in the paint and also getting offensive rebounds and putting it back up. And then the other part of that is Jordan Canada actually driving and getting some of them points in the paint as well. So
Yeah.
but that was a good topic, hot track. So we're gonna move on to the next topic I got. This should be another fun one for you guys. It's different than what we talked about. And it's basically what teams before the trade deadline that's a team like, let's say, the Valkyrie, that want to just boost, right? Like they moving in a good direction, but they might say, you know what, we need something to compete with the Aces and the Lynx. We need something extra. What should teams like that? I'm just using them for an example. It don't have to be them, but what should teams like that do before the trade deadline? Or what teams is a better question. What teams do y'all think need to make a move before the trade deadline just for a boost to either help them A, get into the playoffs if they trying to get into the playoffs, or B, make them more dangerous in the playoffs to a contender?
So I think Atlanta, I think they still missing something on the bench. I think you might think this is crazy, but they still need some buckets. I would take a chance, and I know people might not like it, but I would go get Carter.
I don't think that's crazy at all. With Carter, again, we talked about this before. What Carter you getting? You get what I'm saying? So but I don't think you're crazy at all for what you're thinking. Even if it's not Carter, I don't think it's crazy at all. It just got to make sense. Whoever they do, if they do go get somebody, it just got to make sense. But I don't think you're crazy at all.
Do you think they done with Pow Pow?
Nah, no, hell no. Pow's a second-year player. That's what I was thinking when earlier when Mo Pre was even talking about Malanga. Malanga's second-year player. You got to give these players grace. You know what I mean? So with Pow, I think she was out of the lineup. I don't know if she's hurt. They was resting her.
Nah, yeah, she was injured, and then I guess they just decided to rest her the last game.
Yeah.
Before, no, I don't even think that was rest because she was in street clothes then too. So. But she wasn't on the injury report though. For that game. So I don't know why she was in street clothes. Maybe they said, oh, you know what? It's the last game before the All-Star break. Just heal all the way up, I guess.
And to your point, Mo3, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, they because she's on a developmental contract, they pulled up Jalen Sherrod to play.
Oh
too.
Yeah, that too. They was like, we already got. They called her up because Papa was injured.
Okay.
So I guess they was like, you know what? You know what I'm saying? What's the point of calling her up for only 2 games? Just let her play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let her get the rest. All-Star break coming up.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, but to answer your question, I don't think they done with her. I just think, you got to realize this, again, everybody's journey in a season takes time. So we've seen the starters struggle a little bit on the offensive end and find a way. So now the bench is just trying to find a way. And it's a little bit more difficult on the bench because you got bench players who don't have defined roles. All the starters have defined roles. So one thing I do like is in the press conference, I believe it was the last game, I'm not sure, but one of the last games, Izzy Borlase.
Hello.
Yo.
What happened with you, bro?
Skill is penetrating and getting to the basket. So she said, I just got to remind myself of that and just keep doing it. So that's good. It's good that she's saying that because
Hold on, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Hey, you got cut out. We didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh yeah, this is weird ass internet. What's the last thing you did here?
I don't remember.
Well, I was just saying that Belace. I don't know the last thing I heard, but
that is the last thing you said. You said Izzy Barlaze, and then it cut out.
Got you. So yeah, I was saying Izzy Belace. The good thing about her is, she's realizing, she said this in one of the last press conferences that they had before the All-Star break. She's realizing, she said her best skill is getting to the basket. And I guess because maybe she was doing that when she was back in Australia League, but because she's a rookie and this is a new league, the physicality, maybe she got away from the things that she's good at, right? Just trying to, fit into the league. And now she's getting comfortable in the second half of the season, and she's gonna be able to be more of a consistent piece off the bench because she's gonna play to her strengths now and play to what she's good at, opposed to maybe being out there and overthinking it, right? And now making mistakes as you're overthinking it and different things like that. She's going to be able to be a piece for us off the bench. And the more pieces we could find like that off the bench, her, Okot, Pow, it'll make everybody's job easier, right? Because now you started to define your roles, like the starters have defined roles, right? And then, to your point, Hot Tracks, what helps with that, Bree Jones coming back, that sends another starter level defined role player back to the bench, and Nas Hillman. So she also helps Tahina Pow be better. And then I think, again, I keep saying this, but I don't think people realize how impactful it is. The Shatori Walker-Kimbrough signing, I think, is really big, only because she knows the offense, right? She don't have to come in and learn. It's a difference when you got to come in and learn and figure it out and make mistakes, opposed to coming into an offense you played in last year, right? She knows the offense. All she got to do, again, like we said about chemistry, she got to find the chemistry with the second unit and define her role off the bench. But she also helps make our bench stronger because that's another veteran. Remember, we said that when you start talking about, because again, you just reminded me, I'm happy that this topic came up because side note really quick, and what I'm saying, hey, Carson Mesco sound like a pretty damn good coach, don't he? I don't know if y'all seen the all access thing, right? But how he was talking to them in the locker room and saying, yo, we're a championship team. We're not a good team. We're a championship team. We trying to win a championship. And you guys need to do this and you need to do that. And when the first screen and you screen for this guy, go make the next screen. Don't stop, right? Like he's talking to them, right. You got to earn everything. These are things that he's saying that people are saying he a bad coach because they don't know what they seeing. That's why I keep trying to tell people, fall back on blaming on what's Ryan Howard's fault and Alicia Gray's fault on Carson Mesco. That's their fault. They need to come out with more energy and effort and play better. It's not like he's not telling them, right? That's on them. But anyway, getting back to what I'm saying, that's all going to help the bench be better because now you start to have more people with experience. If you want to win a championship, you need experience, or you need experience on your team in general, but you definitely need experience on your bench as well. You can't just have a young bench if you're trying to go deep in the playoffs. So Shatori Walker-Kimbrough helps. Nas Hillman going back to the bench helps. And then Izzy Borlise getting comfortable helps, and hopefully that filters the Pow for her to get comfortable. Right. Okay. And hopefully all of those things help each other. So I don't think that they're giving up on Pow.
Okay. What you think about Sika Kone?
I think she's a really good third string big.
Like
what you think about her? What's your thought?
Sometimes it seems like she, her feet be stuck in the mud, but her height, she be, her height be like interrupting things though out there on the floor sometimes, on defense. So like, I don't know. I mean,
I think she's a good big when everybody in foul trouble.
Yeah. She got a place out there. Yeah, I don't feel like I would take nobody out to put her in, but that's a good application.
Hold on real quick. Let me get to the money. Shout out to BJ for a $2 super chat. BJ says Dream need to move Sika and they missing a wing. Well, they got Shatori is like 5'9", so I don't know if you consider her a wing. They have what's her name on the bench though? What's my girl name that came from the Aces in Toronto? Can't think light skin. I can't think of her name right now, but she could play wing. So they have that. But if you're saying veteran wing, then yeah, they could possibly trade for a veteran wing.
You talking about that light skinned baddie?
Yeah, I can't think of her name right now for the life of me. But
Her name just went out my brain. I was just about to say it, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait till you finish.
but they have her, or they could trade for a veteran wing. So that's a good point, BJ.
Aaliyah Nye.
Yeah. He's talking about a veteran wing, though. Yeah, they could trade for a veteran wing. Maybe the only thing I could think of, and this actually brings me to my next point, since we are talking about who the dream to trade for. So let me just switch topics real quick. And this topic is basically, I can see it, is basically saying what free agents might be on the trading block before the trade deadline. The Sparks just lost their GM, and usually when you lose your GM, that's writing on the wall that everything is gone. So I don't know how long they're gonna be together, but I'm assuming that coach is gonna be out there sooner than later. And if that coach is gone, maybe Plum, maybe NECA, and then the wing. I don't know if you call her a veteran because she's still young, but you got Ray Burrell that you could maybe possibly trade for. She don't have a large contract. She's still a young player. So that's something that the Dream could do, because you got to realize they can't trade for no wing that's making $1 million, or they're going to get rid of their cost. So they got to trade. If they get a veteran wing, it got to be somebody that's, making a vet minimum or something like that. So, but again, Ray Burrell to me ain't a veteran though. So I don't know if she fits the bill.
She'd be a nice piece though.
Yeah, no, she's definitely nice, but he said a veteran wing. So
yeah.
I think they need a wing and a well, now, but she's on a development, unless they're gonna move her from a developmental contract. They need a nice solid backup point, because
yeah, I like that.
And move Pow to be Alicia.
Yeah.
Backup.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've said that too, and I like Sherrod. That I'm just like you said, she's on a developmental, so I was confused about that. But I like, because to me, Jordan Canada is such a unique player. You don't have many players who could replace what she do when she goes to the bench. But I think Jalen Sherrod could give you some of that with the speed and the driving ability. Right.
Yeah,
so
that's why I said unless they're gonna move her to like
from a
developmental contract, because I don't know how that worked. Excuse me, because they only get 13 games, right?
Nah, yeah. I think they got, because they a little past halfway, right?
No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, the development players, they get 13 games to play, right?
Yeah, something like that.
But does that include playoff play as well?
I think so. I'm not sure, but I think so.
If it does, then they're gonna have to move it to a regular contract, or just get somebody to come in for that, because I think that's what they really need.
Yeah.
And because Pow, she's better at the two.
Shout out to my brother Hot Tracks. Hold on, let me cue the. Shout out to Hot Tracks for the $5 super chat. Hot Tracks says Knicks in trouble. LeBron to Philly. What you guys' thoughts on LeBron going to Philly?
I saw something today that had me dying. It said LeBron changed the meaning of the word GOAT. And they changed it to going to other teams.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's funny. The internet is undefeated.
This man signed a 2-year contract, bro. Talking about some. I was
$8
thinking about
million.
retiring. If you was thinking about retiring and then you changed your mind, why did you sign a 2-year contract? Why didn't you just sign a 1-year contract then?
But because he got an option, a second year option, so he could play this year and then just be done. He could retire after this year unless he want to stay. But I'm not a big.
But
I mean, I'm not a big LeBron fan personally. But for that price, you couldn't get nobody else better for that price. So I'm with it. And he
I
gonna
mean,
give us, huh?
no. God, I was trying to. I thought you was done. God.
Plus, he gonna give us a better chance to win. I mean, Embiid health is not guaranteed, so having that extra body there and somebody who could distribute the ball like he can to these young guys we got, it'll give us a better chance. So I'm for it, even though I don't like him.
Right. Now, what I was gonna say was, I mean, I think LeBron James make the Sixers better. Obviously, it's LeBron
Yeah,
James, right? He's not gonna make you worse. But I don't think that the Sixers he make the Sixers contenders, even if they do beat the Knicks, right? You still got to deal with those teams in the West. I don't see like the Sixers are not the favorite to me now, just because LeBron went there. He makes them better. But I don't look at the Sixers and be like, yo, that's a team to beat. So it's like, did you just do that for no reason? Like you went one team and another team just to lose? Like it's like what we
but we
doing?
got Jalen too. Jalen Brown is a beast.
No,
You
that
know,
again. I said the Sixers is good, like they're a good team, and I said they might beat the Knicks, right? Like not just Jalen Brown, y'all got Tyrese Maxey, y'all got Edgecombe, y'all got Embiid
yeah.
whenever he is healthy, right? Like y'all got a low key squad, but I don't think y'all got the favorite. I don't just see y'all beating OKC. Like, I'm gonna just be honest with you. Like if y'all got to run into an OKC or San Antonio, I'm gonna just be even the Knicks. I feel like y'all more the Sixers is more scary. They are. But I don't necessarily. This to me don't. It's not a guarantee. You get what I'm saying? This don't guarantee anything to me. It just makes them a better team, if that makes sense.
I think they were the favorite on the East before LeBron, according
The
to
Sixers?
like the
What?
sports people. Yeah.
That's because
After we
he
got
lives in Philly. He listens to the Philly media, bro.
no after we got Brown, we
Bro, yeah, y'all
became
wasn't the favorite, bro. Y'all
after
wasn't the favorite.
according to ESPN and all that, we was the favorite after we got Brown.
Oh, okay.
But
I
then
didn't.
we got huh?
No, I
So
was saying I didn't see that, but okay. I heard.
But then we
I
got
don't feel that
LeBron.
way.
That's like more icing on the cake. I think for the East, I think we should be the favorite because we always matched up good against every. We just didn't have the help.
bro, have y'all been watching LeBron's last 2 years?
Um, you know what? I don't know if it was the year that just went past the 2 years ago, but he was looking pretty good for some of it.
Listen,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
All
tell
we
you.
need
that
him
was
for
that
is
was
some
kind
of
of
it, though.
that was kind of the point I was getting to.
Yeah,
He's been injured a lot too, missing a bunch of games here and there or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And then on top of that, he's up and down in his actual play. He'll play
He's
good
so
this
much of
good
a
this,
diva. I don't know
yeah, he'll
what it
play
is
good
with
this
him. I don't
game
know.
and then play bad the next game. He's up and down. And then you add that to all the games he's been missing. You know
Listen,
what I'm
I'm gonna
Yeah,
tell
saying?
you like this. And if I treat everybody the same. Whether I'm talking about a Caitlin Clark and I'm talking about her flaws or Angel Reese, I got to do the same thing with the Sixers. Yes, this
uh,
makes this team better. But if you think about the Sixers, right, and again, we don't know what's gonna happen. I love Maxey, I love Edgecombe. You got some really good players. I was a Sixer fan growing up because I loved AI, so I was like, I want to see the Sixers be successful. But if we really being honest, you talking about an MB who you don't know what you're gonna get,
Mm-hmm.
right? You talking about a Jalen Brown who's an amazing player but an inefficient shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Next to a LeBron who usually play his best next to efficient shooters, right? So it's like, okay, like we gotta wait and see. I don't know. Like, listen, Who
But if this was like
the coach
35-year-old, oh, you doing that cutting out thing again? I thought you was
is
done.
still Nick Nurse,
Yeah, Nick Nurse still the coach. You cutting out,
right?
bro.
I yeah, I like Nick. I like so I think, but that's not that him going there is not an ideal fit, right? Because the players that he typically, win with is not a Jalen Brown type player, and then like he never even played well or usually played with centers like Embiid. Like you never seen it with a dominance. You get what I'm saying? So my point is this is not the best fit. Now they all talented. So it's gonna make them scary just off talent alone. But what I'm saying is you got to look at the game in the totality and there's flaws there. So that's why I said when I just look at this team, I don't go, oh, this team is scary and everybody gotta this ain't the Miami Heat decision. You get what I'm saying? When that team
Yeah.
came together and it's like, oh, everybody got to deal with this team. I don't necessarily see that with this team. Not to say that they're not going to be good. I do think they're going to be good, and I think they're going to beat a lot of mediocre teams. But can they beat the best teams? Is what I'm saying. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Shout out to my brother B Will, Grace in the panel.
Yeah,
What's up, B Will? What's going on, B Will? I don't know, but get hot tracks.
Yeah, I don't know either, man. You never know what you're gonna get. I'm just gonna enjoy the ride. I mean, I'll be happy when the whole Embiid contract is over. So whatever our team gonna be, they're gonna be. Because I
Right.
love Embiid, but I can't depend on him. I know
Right.
they were talking about it was whispers or they was talking about trying to pull AD over there. I don't want AD either. He just as bad. I trust him.
I'm about to say that's his more problems. AD is another one.
They
Yeah,
call
that's
him
always
street
injured.
clothes for a reason.
Now I will say this: AD and B, when they healthy, they some bad boys. The problem is when they healthy,
When they have,
right?
like,
But I will say this to land my plane, and y'all could say B Will, you with us now?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome
What's
my
good,
brother.
gentlemen?
Everybody, welcome my brother B Will to the panel. What's good, B Will?
What's good, fellas? 3
But I will say this really quick,
Brooklyn.
what's up? I will say this really quick, just to land my portion of it. Y'all can still say y'all piece on it, but to land my portion of it again, I'm not trying to shit on the Sixers because I do think y'all gonna have enough firepower to beat a lot of teams, and I think y'all gonna win a lot of games. Y'all be in the top of the Eastern Standings, whether that's 1, 2, 3, or whatever. Y'all gonna be in the top. I do think y'all gonna have a good season. So as a Sixers fan, it should be a fun season to watch. I was just saying the top teams. Once you start to talk about playoff level and then getting into the, what I mean? I don't know if they able to beat the best teams is what I'm saying. But most teams in the NBA, yeah, they should be all right. It should be fun season for Sixers
yeah.
fans.
OKC
They
just
gonna
lost somebody too.
OKC what?
They gonna make
I ain't hear. He's like OKC what?
six. He says
Sixers
OKC
make
lost
what?
tonight.
Oh, okay. Who they lost?
The Sixers gonna make Boston eat shit though.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun games to watch, especially like
Yep.
what Paul George is Boston getting too. You know what I'm saying? Like that's gonna really look bad. Like if you got a Paul George that looks old, and you traded Jalen Brown for that, like okay,
Yep. They're gonna make Boston eat shit. But it's all good.
but let's get back to the topic. So, what you guys think? Who might be on the trading block before the before the deadline coming up in August?
I don't know. All I know is my aces need a wing.
Well, let
They
me
need a
give y'all a
wing in the
specific
back.
name, and let me give y'all a specific name, man. What do y'all think? If obviously the contract is going to be tough to move, but if they can move her, what do y'all think should happen with Skylar Diggins?
Man, at this stage in the season, how many teams, like contending teams, will be interested in her? Because she ain't gonna do nothing off chemistry potentially. I would say, my second favorite team could use a veteran point guard, and that's the Mystics.
That'll be
But,
interesting because the Knicks got a lot of they're a deep team, so they could put together a package to get rid of something. Like for instance, I'm not saying this will happen, but like even somebody like Shakira, they got Kiki there, they got Lauren there, so they could decide that they want to get something for Shakira, or you know what I mean. I'm not saying that I want that or that will happen. I'm saying these are possibilities. You get what I'm saying?
I don't think they want to give. I don't think the Mystics moving off Shakira.
Again, I wasn't saying they are, they not. I was just giving examples of what can happen. You brought up the Mystics. I did.
Well, I hope that.
I don't think that's a reason. I don't think you trade, like, Lauren Betts ain't there yet, and like right now I'm not gonna say they're contending, but they definitely a playoff. They looking like a playoff team. But if you get rid of Shakira, they're not a playoff team anymore.
I disagree with that, especially if you bring in a player like Skylar. It ain't like you getting rid of Shakira for nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think
the team, I would say, since you brought up the team and don't even have nobody to trade for them, you brought up the example and it got negative. I'm gonna bring up an example that I actually thought about that could possibly happen only because of the injuries. Maybe the Toronto Tempo, right? Because Kiki Rice is out. Obviously Brittany Sykes is out. So maybe she could be a piece to come in and help them with the injury situation to help out Marina Mabry. That's a possibility.
That's true. That's a good look. I mean, that's a
solutions.
Good take. That's a good take. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I don't
think trading. I'm just saying in terms of the Mystics. I don't think you trade Shakira to get Skylar because, if you lose Shakira, then part of what you betray is gone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, because again, you give up one of your biggest pieces, your biggest pieces for Skylar, and you don't know what Skylar going to get because you don't know what Skylar
you're going to get because this is Skylar Diggins, right? Like, this is an all-star level player. You're not trading for just anybody. But I'm gonna explain my question again because I think y'all misunderstood it. I didn't explain my question so we could debate each other answers. I explained my question just so we could all speculate. So basically, in other words, what I'm saying is nobody answers really wrong because we speculate and we don't have no information, so we just going off of possibilities and what could happen. So I'm really just I'm saying whatever example anybody throw out there, just your example. I'm not saying throw an example out there and let's just say if that person wrong or right. Like, that's not what I was asking. But to answer your question about the Mystics, since you brought it up, you got to realize like how much. Again, this is a young team. To your point, you said they not. They just trying to make the playoffs right now. They're not ready to win a championship, right? So they don't have a window right now. So if you take a look at the scoring people on a team, they have a few people that can score, right? You have Shakira, right, who's the veteran, so she takes most of the shots. So right now, she's probably, I haven't looked at their team, she's probably leading scorer, either her or Sonia Citron, right? And then you have Sonia Citron, and then you have Kiki Arifin. So my point is and that's the whole reason why, again, it was your example, I didn't bring them up, but that's the whole reason why I even thought about that, because they have a lot of depth, right? If you lose somebody like Shakira, yes, you're not getting the same production in that position,
but you still getting a good player, right? Y'all drafted a center for a reason. Y'all drafted a center that high top center for a reason, so y'all have that. So what I'm saying is she's replaceable. Her production won't be replaceable because she's an all-star, but she's replaceable because y'all have a top young prospect to put in her position, but you'll be getting that production replaced in an all-star guard. To your point, I didn't say they need a guard. You did. I didn't even have the mystics on my mind. But you said they need an all-star guard. So if they get an all-star guard or a veteran guard, they get that production back, not in the center, or not in the position Shakira is leaving. They get that production back in the guard that they bringing in, and they able to still replace that center because they have that on the bench right now. So that's the point I was making.
Well, I'm a Shakira Austin fan, and I watch the Mystics because of her. So,
hey, I ain't far off,
Yeah, not the
easy
third.
on the
Definitely a
eyes.
baddie. Yeah, she definitely a baddie.
Easy on the eyes.
And she's skilled. That's what I like about her. I mean,
she's an
don't get me
all-star.
wrong.
Yeah, she definitely an all-star.
If honestly, I think, well, that's besides the point. We can come back to that. But yeah, I don't know. So for me,
what's good? Let me reiterate the question just so everybody not confused. What's a good fit for Skylar if she leaves Chicago? If Chicago's able to find a trade for her, what's a good fit for Skylar Diggins? No wrong answers. What's your opinions? Something that makes sense though. Like, you can't be like, yo, we gonna trade this rookie for like the money got to make sense. Is what I'm saying. Like, what makes sense?
I don't know. At this point in the season, man, everybody got who they need, except for, like you said, up there where what's the name is injured. Was that a 1-year deal, Skylar? Signed, or was it more than one?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be 2, but either somebody could look it up or y'all could correct us in the chat.
I think it's 2.
Okay.
I just know the reason why I bought. I'm sorry, Mo.
I think Dejanay the only big name that they signed for 1 year.
The reason why I brought up Skylar Dickens specifically is because, again, we know about the situation that happened a few weeks ago with her situation. So she might be disgruntled. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they might not be able to find a place for her because of her contract. She may have to sit that out for the rest of the season and then figure it out in the off season. But what I'm saying is if they did the reason why on my graphic I even have Kelsey Plum and Mecca is because they GM got fired. And we know what happens when GMs get fired. Usually wholesale, everybody go. So I was just looking at the people in the league who may be on a trading block. We don't know. This is all speculation. This is not coming from intel, right? This is coming from what's a possibility, what might happen based off of what we know to happen. We know Skylar Diggins got benched because Courtney Vandersloot came back, and we know that the GM in LA got fired in the middle of the season, which is never a good sign, right? So that's why those particular names are on my graphic of possible trade targets. If I'm a team, if I'm a team and I'm looking to, like I said in my last graphic, the boost to get a boost up, maybe I grab one of those players and I make myself more formidable going into the playoffs. Or B, if I'm one of these players and I secretly ask for a trade, a la like a Marina Mabry did in Chicago in Angel's rookie season, and she's trying to get to a different team. Which team would be a good fit for one of these players to go into based off of what they could offer, contracts and things of that nature.
I don't think Plum is going to want I don't think Plum will want to leave LA to go to Chicago. You don't want to leave one situation to go to a worse situation.
Right. And
I
even if
mean,
you did do that, to your point, hot tracks, is she gonna be starting? And if she do, that's a smack in the face of Skylar, right?
right. Well, she definitely going to be starting if she go over there.
Who y'all talking about? Going where?
Kelsey Plum going to Chicago. Like
Oh,
who going to start in front of her?
Courtney Vandersloot.
Yeah, that's a
yeah.
joke.
No,
That's a joke.
not if not if Courtney Vandersloot is the assistant GM.
And also too, that girl crazy. Like you don't think she known for saying stuff crazy too. Kelsey Plum ain't wrapped too tight.
No, I think you hit it on the head as far as Skylar, though. Brooklyn probably a good place for her to land would be the tempo because of what they need right now.
The
Yeah.
only question would be, which I didn't think about, because the trade got to work out on both sides. The only question would be, what would Chicago want back for Skylar?
Brooklyn 18.
Did y'all hear me, or did I go? Did I
I'm
cut out?
gonna look on their team and see what they got to give up.
Because that's the only question. What helps? A trade got to work out for both teams. So what helps both sides? And like I said, Skylar's making $1 million, so either she's gonna have to get traded for somebody who's making $1 million, or she's gonna have to get absorbed into the salary.
The thing is, I
One
don't
or the
think
other.
that Skylar would want to go there because Skylar was promised she wanted to be on a contender. That's kind of the reason why she went there because
Right.
she ate up Jeff's stupid. It's a win now. Look, I'm gonna get this piece, get that. We want some win now. So she thought they were gonna be a contender. That's why that's part of the reason why she went there. She
Right.
want to win. So if I don't think she's gonna want to go. She's gonna want to leave Chicago if she's not going to one of those 8 teams that are clearly in the playoff. Like I think the best thing that she could probably try is that Mystics thing because that's the good fit and they got the pieces to make it work. The only thing is I kind of feel the same way B Will was saying with they got to find a way to keep Shakira because that makes them not that makes them I don't want to say a contender, but like if they add Skylar and put Amore back on the bench, it makes them like a scary team that no one really want to play, you know?
So how
But
do
if
they
they
trade for Skylar and keep Shakira though?
I mean they got other pieces they could, you know what I'm saying? Cuz if
Who's making $1 million outside of Skylar? I mean,
they would have to
outside of
trade
Shakira.
they could trade multiple players and then do some add some cash in there.
So then we extending Chicago's roster.
Yep. Nope. That's the thing. Mystics probably do have cap space.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
can
That's
probably afford her.
the
Yeah,
only way.
they
Yeah,
can afford her.
that's what I'm saying. Add
Oh,
some
so let's
cash
look
in
it
there.
up. Let's not say probably. Let's look it up. Let's go to somebody
Oh,
go to the contracts.
Yeah, they got cap space. They got the youngest. They got the youngest team in the league. They
yeah,
all their
everybody on
players
rookie
are on
contract.
rookie contracts,
Yep.
and
Everybody on rookie.
half of them are from the old rookie contracts.
Yeah.
So who do you send to Chicago?
I don't know. That's up to them to decide.
Yeah. Exactly.
If you get rid of Shakira for Skylar, you're getting a great player, but you're
That's
also losing part of a big piece of your core. Like you just traded one problem for another because
Yep.
who's gonna because right now they got Kiki and her. Who's gonna replace who's gonna be the big to replace Shakira's production?
Kiki.
But Kiki's already there doing her thing. So
Yep.
she's gonna double the load. She's already a
No, she
starter.
no,
They
she right. So right now she's sacrificing because of a Kiki, right? I mean, because of Shakira, right? You don't
no,
think so?
they I don't think
No,
so.
I don't think so. She takes just as much shots or even more than Shakira most nights.
Yeah, they tag they tag team and then switch up.
Yeah, she
They they
they
complement each other
actually
well.
but they actually run plays for Kiki. They rarely run plays for Shakira. Shakira just be getting it like out the mud. Like they'll get her and she'll take people off the dribble or she'll get an offensive rebound and they don't really be running plays, but they run plays for they offense flows through Kiki more,
So you're saying
a
Kiki
lot,
is a
way more.
go-to player, and Shakira is not a go.
Yes, yes. But
But
when I
Shakira is
say
the all-star.
not really because sometimes they give it to Shakira, but they make her do her own thing. Like they'll give it because of her athleticism. You know, she's able to bring the bigs out and then just take them off the dribble. Whereas Kiki could be in the post and post them up. Shakira does that too, but Kiki's just way better at that. Same way that Shakira is way better at taking people off the dribble than Kiki is. So it's a good compliment. But they do run the offense a lot through Kiki. Shakira just be out there getting it out the mud a lot of the times.
Uh,
So it's not like so she's gonna go from getting 14 points to now getting 28 points or you know what I'm saying? With them other 14 and 8 or whatever she's producing gonna come from. Not Kiki not gonna just I'm not automatically start getting 8 more rebounds and 14 more points. And Lauren ain't gonna be coming in and doing that.
okay. So I got a question for y'all. Ain't related. Did everybody see the Angel Reese Barbie doll? She's supposed to drop the Barbie
Nah,
doll
I ain't see
today.
that.
Yeah, she dropped the Barbie doll or something.
When is the Barbie dream?
It dropped today. Oh, I don't know, but the doll baby dropped today. It's like $35, $34, something like that.
When is the Barbie dream night? The dream house thing.
I don't know. Let me see.
All right, Mo 3. I just pulled the Mo 3.
What happened?
I just went and looked at the stats. If you trade a Shakira for Skylar Diggins, you get the same amount of shot attempts and the same amount of field goals made.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying at her
So there's no
position.
drop. There's
No, I
no
know,
don't
but
it don't matter because at a
at her
different position
position.
it raised, right? So it don't matter.
It might because now you got people just running in the paint freely more so.
How? Because you got a Lauren Brecht there, so how they running in freely?
Lauren Betts is not producing that, bro. She's
That's
not
not
out
what I
there,
said.
bro.
I'm gonna wait until y'all done because that's not what I said. So let me know when I could.
Is she
Yeah,
producing on the defensive side like Shakira Austin is?
that's not what I said.
No, you said they're producing the same as far as points. You're gonna
No,
get on one position, but you're gonna miss it on the other. Right?
So this is what I'm saying, right? It's simple numbers. If you got a point guard right now, I didn't say this, right? I didn't even bring this up, but if you got a point guard right now that's not producing, right?
Yeah.
And you replace that with a point guard that is producing, there go your numbers. So Lauren Betts don't have to make up the numbers. And nobody's just running in the paint because she could defend the paint, right? So your
Lauren,
production offensively don't change because the production you losing offensively, you're replacing it. And the guard you bring in. And you don't lose size because you got size that you could just automatically replace it with. So you get the same amount of production offensively. I don't know. It makes perfect sense to me.
No.
But yeah, I saw the Barbie. I wasn't impressed. I don't be caring about shit like that. But shout out to Angel for having the Barbie.
I mean, merchandise, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's cool. That's just,
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What kind of what would on the Barbie would impress you?
Wait, what?
What on the Barbie doll would impress you? Like what does it have that it should have?
No, what I'm saying is like it's certain things like so like when Angel had the podcast, I'm an Angel fan, but the podcast wasn't like for me. That was for a different that was for a different a different part of her fan base. So that's what I'm saying. Like the Barbie doll ain't for me, is what I'm saying. I'm happy she gets shout out to her. Right? It's things that I rock with the Angel. So I like her sneakers, right? I like the Me Bound apparel. The Barbie doll is not for me. That's all. That's all I was saying. You gonna put it on your wall?
Oh no!
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
I would buy one, but
I would do that. I would buy one. I'm joking, but I would like buy one. Like say especially if I, one thing I want to do eventually is set up a studio for the podcast. I would buy one and put it in the background. I would do that, but I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about it.
See, like that's something that the WNBA is not doing. Like they need that department in their marketing or whatever, like to grab some teams and like put together an all-star team, like doll babies and stuff, stuff like that. But like business ventures with Barbie and like how many people would like around Christmas time buy their favorite player just to go inside of under the tree. Like people be buying everything to go under the tree. Like something that they should probably, that they just don't do. Like
maybe,
one of the many things.
All right. So let's move on to the next topic. Let's talk about the winners and losers from the first half. What's you guys' thoughts on how these teams perform up until this point? Like who do you feel like surprised you? Who did you feel like did exactly what you thought they was gonna do? Who do you feel like let you down? Not necessarily let you down, but like you just didn't expect them to, team like Phoenix maybe you didn't expect them to play so badly. Let's talk about the winners and the losers of the WNBA.
I didn't think New York was going to fall off this much. I mean, but they are dealing with a bunch of injuries, so they're dangerous as long as they can stay in playoff contention.
I agree. That's the problem with New York, though. That they like year after year, it seems like they keep being plagued by injuries, and during the season, and so when it comes to playoff time, they fall just short. Like last year,
coach don't seem competent either.
Yeah, getting rid of Sandy Brunell didn't help, I don't think, and certainly with Sabrina being out for as long as she has, and Satu being out for long she has, I think it's hard to make that judgment right quick because we don't know what would have happened if what they put together, if they were actually able to work with what they actually put together for this under this coach. So that's a tough one. Man, did I lose y'all again?
Nah, I was just about to say, I was about to call on
Oh.
somebody. Got you. What's your thoughts on that Mo 3? What's your thoughts on that Hot Tracks?
Can we lose them?
I get my thoughts. So winners and losers. I feel like the Mercury is definitely losers. You know, making it to the finals last year. And then just, you know, obviously they lost Satu, but to have a drop off like that in 1 year is crazy. That's actually another
Crazy.
team. That's actually another team Skylar could go to right away. And then also, I had just thought about this while you was talking to me. Well, even Connecticut, because they going to Houston next
Mm-hmm.
year, so that's even a team that she could finish the season with, and to feel like, you know, maybe, you know, if they get the first round pick, and, you know, maybe they could build something. So Houston, Connecticut, and also the Mercury. But yeah, definitely the Mercury to me is losers. Chicago was definitely losers for the simple fact that they don't have they draft picks,
Nope.
and they losing. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
Yep.
they don't have their draft picks, they losing, and then they have so many injuries. It's like, definitely on the losers list. I gotta throw LA Sparks on the losers list. Like I said, I never liked the LA Sparks, what they did for the whole, like, since free agency. I didn't understand draft bringing Mecca back with having, you know, you got, at some point you got to let Cam Brink go. So now Cam Brink is looking like another year of no production, which is bad for her resume being a number 2 pick. Then you fire your GM midway through the season. That's not a good look,
Mm-mm.
right? I gotta say that the
Coach is
Portland
next.
Huh?
I said the coach is next.
That's what I'm saying. The coach, and again, that's why I was saying Kelsey Plum, NECA. What happens with these players now? Do they, you know, do you trade them now? But anyway, Portland Fire, I gotta say Portland Fire is a winner, right? Being an expansion team, especially having somebody like Bridget Carlton. It's a bright spot for them. I don't know how I feel about the Mystics. The Mystics is kind of like not a winner or a loser to me. They also fired their GM, which is weird. So they kind of in a gray area for me. Seattle is in a gray area for me, and Connecticut, even though they bad, they might fall in the losers category for me. Only because I don't know their direction. Like, most of these teams that's young, I said it yesterday, most of these teams that's young, you know, they got some type of talent on them that you understand. Like, you could look at them and see the future. You could look at them and see you could look at them and see in a couple years the Mystics might be good. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't really see that with Connecticut just yet, because it seems like they got a bunch of the same pieces. They got a lot of the same pieces on their
They got
team.
the same thing.
Right. So it's like you don't really know what they trying to do, right? And so to me, and then I don't like they coach either. I don't like they coach. So to me, they, even though they expected to be bad, they still losers to me. Liberty is definitely losers, only because I feel like they got one of the better rosters in the league, and they haven't figured it out. But that's on them, because who fires a coach that's you won a championship with? You know, why give up on your coach and go a different direction? That doesn't make sense to me. But they did. They did. So they definitely losers. The Fever are who they are. So I don't really have them as winners or losers just yet. Atlanta is definitely winners. I feel like they got better since they got Angel. Obviously, they've been playing up and down. So they slightly up right now. They slightly up because of the losing streak they just came off of. but I still got them as winners. Um,
For me, I have Atlanta as being like you
hold on,
said, Mystic.
let me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no. You good? Let me just wrap because my next one's gonna be easy. Like everybody else is definitely winners. Aces, Valkyrie, Lynx, and the Wings are all winners. It's not there ain't any. Don't even. That's not even. Don't even need to be explained. All four of those teams is winners. I'm landing my plane there. What's your thoughts, B. Will?
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same as you do, except for I put Atlanta in the mid range. I don't think they losers. I don't necessarily think they winners. Right now though, partly because of the losing streak they've been on. I think because they're similar to where they were last year. You know what I mean? They're similar to where they were last year. To me, they haven't. The reason I don't put them in the winner category is because I haven't seen them make the jump from where they were last year, right? So the problem last year was the same as it is right now, is that they struggled to find what they need to get the wins over the best teams in the league. So I think again I feel like they're more in the positive direction than the negative, especially since they got Bree Jones coming back, so you get to see what she looks like with this team and what that team can be with her. Because for like when in the off season when they made the moves that they did, even before. Well, actually, when they got Angel, I said they need to keep BG or Bree Jones. They need to keep one of them because of what they do in the paint. You know what I mean? And that veteran leadership in the paint. That as we can see, as good as Angel is, they were still missing that major paint presence, that big body inside that was successful for them last year, right? And so now we finally get to see Angel on top of that. You know what I'm saying? So for me, like the biggest benefit with Angel was bringing her into what they already had, and now we getting Bree Jones back, and so you can see, now it's actually coming to fruition, right? So we'll see how they do in the second half of the season. I'm optimistic. I'm not being pessimistic at all, as far as what I think their chances are. But yeah, you finally get to see it. Of course, Phoenix is the biggest loser because going from playing in the finals to being at the bottom, being outside of the playoffs right now, it's not a good look. With Seattle, again, you can see what they have, the pieces that they have, and it's such a young team. Even their bench is still fairly young, and so you can see kind of potential, and you can see how the pieces are fitting together, and you can see what they're working towards, as opposed to Connecticut. That again, like you said, they got the same pieces. Like you got Diamond Miller, Anissa Morrill, and Kennedy Burke. They all do the same thing, pretty much. And you got Layla Lacan and Sanaya Rivers, who, God dog it, Sanaya Rivers, if she ever get a dog on if she could ever get an offensive game, Jesus.
It's funny though, but that's even, not to cut you off, Brody, but that even is a knock to the coaching because yes, if she was more efficient with her athleticism, she would be an amazing player. But sometimes if you play to a person's strengths, you don't have to worry about that. It's like, you take a look at Russell Westbrook, you take a look at Rajon Rondo. Never was great jump shooters, right? Never was knockdown jump shooters, athletic, fast players, whatever the case may be. Same thing with Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose never a great outside shooter until he got older. Later in his career, he was more of a go to the rim, floated over the top guy. My point is, if you have an offense that puts Sanaya Rivers in a fast break and just tell her to rim run, get to the rim every time, and put shooters around her. Again, they, like we both saying, be well, they got a lot of the same players. They don't have complementary players for the players they have. They have more players that play the same way that they do. So she don't have the right type of players around her for you to be like, yo, you one of the most athletic players in the league. You one of the fastest players in the league, and you probably one of the most strongest at your position. Just go get to the rim. Don't worry about setting up an offense. That's not your game. Your game is getting to the basket. We'll worry about half court when we have to worry about it, right? We'll bring in a player big or something to be a half court player. We need you to get to the rim every time, and can't nobody stop you. You get what I'm saying? If you had an offense built around Sanaa Rivers like that, maybe the Connecticut Sun will look better. But that goes back to the coaching, to my opinion. Go ahead.
No, I 100% see your point on that. My part of my biggest frustration with Sanaya is that very thing that you say that she's good at. Part of my problem with her is when she gets there, she's inefficient. She's inefficient at the rim, and which should be her strong suit, even on freaking fast breaks. That's what's frustrating about her to me, and I only say this because I only want her to get better. But it's like, man, her athleticism is insane, and the things that she can actually do on the court that would be amplified if she actually was a consistent scorer. Because you mentioned her running the offense, she can do that. She does that well. She's a good playmaker. She's a solid playmaker. But when she not being able to score again almost at all, it's like good googly moogly. But anyway, that's enough on Connecticut. Back to my Aces. Of course, they winning. Some disappointment here and there as an Aces fan. They don't lock in 100% all the time, and so it can be a little bit frustrating. But like you said,
though.
You said what?
That's what champions do. They've been winning so much,
Yeah, I can see that too. But as a primarily Aces fan, it's frustrating.
Is somebody eating? Because whoever's eating in the chat can hear you eating and saying eat away from the mic. Make sure you mute your mic. If you're doing anything that creating noise, I know I'm really big on my sound, so that's I'm a real stickler for that. If listen, if y'all ever want to have a show in the future, or if y'all care about the production, y'all gonna understand why I kind of bring that up every day. Like, I don't complain about much, but the one thing I'm gonna complain about is the quality, the quality of the show, right? Like how we treat in the production of the show. So please, if you got background noise of any kind, whether it's eating or anything else, mute your mic. We don't need to hear that. And you'll notice it if you ever watch the shows back. So say if you watch the playback, you'll see like, oh, okay, that's what he's talking about. During this show, live is hard to see because we just talking. But when you just sitting back listening to it casually, you can hear like when the production is really good or when the production not so good.
Yeah.
Well, the way to get rid of all that, just mute your mic if you're not talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not eating. I'm sitting outside, but it's a pretty quiet night, so I don't know.
And yeah, you can finish what you were saying. I just saw that comment in the chat. So
yeah, but yeah, like you said, Aces, Valkyrie, Lynx, they all winning. They at the top of the leaderboard, and just keep flip flopping. So between them, so they all winning. But again, back to the Mystics, they are so close. And one thing I like about what I'm seeing from the Mystics is they're starting to find, like early in the season, they had a bunch of games that they lost by less than 5 points. You mean? And now they're starting to put together, and hold it together and rise to the occasion to win some of these close games in the down the stretch. So I still think they need a veteran point guard, but I don't. If you ask me who do I think, I don't know. I really honestly, I really believe they should have picked up Suge when Portland waived her. They should have brought her back.
When you say that they need a veteran point guard, what do you feel like they lacking at the point guard position, or what do you need the point guard to do?
I feel like Georgia A. Moore, and part of it could be growing pains, right? In the last couple of games, we've seen Georgia A. Moore kind of score a little bit more and do some of the things that I'm sure they thought they were getting in Georgia A. Moore. Because who's playing like Georgia A. Moore was supposed to be playing? Carla Leite. Carla Leite is playing like they thought Georgia A. Moore was going to be, right? Georgia running the point, it's like she struggles to put the offense in a good position, right? Like I don't see Georgia A. Moore as like running the team, running the offense. She's pretty quick, but the thing that's so frustrating about her to me is that she picks up her dribble in the middle of the lane or just outside the paint, and you the smallest thing on the court. You go into the trees and pick up your dribble. Like, what do you expect to be able to do from there? I think Flores does a better job with that. She's a little bit bigger, but she's also more experienced at the pro level. So I think she does a little bit better job. Heck, even Lucy Olsen does a good job running the offense when she's in. But with the way that Georgia A. Moore had been playing, again, up until these last couple of games, for me, it's like if you're gonna rock with a 5'6" point guard, you might as well give Rory Harmon a chance and see what she can do. Because for me, for all the reasons I just said, Georgia A. Moore has not been it. And you notice in those games where game on the line down the stretch, Georgia A. Moore is a lot of times not on the court in the finishing stretches. Because what does she do what does she do to get you over the hump? What does she do?
Reason why I asked you that, got you. The reason why I asked you that question though is because of the way the Mystics kind of run their offense. Is not how Jordan Canada. It's not how Georgia A. Moore played in college, or it's not her game or play style. So I think she's adjusting. So when you say Carla Leite is playing the way Georgia A. Moore they thought, they're not even using Georgia A. Moore, one, in a way that she is best utilized, and then two, damn, I forgot what was the second thing. I forgot what I was gonna say. It slipped my mind. But yeah, they're not using her in the best in the way she utilized that she's comfortable running offenses. So I don't think. That's a young team. So do they need a veteran point guard? A veteran always helps. I don't think that they need a veteran point guard. I just think because the way that they run their offense, they need an organizer. I think they need somebody who can organize them, because they play in a way where we just said it. They bigs get a lot of shots. They point guard don't do much but run the play, right? Run the offense. It ain't like you expecting a lot from your point guard just not to turn the ball over, right? To protect the ball. The people that's creating the plays or getting the shots is mainly Sonia Citron, Kiki, and Shakira. Those that's their go-to players. So the point, and it's not like the point guard got to do too much. You get what I'm saying? The point guard got to play defense, defend, and organize on the offensive end and not turn the ball over. That's the main job of the point guard for that particular for what they running out there in Washington. So I don't know. I think they fine with what they have. I just think they're a young team. Let them grow. Every team is every team is different in their in their journey, right? So it's like right now, a team like the Mystics has zero expectations. So there's no need to like panic. Anything they do is good enough, right? If they make the playoffs, great. They get the experience. If they miss the playoffs, won't nobody. It's not a failure yet. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. I'm not saying, in other words, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I disagree with you. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying I don't know if they need that. Is what I'm saying. I think if they get a veteran point guard, great. But what they have now, I think is fine. I think they just need to stay together and grow. And then, because to me, not even to me, this is just what I know. Like, this is how it usually go. You don't have to, you can win multiple ways in basketball. You don't start worrying about what you need to trade for until you get good. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I was also using, again, I wasn't saying I want Shakira to be traded. Like, going back to that conversation, I wasn't saying I want Shakira to be traded. But if you're going to you got to realize that's why I kept asking y'all questions like, who they give up? The way the world works is, this is not a video game where you can change the settings. The way the world works is, if you want something good, you got to give up something good, nigga. Fuck. We just going to take Solid and I don't care. We'll just give Chicago anything. It don't work like that in real life. Both teams got to get something. You get what I'm saying? So, I don't think you need to really do anything. And the only reason why Shakira to me would be the target is because of her contract, and two, and maybe this was just a business decision. Maybe she never planned on leaving. But in the offseason, Shakira signed to Toronto. Washington had to match to keep her. If they didn't match, she was gone anyway. So she was you get what I'm saying? It ain't like Washington gave her that contract. Washington just kept her because they didn't want to lose her for nothing. But Shakira got that contract from the Tempo. She went and signed with the Tempo. So I already saw okay, it's a possibility for her to leave. And guess what? They drafted a lottery big. So it's just common sense and saying things that make sense. Yes, we know Shakira is an all-star player, and you don't just replace that production from a young player. But at the same time, if you bring in an all-star guard, then you do replace that production. You just replace it in a different position than you do the big position. You get what I'm saying? But
I understand.
Landing my plane. Those are just all thoughts that popped in my head while I was talking. Landing my plane. I don't necessarily think that the Mystics need to do anything right now. You don't have to jump too prematurely in your development of growing and do anything too prematurely. So again, I don't disagree with you. If they do get a veteran point guard, great. I just don't think that's what they necessarily need. Georgia Amor might not be the answer. You might need to go to Rory, right? You might need to move on from Georgia Amor, but I don't think they necessarily need to do anything drastic right now. Is what I was saying.
Yeah, and that's a different conversation. Like for me, I'm just talking about where they are now because we moved on from the trade aspect to the who's winning, who's losing, whatever. And so I don't disagree with what you're saying, but to that point, that's why for me, that's why I brought up Suge Sutton, because they could have gotten Suge back for nothing. You know what I mean? Like for just resigning when they didn't protect her. Understandable. She got picked up in the expansion draft. But then she got waived. Like, if I'm Washington, I would go ahead and grab her because she was productive for them last year. She worked well with Kiki, Sonia, and Shakira last year. And you got Rory Harmon. You got 2 5'6" point guards that are basically both rookies. They ain't using Rory, and they weren't using Rory at the time. And so they could have picked up Suge, who's got experience and was productive, but they instead of that they went and got Flores or Flores, is I guess how you pronounce her name. But and for me,
Flores, you said
I
it
would have.
right. Flores.
Well, that's how it's spelled, but they pronounce it Flores. But
Well, I worked with somebody with that last name, and his name was Flores. But okay.
no. I'm saying I would pronounce it Flores too. That's how it's spelled. And I know some Flores as
Right, that's what
myself.
I'm saying. I know Flores
Yeah.
is in real life, but okay.
But she's from Europe, right? And so they always pronounce it Flores, like a TH. So but anyway, that's beside the point. So for me, like I said, if I'm looking at what they could use, that veteran leadership, somebody again knows the system like that. For me, that was a no-brainer. As soon as Suge was waived, I was like, I hope Washington brings her back because, again, I'm a Washington fan, so I watched them last year, so I know how productive she was. And the things that about Georgia Amore, again, she's young, but like the things, my issues with Georgia Amore isn't that she's not playing like she played in college, because that's very different. Because Georgia Amore was the offense when she was in college, right? She was the Caitlin Clark of Kentucky. You know what I mean? That's what Kenny wanted. I don't expect that at this level, but what I see from Georgia is that she puts herself in bad positions. She puts herself in positions that she can't organize, she can't facilitate. You know what I mean? Again, by way of, for instance, the picking up her dribble in the lane. Like, why do you pick up your dribble there? Because nobody stops her dribble, right? She's got a good enough handle that if she didn't stop, she could just dribble back out. But I see her time and time again pick up her dribble. So that's my issue with that. She doesn't get the team she doesn't help her team get over the hump for me. Right. One thing I will say about her, she's small, but she's quick, and she does play hard on defense. Even though she, gets beat, she does play hard on defense. She's pesky. So even though she, not always as effective, I like the fact that she plays hard on defense and she's pesky. So I'll never, dog her for her defense, even though it could be better. But
Gotcha.
but the Valkyries, my favorite come up story. Go ahead. I'm done. That's my plane landed.
Oh no! I just you could have kept going. I was just gonna say, going back to the Wizards conversation, the Mystics conversation, that we probably just looking at it from different angles, because I never really analyze Georgia Amore as a player, or what she's doing good or what she's doing bad. I was more looking at it from the Mystics angle and saying what do they actually need. But I hear your point. That's why I was saying, you it sound like, and again, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it sound like you're coming from a Mystics angle too, but more so like Georgia Amore's role in the Mystics. So it's not necessarily the point guard position. It's more how Jordan Amore is playing that point guard position, where I was saying more like they could grow together. Yeah, maybe, Georgia Amore, Roy Harmon, whoever it is, even if it's Suge, whoever it is. That's what I was saying. I don't think you're wrong. I'm not disagreeing with how you feel about them needing a veteran point guard. I was just saying that regardless if they get the veteran point guard, or regardless if they have the point guards they have now, is no cause for concern because of where they at in their development. So I was looking at it more from an overall team standpoint, but I do get your point, because you're looking at it from more of a Georgia Amore standpoint and how she's actually running the position and her shortcomings. It sound like that's more along the lines of what you're saying. So I understand that.
Yeah, because I mean, for instance, like somebody that they could have had right in free agency, they could have picked up Natasha Cloud. I don't think Natasha Cloud is the right veteran for this team. You know what I'm saying? Even though she has a history with the Mystics, I don't think she would be the right veteran point guard for this team necessarily. But But I digress. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Moving on from the Mystics. I don't want to
Yo,
dominate the
did any of y'all
conversation.
watch that? Did any of y'all watch that? The video with Ryan Clark. What's his name? Brought up in the comments about him.
Uh-uh.
I haven't
No,
seen
it's it.
it either.
No. I heard
He's
I saw
supposed to be exposing him.
yeah, that's what I saw. I saw a video that said Ryan Clark exposes the ESPN head office or whatever. But I didn't see I think it was Showtime. I think he put out a video, but I didn't see it.
Okay.
I haven't watched it yet, I should say.
Well, you know he can ready to talk about all the buried bodies now since he ain't in there no more.
Oh yeah. He about to go ham. Or they say he about to run tell that. He about to run tell that.
He got his own podcast already, so I mean, he got an audience.
Yep.
Let me ask y'all this. That just reminded me because something that I'm thinking about doing is changing my time. So do y'all prefer when I go live like this later at night, 11:30 into the night, or would y'all prefer me to go live in the afternoon, like at 3 p.m. into the day, into the late evening type of thing? What's a better schedule in y'all opinion?
For me, late, because I be running around during the daytime.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I'm the same. My 3 o'clock, anywhere in that is a toss. It's a crapshoot for me. Where I'm gonna be, what I'm gonna be doing. Late, I'm at the crib.
Gotcha.
Yep. Only distraction for me is if me and my wife spend some time together.
What about you guys in the chat? How you guys feel about? I should have asked this early just too, so that I asked it on my next show in the beginning, for the people that may watch this on the playback. But you guys that's in the chat or watching us right now live, what's your guys' opinion? Y'all prefer a late show, 11:30 p.m. into the night, or y'all prefer an earlier show around 3 p.m. in the afternoon into the late evening? What's a better time for you guys?
Yeah, you probably want to do that next time because they had like 60 people earlier. They fell off now.
Yeah, but all those 60 people wasn't. I'm sure they all wasn't subscribers, so it don't even matter. But yeah, I will. But I will ask in the beginning of the next show, so that even people who watch the playback, because right now we 3 hours in, so maybe some people who watch the playback might only get into about 60 minutes, and they missed the question anyway. So I asked them to next time. Yeah. And then also we was talking about a hot topic, right? We was talking about CC and Angel, so you have more just being honest, not everybody is interested. Even my subscribers, when I did a poll and I said what teams I want me to discuss, people told me basically just Atlanta. That's basically, people ain't really care about too much anything else. Like they voted for mainly Atlanta, and I put the whole WNBA in there, and they really didn't vote like that. So that tells me like at least the people that's because it was a small for the amount of subscribers I got. It wasn't even a large amount of people that answered, but the people that did answer, they said Atlanta. So that tells me, and then even to your point, Hot Shots, as you said, I remember I was asking a few lives ago about the Dream Pitch thing, and you was like, "Listen, I'm an Angel fan, so I don't mind." So a lot of people who watch me is watching me for Angel or watching me for Atlanta. So I say that to say, and I'm not. Listen, I hate to say this, but it's the truth. Most people aren't interested in a WNBA for real. Or everything, right? All these topics aren't captivating for people. If we're talking about Angel, or we talking about Caitlyn, you might get an audience, right? We talking about something like that. We talking about the Dream or the Fever, you might get an audience. You start to veer off and talk about different topics, like we just having a basketball conversation right now that's interesting to us because we love basketball, but everybody don't want to hear this shit if it ain't talking about CC. You know what I mean? They waiting to hear something about. They waiting to hear us mention CC again. They waiting for us to hear Angel again. Right? That's what they waiting for, which we could do.
Yeah.
I have no problem doing that. But I'm just trying not to do that. I'm trying to have a well-rounded show. We talked about CC, which I wasn't even trying to talk about CC as much as I did, right? My conversation was really more about something different, but we ended up getting into a Caitlyn talk, which I was cool with, and we had that talk, and then you saw, like you said, you saw the numbers. But once we moved on from that, you saw the numbers because we started to get into technical basketball talk. And people, again, that's another reason why I be telling people too, Hot Tracks, everybody y'all listen to outside of this channel, they soap opera channels. They here to feed your ego. I love basketball, so I try to keep it on the basket. Don't get it twisted. I won't talk about soap opera stuff. Like, I won't make up shit. Like, I won't be up here talking about, oh, the coach is trash, because that's just not true. But I will engage in the news. So if something happened that's in the news that's drama filled and engaging, I'll talk about that. But I won't be sitting here like, I'll be watching certain people channels and I could tell like, oh, they don't even know what they watching or they don't know nothing about basketball. But people like that because it's like they soap opera. It's the basketball highlight. It's not even about basketball. It's just drama. They create a made up drama that people want to be like, yeah, Jordan Canada, it's just trash. But everything y'all want her to do, she doing. She her assistant, she top of the league in assistant turnover ratio, right? She's scoring in the paint. Oh, I don't like it when she drives. What you want her to do? Hey, you want to start shooting like Ryan? You don't like when Ryan Canada. You don't like when Ryan Howard jack up all these threes, but now you complaining because she dropped. Which one?
Look, man, that's Miss D, man.
No, not only her. She has. I wasn't even thinking about it. She was the last person on my mind. I'm talking about these other content creators. I go like that's what these content creators say, and then some of the people that's in their channels start to regurgitate or start to say the same thing after they hear the content creators. So that's what I was talking. I wasn't even talking about Miss D. You know what I mean? Miss D family. I wouldn't even talk about her like that. She part of the family, even though I do disagree with some things she say. But I wouldn't even talk about her like that. I'm talking about other content creators in their channels be feeding soap opera stuff that don't have nothing to do with what's happening. They don't know what's going on. And then people go to their channels and they start to do the same thing. Like, Carl Semesco sucks, even though he's one of the most winning coaches in the league. like they don't even know the reality. They just saying the same thing over somebody else said. Right?
That's why it gotta be a channel with the truth on it, because people keep regurgitating lies. It eventually becomes the truth.
Right. Exactly. And to your point, it becomes the truth, but it also shows the bigger problem that it's a large part of this community that either A, don't watch the games that they talk about. They don't watch women's basketball. They just talk about it. Or B, they don't know what they watching because they never was educated on the game in the first place. So they sitting here watching something. Because I heard, listen, I said this before. I ain't gonna say the person's name, but I watch a person's channel that's one of the biggest critiquers of every. They are Angel Reese supporter, and they the biggest critique of everything that happens on the Dream. Carl Semesco is this, Carl Semesco is that. But that same person said on their channel, hey, I don't even know much about basketball. I don't even you get what I'm saying? So it's like, why are you so opinionated? Because you sitting here you leading a bunch of blind. It's a blind leading a blind. Yep. She one of the most opinionated, one of the most I can't think of the word, but let's say drama filled. One of the most drama filled people in this content space and don't even know basketball. But again, I can't even knock it because, listen, like I said before, that person got more subscribers than me, got a bigger audience than me. So obviously somebody like what they doing. So, let them get their money, get your money, do your thing. I'm not knocking it. I won't do it. Like, I won't do what you're doing, but I ain't knocking you. If people like what you're doing and whatever you're doing is working, keep doing what you're doing. Even, maybe people like to hear from basketball from people who don't know what the hell they talking about. Maybe that's a thing, you know what I mean? Maybe that's I'm doing it backwards. I need to go get in the field and start talking about stuff I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe that's what I need to do, right? Like,
people love to go in, and people love to go into spaces where their opinion is going to be validated. You know what I mean? So whatever that rash opinion might be, you can find a space where that opinion is going to be validated, and so people, love to flock behind that because it makes them feel more right because somebody is
Yeah.
actually talking about it on some type of platform. And for me, like I don't like this is YouTube, man. This ain't no freaking critically reviewed platform where you know where the content creators are held to the standard of journalism, and so I don't expect people to be unbiased, but I do hope that the channels that I frequent are balanced. You know what I'm saying? You can be
Yeah.
biased but balanced. You know what I mean? And so
But that's to Brooklyn's point earlier, the question he had, why is it this way in the NBA and not this way in the WNBA? It's because more people in the NBA are educated. They know what they're
about the
talking about.
game. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
The WNBA, you just got a bunch of people just here.
Right.
Yep. And tapped into those narratives. Tapped into
Right.
those narratives. I'm gonna be honest with you.
All they know is I like my favorite. That's all they
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Like you
Yep.
said, like the young lady the other day, like she was the one that was from Trinity or whatever. Like she was saying she's a CC fan, but not so much now because the way she like. First of all, if you somebody fan, you're a fan, whether they playing good or whether they staking it up a little bit, like. And basically everything that I was hearing from her was rhetoric, propaganda.
Right.
Like things that, and things just thrown out there.
Yep.
Angel talk about her every episode about this. Like, which one of these CC channels talked about Angel's podcast talking about Clark area? Because that wasn't true.
Not at all.
Yeah, I knew that wasn't true, but at the same time, I couldn't argue it only because I didn't watch every single episode, but I did know for a fact the ones that I did watch, she didn't talk about her on there. So I was like, I know it ain't every episode because the ones I watched, she didn't. But again, to your point though, Hot Track, she was just very misinformed because you could tell when people talk, they tell on themselves, right? So she didn't even know. Listen to her complaint. Her complaint was, "Oh, Angel need to talk about something else. Why every time Angel talk, it got something to do with this girl?" Not even knowing Angel was the bigger star. Angel is the way she said it was almost like Angel trying to piggyback off Caitlyn's star. No, Angel was a bigger star, and she been the bigger star. She was she was the higher recruiter player. That's why when you started to tell her like, "Oh, Angel got this champion, you see how she tried to blow it off, like, right? Like, oh, good for her. Like, Angel is the winner. Angel is the person who you think your favorite is. Angel is that for real. She just got blown up to be that person and never did it. And now when we hold it to your point that you made earlier, Hot Tracks, when we hold her to that standard of what they blew her up to be, then they look at us like, oh, why you being so hard on her? Why you hate her? Oh, why you this? Why you that? It's like, we're not. You guys said that she's this. Well, she need to be that, or we gonna hold her accountable.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even know if like when you compare the two, like you see what kind of personality Angel had. You don't even know what kind of personality Clark has. She's not a people person.
Nope.
Like she's not really likable.
Not like that. She's not charismatic for sure.
Yeah, it's like.
And then on top of that, not only is she not a people person, like you said, don't have a lot of personality, she has a tendency, and this is what make people dislike her, she has a tendency to play victim a lot. And that's why it's always weird to hear her fans call everybody else a victim because she the biggest victim in the league.
Oh my God. That's the most frustrating thing.
She the biggest victim in the league, right? She like, even look at today what happened, to your point with Obama. Everybody socializing. She's standing in the corner. Well, I ain't gonna say in the corner, but she's standing off. Like standing offish, right? So now it's like you gotta go over there to make her feel comfortable type. She did the same thing in the
Right.
Olympics when they was all together taking pictures, standing office. So it was like that type of stuff happened, and then luckily it didn't happen. But let's just say in the Olympics, something happened where it's like they go out to dinner and Cece get left, and the reports come out. You already know what the report's gonna be. Oh, why they alienating see, right? And it turns into the victim mentality stuff that, right? Same thing on the court. We see it on the court all the time. She goes into the media and she start, I don't know, the refs need to and this need to, but yet you be the first one to yell at people's faces and be bumping people with your chest and the first one to do all that.
Yeah.
So it's like that victim. Huh?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was done. I was landing my plane. I was just saying that's that victim mentality that people don't like because you can't. It's the Sophie Cunningham stuff too. Like Sophie Cunningham sit there and act tough and do all of this stuff and then be acting like she a victim, right? So it's like that's the stuff people don't like about them.
Caitlin Clark act like she autistic sometimes.
She might be like what people don't realize is autism is more common than people think. So she might be on the spectrum. You never know. There's a lot of high functioning people on the spectrum out here in our everyday lives with normal jobs. So she just might be.
Yep.
Or it might be something simple as she fucking spoil you, bro. Like if you look at her again, especially when you analyze her career, when you analyze how she played at Iowa and coming into college from high school, you don't really see a development. It's like no development there. So once you entitle a person, once you spoil you a person, it's hard to break that. That's who they are. And we all know that maturity, just because you're a certain age, don't mean everybody gonna be the same maturity. Maturity is different in everybody. Right. So just because she's sitting here 23, she might really still be 17 in the head. And we looking at that as autism, but you just might be spoiled or immaturity to grow the fuck up.
And that's why she can't take direction. They start shutting down and having nervous breakdowns and anxiety attacks and stuff when you start putting expectations on them.
Yep.
And look, we talk about it all the time from a basketball standpoint, right? We talk about it with Angel. We talk about it with Anissa because I was talking about like a year ago. When I was talking about this. We was talking about coaches, right? You might have been there, B. Will. It might have been in the same one where you was didn't read the room about Angel. We was talking about coaches, and we were saying certain coaches develop better than others, right? From a basketball point, from a skill set standpoint, but it's the same thing from a mental standpoint. If people don't prepare you to go to the league, because playing in a WNBA ain't like playing in college. You got to be prepared for that, right? So if people don't prepare you to go to the next level, when you get there, it's gonna be a rude awakening for you. And she kind of had her way. If you look, she had her way all at Iowa. It was like no real adversity, no real. You have to grow, you have to learn. No, you know what I mean. No real. You got to share the ball. None of that. So now here you are in the pros of what we see. The issue is her sharing the ball with her teammates. The issue is she was beating up the chairs and doing all that in college. This ain't nothing new. She ain't just get to the pros and do this. She was doing it in college and nobody checked it. So now we see it in the pros and she think it's okay, right? You could, I guess at Iowa, you could go to the refs and run up on them and shake your, start. Like we watching you. And now it was like, yo, well, what is the league gonna do about it? And now we see like, oh, it's something wrong because can't nobody else do that. Can't nobody else just run up on the ref like that and be frailing their arms and stuff like that. So something is going on. But again, she think it's okay because it was never checked. Nobody ever checked it. So now here you are as a grown woman in the pros doing shit you should have learned at 17, 18 not to do.
Yep.
But this is why you see so much production from like Paige and even like Olivia.
Exactly.
They, They seem like they more tougher mentally.
They are.
A
If you wanna
personality. Yeah.
let me submit. If you wanna come to the panel, I'm gonna drop the link for you. Mo3, what's your thoughts, Brody? You up here, man? Quiet. What's your thoughts on what we talking about? Oh shit! Damn, I almost hit the end the stream button. That was close.
Love me to me hit it right on the head. That's what I always say. She don't feel like she needs to learn anything.
Yep. Her way is the best way. That's what she thinks.
Oh, at this point, it might be that. But at this point, when you haven't checked something that should have been checked, it's hard to change your ways at this point, right? Like, right? Like the same way it's never been checked, and you've been this way for a long time. It might take just as long of a time to break somebody out of like immature habits, right? You don't just go from immature to mature overnight. Like that's a process. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
But that her kind of attitude started at home too, because that come from snapping on your parents and all that. Like you're not
Exactly.
just gonna go to school and start snapping on adults and coaches, and if you ain't already been doing that.
Exactly.
Yep.
She's been enabled.
That's how she was raised.
And that's why Gino didn't want her.
But black family, what a black mom or dad be like, yo, go sit your ass down somewhere. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the part that infuriates me though, because if let's replace this, right? Let's if we replace the shoes, if she was Angel and Angel had both her parents, right? And Angel was beating up the tables and doing all this and yelling at the refs. If that was Angel doing all that, people would be talking about how her parents raised her.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
That'll be in the news. Oh, this is look at this behavior. Look at her parents. What you know what I mean? That'll be all in the news. Her parents will be blamed for this. You know what I mean? You could tell because, like you said, with Angel, they even talk where they haven't done it recently, but they even say things like, she don't got a father in her life. They were saying that in her rookie season. She don't got a father, this, and that, and the third. But imagine if she did, though. That's what I'm saying. Imagine if she did. Her mom or her dad was there, and she was acting like Caitlyn.
Right.
They would be killing the parenting of black. It'll be talking about how we, and it won't be just Angel. It'll be how we are raised in our household. This is what they do. This is, you know what I mean?
And I don't like that because even on the NBA side, they glorify the mothers, the single mothers, as if like the father wasn't nowhere around and all that.
Right.
They just want that image, like that image for black people. Like, yeah, fathers are absent, and for the most part, moms are like just there.
Oh, they love it. They love the broken home narratives. They love it. They love it.
Yep.
It's always a story. You know what I mean? It's always a story.
Yeah. No, but we be playing the victim or whatever. Nah, it wasn't no system. It wasn't no systematically set up, to take dads out the homes and all that kind of stuff. Nah, that's a figment of our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, just like I had put in a comment in one of the videos you put up. I think it was the short. I had put in the comment of how they be talking about this victim mentality and see, I was trying to get this off the other day before the conversation went left because I wasn't really saying that controversial, but they got emotional and they start going back at each other. But,
it turned in it not to cut you. It turned into I wanted us to be able to have a mature conversation about ignorance and consciousness, but it turned into American versus a Caribbean thing, and then then people got emotional. I was trying not to do that, but
yeah, my man, he took it personal because I said that the 3 people was Caribbean people or from overseas.
Right, and you wasn't wrong. I understood what you were saying. What he meant, and I'm not mad at what he was saying either. I think what he took it wrong at, and what he was wrong at is he didn't hear you say some. No, you didn't even say all. You said some. You was specifically talking about the ones who are like that, and he took it upon himself to like defend the whole Caribbean race, which was, well, I shouldn't say race, but the whole Caribbean culture, the whole Caribbean people. He took it upon himself to do that, which I wasn't mad at him. I'm like, okay, cool, because you're not wrong, but he wasn't talking about that. Like, he wasn't saying sometimes we got to learn how to stay on topic and not get not getting our feelings about.
He got in his feelings. And what was crazy is they both got in their feelings.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Once he got in his feelings, then he put Miss D in her feelings, and then it turned into a back and forth. So I had to end it. I had to end it, but that's why I blamed you, because look, you could have made your point. You could listen, yo, Tracks, and I ain't mad at what you were saying because I agree with you, but you could have made your point without saying that. But what you do? Oh, nah, I'm gonna go in on the woman. I was like, don't do it, don't do it. Nah, I'm gonna do it. And then once you did that, it just everything dominoed effect. But I understood what you was doing. You know what I mean? You could have did it without mentioning that, though, and then we would have been.
Look, that's a common perspective. That's a common perspective. And this is close to your home. Check this out. It hurt. This hurt my heart because Busta Rhymes is one of my favorite all-time rappers.
Okay.
And when he was saying stuff like that, that hurt my heart because I used to see Busta back in the day. Like in the early 90s, late 80s, and ciphers on the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
With his big hats and all that, and dreads, and all that sticking out his head. I used to see him out here battling and acting crazy and all that, and all the way up until now, he always been one of my favorite rappers. And for him to say, Americans ain't got no culture, and all that, but this is the things that they be thinking.
Yeah,
and, it is what it is. Like you got
a lot of them feel that way though.
And now back to what I was getting ready to say, like what I when I commented on the other post, you did a short or something like that, was when they be talking about the victim mentality, and the young lady was like, when she asked you, she said, "Well, it didn't happen to you. You wasn't." And I was getting ready to like kind of go in and say, like, my grandfather was chased from down south years ago, and I don't know what the hell, but I know he wasn't going back. He started his family up here and owned a bunch of land and everything down south. So it's like you can't call people just because people are victims. They just don't have to have a victim mentality. You're not going to tell me that you stole my wealth, something that was supposed to be I'm supposed to inherit. You stole my inheritance, and then you're going to tell me that like my generation shouldn't have had to start all over. I should have been inheriting things that were stolen from us, and there's a lot of stuff that they don't understand because they didn't have to deal with it over here. So it's like, you out of pocket for even addressing people. You can't talk about the struggle here unless you was born here. I don't care if you came here or you had family here before, or you can't tell me because I wasn't personally innocent. I'm a recipient of a whole bunch of things that happened in this system based on how things were set up already. Come on, I done been denied opportunities because I was black and everything else like that. I didn't let it stop me, but that don't mean that I wasn't affected by it or still not being affected by today. That's their problem with that.
Yeah.
but that's something else. You know what I
And then
mean?
my point too is because I try to be fair to both sides because people who have that um point of view of they not like us or they against us or they better than us. I've heard that all before and I've been around those people. But I've also been around the same type of people, Caribbean, Jamaican, Spanish, whatever, that don't feel like that at all. They feel like they one
Right.
of us and they just as much as part of the fight as we are. In fact, they don't even like the fact they don't like people who talk like that. The people who talk that, like again, I could screenshot it but my man, that was Trini that I brought up, I showed him the conversation and he's like, yo, bro, he said, yo, we ain't grow up like that. He said, we ain't had nothing but community in our neighborhood. Like, and
Right.
that's a fact. Like, we all, none of us, I never even, I just know he Trini because I know, but that was never a thing. Like, oh, you Trini, I'm American. Like, it was never, like, nobody cares. Like, it's just like,
Yeah.
everybody was just who they was. I was in my neighborhood. We grew up around Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Ecuadorians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Haitians. You know, you name it. We grew up around it all. American blacks, everything. We grew up around it all,
Mhm.
and it was never a situation where we walked around like I'm better than you or I'm better than you. Like it was never that. So I always try to highlight that because what happens is the obviously negative I can't think of the saying right now but negative stuff but could easily overshadow positive stuff, right? Negative stuff is usually what people dwell on and what people talk about the most. So I try to also remind people and say, yo, everybody not like that. Cause I
Right.
experienced that. I've seen the other side where we all have unity. We all together and we have unity. We not together in saying that you a victim, I'm better than you, I'm more educated. I've been around where we all just one people. We black people, we're black and brown people and we in the fight together and we care about each
Right.
other and it's us versus them. And them is the the uh the uh the police that's not all police, some police is good. Again, you gotta give the disclaimer, but the police that's uh bringing brutality to the neighborhood, right? The the person that you might, that open their mouth, and when they open their mouth, it's like, oh, you're racist. Oh, you're this. Like that's the enemy. The enemy ain't
Right.
us. We together fighting against that, and none of us is victims. You know what I mean? You can't,
Exactly.
like you said, to your point, because you keep making this point, and you absolutely right. A victim is a victim. Like you can't, like what you gonna do? Like so what? Just because you a victim, like you can't. If somebody do something to you, they do something to you. It is what it is.
Right.
But you don't have to have victim mentality, and nobody is walking
Yeah.
around with victim mentality. It is what it is. Everybody I know is strong, educated, unapologetic. Don't you know what I mean? Not looking for nothing from nobody. Um, Confident, able to hold their own, take care of their own. Take you know what I mean? That's what we know. That's what we about. You feel me? You can hear it in the conversation. You can hear it in the speech. You can
Right.
see it in the movements. Like we not walking around looking for no handouts or care.
Right.
We not walking around thinking that some white person or whoever. It don't even got to be white, but just some person is above us or ahead of us. We don't even walk around and think like that or care about that, right? But at the same time, we not uneducated. We also call out injustice. We also would say, hey, that's wrong. That's wrong. This is not right. You know what I mean? I'll stand up for this. We also will
Yeah.
do that. And you're not going to shame me out of doing that by using key hot words like victim or woke or whatever it is you want to use.
Right.
You ain't going to shame me out of fighting, nigga. And I'm going to keep it at 1,000. To your point, High Tracks, when old girl, and again, I hate to bring her up, but she said this, said we think different. She right, because we fighters. We do think
We
different.
do.
Well, I'm not sitting here trying to bow down because you bowing down. I'm fighting.
And I could never call nobody like that a sellout because you've never been one of us. In order for you to be a sellout, you would have had to be one of us to sell your own people out. You don't even look at yourself as one of us. So, like, nah, you just the enemy.
Right.
That's kind of what Miss D was saying. I didn't think y'all get what Miss D was trying to say. Miss D was trying to say that F all that. We not the same. We different.
Yeah,
She was
I
trying to
got
say that
she her like she was just getting like
she's of the
what-
she's of the my bad for cutting you off, but I just want
no
to get out real quick. She's of the belief that um that Black Americans are the natives.
yeah
You know what I'm saying? So that
I mean, we are.
she don't believe that we got transported from Africa. She don't believe none of that.
Well, both things happen. We was
it's
here
both things
first.
Yeah,
happen
Yeah,
yeah
both things happen. I hate when people do the one or the other.
yeah, but she's against that. She's like, that's I already knew that was where it was going. From she
Yeah,
said, nah, the reason why she don't like Marcus Garvey was because he tried to make us go somewhere where we not from. So when she said that, I was like, oh, I already know what camp she's in.
yeah.
And she's a strong staunch believer that the transatlantic slave trade is a myth.
Well,
She's on that boat.
there's historical facts that says
right
Yeah, it was both. You know what I'm saying? It
it's
was both.
both.
It
And
is
it's
true that
historical facts that say that we was here before, any
yeah,
European person came. We was here already. So
yeah.
it's both.
There's a good book people could read. It's called "They Came Before Columbus."
Yeah.
You can read that. You can read
But
that, and
again,
you can
like,
see.
but look, Mo, and I'm happy you said that, Mo. That brings back this thing full circle. Because what was the whole point of my topic, right? Being conscious versus being ignorant. The only way you're gonna know what you're talking about, Mo, is being a conscious thinker that want to learn. Even if you don't know it, the fact that you able to say, "Yo, is a book okay? I want to learn." That's a big. That's why I said, because in this world, you have certain people that'll try to shame you out of consciousness. Oh, you woke? Oh, look at these woke people over there. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, yeah, I want to be woke. You think I want to be ignorant?
yeah
What is that?
man I'm a big fan of Marcus Garvey because he was he was
Hold on.
coming
Hold your thought. Hold your thought, just so I can welcome this person to the stage. Welcome my brother, Wody Mack, to the panel. Yeah, Hot Tracks. Oh, hold on. Let Hot Tracks finish. I just wanted to welcome you to the panel. Yeah, Hot Tracks.
no about Marcus Garvey, he like his aspect on economics and us being our own entity, was a big deal. Like, you can't when you go sit at the table, you gotta be respected. You ain't wanting to sit at the table as a beggar or asking for things. Like, we were self-sufficient, and that's what he was trying to get us to be.
Facts. Go ahead, Wody Mack.
Hey, good night. Good night, everybody on the panel and the chat. And
What's good,
some
brother?
of those nights that y'all had, some of those conversations, I was either like partially present or present for the full. Like when you had that young lady come up and I joined the panel for like a
Yeah.
couple of days, I was there for that one. I saw a bit. I was actually one of the first times I watched a replay. I watched probably about a good 20, 30 minutes of the replay of your next day when Ms. D came up.
Right.
But I still catch everything. But yo, good contact all around. And
Appreciate that, brother.
When you start diving into this topic, this is a sector of itself. I don't know how far you dive into the rabbit hole of YouTube, but this is a sector of itself of these conscious type of conversations, right? And you did catch my ear, because I think I've mentioned this to you when I was there, when the other young lady was here. My mother is from the islands, right?
Right.
So I have and my father's here from North Carolina, born and raised in it. So I have an affinity, for the Caribbean culture. I got to live down there for a little while too. All right. And what perked my ear though is when you made that comment, Ms. D. I didn't hear it in total, but I heard y'all summarizing it when they say that y'all are Black Americans are originally from here. They're native to the land.
That's a fact.
And I do wholeheartedly understand the sentiment of where you coming from that, right? Slaves that were bought from like the western parts of Africa that were dropped off there in America and indigenous to that land. The only thing though we all are aware of though is that most Black Americans, black African Americans that did end up on this side of the continent were brought here. Just so happened to be brought to different places. Some places where slavery was kind of abandoned because of the lack of resources, like the islands, which were more isolated, and also the resources that could have been, taken from the land, with the land that could have been, taken and utilized, were abandoned because they weren't of any profit or any use to the slave drivers. So slavery ended, or that type of oppression ended for some of the Caribbean islands a little bit earlier. They experienced it. Now just their way and their outlook on it may be totally different than people from America because of living in and experiencing it for so many years. So just like the only thing that, like I said, that did perk my ears up when he said like native to this, in the regard, yes, into the Americas, but there is one common thread. There's a different outcome for all Black people here on this side, as we all did go through and experience slavery. That's what I want
All
to say.
right, I'm gonna give y'all a quick
Absolutely.
history lesson real quick. That should, I mean, some people just gonna believe what they believe, and no matter what you tell them, even if you show them definitive proof, they still gonna believe what they believe. But this is what happens, and this is why that stuff is irrelevant in this day and age, is because while it is true, the majority of the so-called Black people from this hemisphere were already here. They were already in the Americas, and the people that they brought over from Africa, they stopped off in the Caribbeans, right? And then they would like condition them. Those people were already conditioned. Then what they did was they did a switcheroo. They would send the trains that when they finally broke the slaves, they would send them to here when they were more docile, and the ones that was over here rowdy, they would ship them to the islands to go get quote unquote re-educated and become submissive and docile. And by doing so, they started to. That's where the 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 blood started to mix. You know what I'm saying? So once the blood started to mix, it became harder and harder to tell the difference between the two. And then another thing is the ones that was here that when they escaped, they would go and hide on the with the natives, the so-called American Indians, because they looked alike and blend in, and also marry and have children and mix the blood again. So hundreds of years later, we're all the same. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people they don't even notice, like how um he had brought up the prince thing that say he's from.
No, we lost you, Mo three, or
Nah,
does that me?
I had to mute my mic. My sister-in-law was doing some goofy stuff just now. But yeah, he said he's Haitian, but his people's from Louisiana, right? There's a good reason for that. There's that part of the United States used to be controlled by the French. So a lot of that area like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, that area right there, it was populated with what what's known today as the Haitians, because they would the French control it. They would do the same things the British were doing with places like Jamaica. They were doing with Haiti. So a lot of people, that's why they say they Creole and stuff, and they speak a form of the Creole language, like and they got the French quarters and all that stuff over there. So it's been interbreeding and mixing. A lot of people that was over here that be talking bad about Haitians. They, if you trace their bloodlines, they Haitians too. You know what I'm saying? So all that mixture and all this stuff, we all together now. It's really like, what if you from Haiti, Cuba, and Jamaica, or and the Dominican Republic, there's a high chance you have some type of blood relation to the quote unquote native black people that was already here.
But can I chime in right there, Mo? Or you still going?
No, I'm good.
Uh, so I want to add into what you're saying. To simplify everything you're saying is everybody from Africa, bro. Like this is the simple. Let's just simplify it, right? Because the natives aren't like they natives because they called natives. But what you're saying, and I agree with everything you're saying, is before Columbus came over. So the story or the lie that they want you to think is it was people over here, so the Native Americans, right? And Columbus bought over African slaves, right, in the transatlantic slave trade. That's not what happened. Well, that's partial. That's partially what happened, but that's not the only thing that happened. Before he even did that, Africans, what's the word? Is it migrated? I want to say the wrong word, but Africans migrated outside of Africa into all different types of continents, Asia, America, Europe. So Africans was already there before Europeans. That's what people don't realize. Africans was already in these continents already from their own migrations, right? And then yes, the slave people. Some people think is one or the other. The slave Atlantic trade did happen, so more Africans came over that way as well. So what Mo is saying is educational to me. I didn't know that, so thanks for educating me, Mo. But these people that we calling Native Americans is really just Africans that was here already, right? That's just a name they gave them. Even the word Indian, you gotta realize, you gotta pay attention. So a lot of people might notice this. Everybody should notice this is part of the lie, right? Or not just the lie, but the half truth. Let's say that part of the half truth. When Columbus was never coming to America, right? Columbus was trying to go to India for trade, right? He bumped into America. And when he bumped into America, he thought he was in India. That's why they call Indians. Like, I don't know people. That's why, that's why they call them American Indians to this day. There's no such thing as American Indian. That's a made up. That was an ignorant term then that we still use today, like protected species. It was an ignorant term that people still use because this is what they told us to use. Same thing like Native. I'm gonna be honest with you. Native American is the wrong term. I learned in school that it's really indigenous. Right, the proper term is supposed to be indigenous, but those indigenous people we talking about are just Africans who migrated hundreds of years earlier than that.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? So everybody,
the book.
no, right. That's what. Listen, you ain't hear me. Thank you. You ain't hear me disputing nothing you said. I'm just simplifying because sometimes we could just, I like this. Again, you might have heard me say this before, Mo. But when I speak, I try to explain things in a way. If I'm talking to a 5-year-old, they can understand. I try not to be super complicated. At the end of the day, people that was in America, people, the black people that was in the Caribbean, it was all African, bro. We all from Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was the first angle I was going to go with. But then
if I mean,
let me just say this real quick. That's why I brought in the part that I was like, you know what? Even if you show them irrefutable proof, they still gonna believe what they believe. So I was just like,
but that's right.
Just going off their belief.
That's a conditioning.
It doesn't even make sense because of all the blood mixing.
Yeah.
That's why I threw that in there. I was gonna go the route you was gonna go, but I was like, you know what? That's gonna be like beating a horse with a dead stick. They don't believe whatever.
But
so I was like, let me throw a monkey wrench in there. Even if what you're saying is true, it's not true today.
I want to. I guess you're referring to the statement that I made, Mo3.
No, I was just speaking on the beliefs of the people that believe that this transatlantic slave trade was a myth.
Talking about so that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why anybody would say that because people, again, we are prone to believe history and things that are passed down to us, and we teach it, whether it be from word of mouth or what they write in the books, right? And a lot of people do have issues with a lot of things that are written in print because they say that the white man wrote it, like say like the Bible, where it was written by a man, or the books that we read in history class, they say it was written by a man and a white man, and they tell history and the story how they want to tell it, which is generally true. You've heard that saying, the victor, the person that wins gets to tell the story however they want to tell it, right? So the transatlantic slave trade, I don't know why anybody would have any pushback with it. The white folks seem, even though they don't take pride in it now, it's a story that they've told. But just like where Brooklyn did make mention, where a lot of us were of a certain phenotype, let's even say that, of a certain phenotype, yeah, we're taken out of Africa. And they have some records of which place they usually used to take from. The part where we were saying like some are more warrior type of blacks, where they were conquered. Yeah, we know there were certain tribes in Africa that were also conquerors themselves, used to go place to place and try to conquer and take over lands. We had those type of people in ourselves. It's just people's methods of doing it were more advanced in other places, right? So now my question would go to though, and anybody give me their personal outlook. When people say that they are original or they're native here, are they more saying that their bloodline derives from the people who migrated here by choice?
Yeah.
Or is it something
No,
else?
no. They're saying they're not Africans. They're not Africans at all. They have nothing to do with Africa. They're not Africans.
Well, that's not
Right.
true.
Similar to how the Hebrew Israelites say they're not Africans either.
And
Hebrew Israelites say the same
Brooklyn,
thing.
and let it be known. Yeah, I have heard that sentiment from a few people's mouths. Again, everybody's interpretation different. I have heard that from one young lady. I used to live in Louisiana for 12 years. I have heard that sentiment from one lady that I talked to. She was like, yeah, her people are from Louisiana, like the indigenous people there to the land. And she derives from indigenous people. You even look at her features, this, that, and the third, and she takes great pride in it. He was like, yeah, my people
What
was
I'm
warriors.
talking about now, hold on, not to cut you off. I'm not interrupting you. I just want to say this, and then you can continue. What I'm talking about ain't philosophy, though. What I'm talking about is science. So I don't know, like you can't. You know what I mean? You can't say like, all right. So two things could be true, right? Because again, depending on an individual, if you an individual and you're trying to figure out where your bloodline is from, you could either be here through the slave Atlantic trade system, or you could be here from the slaves that they enslaved when they got here. You get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's all African. That's the part that's not true. If you think the people that was here wasn't African, that's just crazy. Like, where do you think they came from? You get what I'm saying? But
Right.
they also brought over Africans directly as well. Both are African. It's just that some are older Africans that migrated hundreds of years earlier. That's almost like me being from New York, right? Or just like you said you spent some years in Illinois, right?
You
Or
talking about
whatever,
me?
Antigua, wherever.
Yeah.
My point is, once you leave there, right, and you go someplace else, your history don't get erased. You just live in someplace else now, right? And you start to adapt in that place or whatever, however the city is. If you small town, big city, whatever, you adapt to live in that city. But
Right.
your roots on where you came from don't change. You can't erase that. But Gad, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Gad.
Hey, real quick, this is the reason why they say why a lot of them jump on that thing that they're not from Africa thing is because for lack of a better term, the white man is a liar. You know what I'm saying? And they
Yeah,
use that
brainwashing.
they use that everybody's from Africa to take the land to say that, oh, they were here first and we brought you here, so you have no claim to this land.
But the white man they make that up. That's something all scientists know. That's not something white people made up.
No, I'm not saying they made it up. I'm just saying that was the rhetoric that they used so that the black American, quote unquote black Americans, didn't have nothing here.
But they use that
when they was given these reservations to the quote unquote Native Americans,
right.
They didn't give none to us because they said we weren't native to this land. We weren't here
Exactly,
before.
and that was the lie.
They didn't come here and see us here. Yes.
Right.
So a lot of people's family grew up with that that animosity and like, yo, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why they not with that or we from Africa stuff. Cause that's like saying we don't nothing over here belongs to us.
So I think they misunderstood it then, because what it's actually saying is not only are we from Africa, because we all from Africa, right? Not only are we from Africa, but we also was here first before. It's saying both. Again, kind of like which we were saying about the Ms. D thing about saying it ain't one or the other, is both. It's saying both. We're from Africa and we was here before Europeans too. It's both.
And then, all right, and I use an example too, because what you're saying right there too, Brooklyn, and from O3, that I'm not gonna personalize it, but like where is both makes sense in some people's argument would be, again, like say my lineage, my family on my father's side is people who are indigenous to the land, right? So now, where you say who gets to claim
I don't
rights,
know.
this, that, and the
Hold on,
third.
really quickly. I don't know where you at, but you starting to have a little echo. I don't know if it's because you moved or somebody else's mic interfering with your mic. But I want to hear what you're saying. I just want to hear without the echo, if that's possible. Everybody mute up, let him speak, and then I don't know if you move to a different place wherever you at, but it's like feedback.
Nah, I'm still here. I'm at work. I'm sitting at the desk.
Now you sound perfect. Now you sound clear, perfect. Got it. Do your thing.
Yeah. So now, if I for people who go do their genealogy, and then you see, which a lot of times people are intermingling somewhere along the line, sometimes with people who are indigenous to the land. Once that's in your bloodline, who's to say what the cutoff point is for you? If most people who were intermingling that look like each other possibly did at one point in their bloodline. So is it 50%, 40%, 30% to show that you have a stronger reach to the indigenous people, or is just any drop of, like how they say with the one drop rule, is that any drop of indigenous blood in you that you have a claim? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'll tell you like this, and I'll land my plane really quickly. Just again, like I said, I like to be very simple where a 5-year-old can understand me. The foreigners here are the Europeans, bro. The white people aren't indigenous to this land, period. And that should just take all the conversation or the confusion out. The people that's visiting or the people that don't have a claim to this land are all white Americans, period.
I mean, I think the way to look at it is like, if a person knows that they are indigenous to this land, then it is what it is. You can't argue with a person when it comes to that. And if it's a person who don't know that they're indigenous to this land, a person who's indigenous can't tell a person who don't know they're indigenous that they are indigenous. So at the end of the day, if you're conscious of your roots, then that's a good thing. And then if you, like a lot of us who are not, then it's unfortunate. But like, to what started this whole thing is like this part of the conversation, when you get some people who are not from here, period, like or like what you just said, well, we all experience slavery in our prospective places or whatever. Slavery in America is not the same as slavery. The experience is not the same as in Trinidad or Jamaica or anywhere else. Like, everybody got their own experience, and I can't go over there and tell somebody what their experience was, just like somebody can't come from nowhere else and say how the experience was here, because it's different governments, and they handled their people accordingly. So, and that's where I think a lot of us get it wrong. We start, when we talking to each other, whether it's a foreigner who's foreign to here, or we talking about what's going on in somebody else's country, it's like we can't speak on behalf of a native person somewhere, because We don't have that experience. That's not our experience. Like, no, a person from over here might be able to identify and understand, but they'll never be able to like really understand it. They'll be able to identify with it. They won't be able to like really understand what's what the deal is. And that's all I'm saying. I don't think nobody's struggle is worse than the next one. If you was a slave over here somewhere, and you was a slave here, it's just a different experience. But it's still a slave.
Yeah, but that's
It's
that.
just that I feel like people minimize what happened here. Like they don't, they minimize it, and then they look at us like, okay, you know, move on or whatever like that. Like, you know, I can't move on until I'm giving back what was stolen from me. Just because somebody, just because one person took something and they gave it to somebody and then they gave it to somebody and they passed it on, that don't mean it's still not mine. So
And yet, I said just quick interjection though there for you hot tracks.
yeah,
What just the same way that a lot of people in the world work and they accumulate different levels of wealth
yeah,
to determine what you believe was taken from you. People, let's say that they do the genealogy, they somehow find a way to go back through history and find them like, okay, your your family your family were shoemakers, right?
yeah,
So according to today's standard time and what a shoemaker is, that profession is done. All we have for you is $10,000. Here, take it or leave it. Right?
uh-huh,
It's it's a subjective number for each and every person on what is owed, unless you're going to say that you're going to give everybody equally the same thing. And equity necessarily doesn't always work in every situation because
right,
everybody didn't contribute or work for or do the same amount of things throughout history. I can't say that I have the same rights to it to inheritance as like say the lineage of like a Martin Luther King or a Malcolm X, if that wasn't what my people
hmm,
were doing.
yeah. See, I personally know some of the things that was taken from my folks that we don't have no more. So I mean, I could speak specifically to myself, but I'm sure there's a whole lot of people who can speak in the way I'm speaking about their situation. And there's millions of them, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I just have an issue when people try to minimize things. That's all.
That genealogy thing is a trap. That's bullshit. They just be telling you whatever they want to tell you, whatever's going with the narrative they want to spin. Because there's this thing called like when they be saying, oh, when two people have a child, like say a mom and a dad, they say, oh, you half mom and half dad. That's not true. You don't get half your mom's DNA and you don't get half your dad's DNA. You get more of your mom's DNA than you do your dad's DNA. There's this thing called mitochondrial DNA, which can only be passed on through the mother. That is the main reason why the 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 so-called Jews, they trace their lineage only through the mother. You could only be a Jew through the mother because that's the only way they could be for sure that you are actually a Jew. Because if you test the DNA, you could trace your mom. You could trace the females from now to the beginning of time through the mitochondrial DNA. For the um you can't do that for the dad because the mitochondrial DNA will change from every offspring that has a different mom in the family. So say I have a child, right, with a female, right, and it's a boy. He has a child with another female. the child that they have won't have my mitochondrial DNA or his mom's mitochondrial DNA. It'll have whosoever's mitochondrial DNA of the female he's with. So right then, if they test his DNA and they test my DNA, they can't tell for sure that we're related. They could say like, oh, there's a chance you're related, but they can't tell for sure. But they could tell for sure if it was females. If it wasn't uh if I had a son, if I had a daughter, she would get the mitochondrial DNA from the mom, and then whatever child she had another child, whether it was a son or a daughter, it would have the mitochondrial DNA. So they could test the great grandchild, trace it back to the great grandma, but they can't trace it back to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
So
saying? So
check this.
that genealogy thing they be telling you, and I know this because I studied this. So I know what they be telling you. They don't tell you stuff like that to make you think like so they could tell you whatever they want to tell you. They be telling you, oh, 1,000 years, and then this is another thing too. That makes it just harder in general to find your lineage, but it makes it even harder for us because they had this thing where they had bucks. They would go around and bring different they would get like the most physical domineering male and have them go around
Uh-huh.
and just to different plantations and just be breeding up. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the times, the female would conceal the fact. She'll be ashamed, so she'll conceal the fact from her husband or her lover. And he would grow be he would that's the early days of paternity fraud, where the child would grow up thinking that's his real father, and he would grow up thinking that's his real son or daughter. And a lot of the times they go through and look and they check historical records. Like we have a family historian that be like, oh, this is your aunt and uncle, and they trace the family tree back. But a lot of the times that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because of that fact. So when a baby is born, it's 100% chance you know who the mom is.
A man is dying in the beginning and end.
Yes. But there's not a chance. You don't as a father. There's not 100%
That's a
chance. You don't know if that's your child or not.
that's a
You just
that's a
going off what the woman tell you.
that was a Nas bar, by the way. If y'all ain't know.
So all right, I could complicate things a little bit more because that's what I like to do. So listen, all right, so according, to the word, right, the Jews are the chosen people. A lot of people think think they're Jews. A lot of us have no way of knowing if we are or if we're not. But one thing that is known, according to the scriptures, is the Jews. I mean, a lot, are the people that are chosen, and a lot of are cursed until later, right?
Yeah.
So, how do we distinguish who's the Jews and who's not?
Well, if you're going by the scriptures, that's easy thing to find out. You could just go to the book of Deuteronomy. The book of
Mhm.
Deuteronomy describes us to a T.
Well, you could know
You
who begat
are
who
you are
and
you
all
are
that,
you
but
a
you
black
can't go
you
that far back.
hey Mo, you a black Israelite?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Because
But
that's
I
they
but I
book. That's
no,
the black Israelites love that chapter.
I know because that's how I know because I studied with them. See, I like to consume knowledge. I've been like this since I was
Yeah.
No.
like
I
two. I'm
appreciate
one of the
everything.
uh-huh.
Listen, I don't not to cut you off. I just want to let you know. I appreciate what you're doing right now. I think I don't feel like you're doing nothing wrong. I don't disagree with you. So I appreciate everything you're doing. Like I'm learning right now. So I
Yeah,
appreciate
I,
So
that.
I was one of those children that was just like, why? They
right.
hated
Yeah.
me in church and places like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I was
But
just
I
me.
threw that monkey wrench in because no matter where you go around the world, right? Melanated people are, kind of persecuted kind of the same. So it's like I really gotta believe that, you know, it has to be because of a curse. It's like it has to be because people understand who we really might be,
I mean,
and there's been something that's been going on for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying?
right. I'm not disagreeing with that. Obviously, we all, we don't know. We trying to find the answers. But I will say this. Part of it, I think, is simply because of, again, we I think it's conditioned to treat melanated people that way because we was the rulers. I don't think people realize that. That's what again. That's what people don't realize about being educated. We was the ones who taught European civilization. It was us. So of course, if you're European today, like this is years and years and years, or millions or hundreds of years down the line, right? So of course you don't want us to know that, right? You want us to think that we are victims, right? Slaves, and have that mentality. You want us to have that subservient mentality because in naturality, we was the pharaohs, we was the kings, we was the queens. That's who we were. That's our history. That's what I'm saying about people just don't know and they ignorant, they blind, and it's like I don't know everything. That's what listen. I'm learning a lot today just by listening to all you guys. I appreciate it, and I'm not like a historian. I'm just somebody who's curious. I'm not as curious as Mo is. Like I'm not sitting here like wow, but at the same time, I like information. Like I like information. That's why you don't see me fighting. Even right now, you don't see me fighting nothing. None of y'all saying. I'm like, okay, yeah. Let me hear this. I want to hear it. That don't mean I'm gonna take it all in as in everything y'all saying is gospel. I got to go do the fact checking myself, right? But at the same time, I'm open to learning and hearing new information. Some people not. Some people closed off and only want to know what they know. Kind of to Mo3's point earlier, some people only want to know what they know and don't want to hear nothing new, right? I'm not like that. I'm the type of person that I want to learn more, but I'll learn it in my own time because I'm not one of those people who like want to pick up a book and read this book and I want all the information in this book, or I want to learn everything. Like I don't mind learning things as I go and be like, okay, I got this piece of information I ain't know before. Now I learned this. Okay, boom, I add that to my. Okay, boom, I ain't know that before. I learned that. Like recently, to your point, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been a Christian my whole life because of my grandmother growing up. She was the one, my grandma, mother, whatever. But with that said, I've recently got curious about certain stories in the Bible. So when you bring up the Bible, hot tracks, I'm not listen. I'm not a expert on the Bible at all. So I'm not even. But when you bring up the Bible, it's certain things that I like indulge in certain stories. I'm like, I wanted this. I want about that. Even what we talking about as far as blacks being, the Moors and everything, and blacks being in power. Push is ironic because I got Nas up here and that's his line. He got, he talks about it or whatever. It's stories like that in the Bible where they talk about certain things that I've recently got curious about and said, well, let me hear about this story, that story, or whatever the case may be. You get what I'm saying?
And that was another thing. There's a lot of people have a misconceived that the Bible was written by white people.
Yeah, nah.
That's far from the truth. Like when you hear that, the Bible was written by man, white man, and this, that, I'm like, all right.
Yeah, that's not what. When he said that, I thought that too, but I just forgot.
That's true and false at the same time. The modern Bible, as we know it now, it was written by white people. In they had a Council of Nicaea, where they got that where because the Bible that we got right now is just a collection of books. It's not one book. It's a collection of books. And it was a group of white men at that council that sat down and created that book. It was books that they left out, like the Maccabees.
But
you got the Ethiopian Bible that don't leave it out though. But regardless, still they didn't write that. You got to realize they copied it from transcribes that was written years earlier. So it ain't like they sat down and wrote it.
Yeah,
they just, it's almost identical. It's identical to the.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You know I know this.
How you know it?
There's one Christian church that's different than the rest.
What church is that?
Jehovah's Witness.
Okay, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness.
That's not a Christian
right?
Church.
That's something totally different. That's not a Christian church. That's a Jehovah's Witness church. No, they not.
They are a Christian church because they believe in Christ. They
Okay.
No,
just
they
don't.
don't.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
They
Islamic
just don't
people, but
believe in the
hold on,
cross.
hold on, hold on. Islamic people believe in Christ, bro. What are you talking about?
No, but they believe Christ as a prophet, not as the
Right.
savior. But Jehovah Witness believe him as the savior.
Okay. Well, I don't
They
believe
believe
in
him as the
Jehovah's
savior.
Witness.
It's just certain things that they say that the Bible was translated wrong is incorrect in the Bible because they actually that real Jehovah Witnesses they read from Hebrew. Their Bible is in Hebrew, and there's a lot of stuff they say. That's what they don't believe in the cross, because they said that's some made up. There's a lot of stuff that's different in Jehovah Witness, but they say like it's a
Yeah,
the
I don't
Bible that we
subscribe to
got right
that.
now is a
Yeah.
perversion of the real
They
stuff. But who they
they
Yeah.
say
that's
is
the
the
only
Jehovah
real?
that's the only time
Witnesses
I
are
heard that, and I guarantee you that's not true. Because I've heard that. I've heard many times many of people go and actually test the Bible to see if that was true, and it wasn't true. This is literally the only time I'm hearing this.
See if what was true.
If the Bible was translated wrong. I've heard plenty of
Yeah,
times on
because they
multiple different occasions that it's translated correctly. This is the only time I'm hearing that. And these are from
well.
scientists. This is not from people. This is not from
What?
people
yeah
reading the
the
Hebrew. This is from
mistrans
scientists.
Wait,
the Bible was a real well, okay. The books in the Bible was originally written in Aramaic,
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew, and
Mm-hmm.
Greek, right? It was translated to Greek
It's
last.
translated to
But
Greek.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's originally in Aramaic and Hebrew, which two languages have they don't even have a sound for the letter J
Right. That's why
at
the
all.
name Jesus is different in different Bibles.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So that right there is the mistranslation right there.
No, it's not. Because
How?
the name means the same thing. It ain't
No,
like that.
no.
Ain't
The name means the same thing, but the
right.
words are different.
His name is Essos in one book, right? Same person, same story, correct?
Yeah, but a
Jesus
name
in
is
another book, correct?
yeah, a
So
name
what
is
are we
not
talking about?
a name can okay. So can somebody just
My
change your
name is
name?
Miguel. My name is Miguel in Spanish, bro. What are you talking about?
Your name is Miguel in Spanish.
Yes.
So a person that's Jesus in Spanish, his name is Jesus in English.
Yes. What's
No,
wrong with this nigga?
his name is still Jesus.
I agree with
No, it's
that.
not. His
Yeah,
name is
no,
Jesus
no,
in Spanish.
No,
His
no,
name is
no,
Jesus
no,
in English, nigga.
it matters
no.
who
His name
named
is
it.
still Jesus in
Who
No, it's
English.
named it?
not because the pronunciation is
Oh
different.
my.
No,
Names mean a lot.
Brooklyn,
Yes, that's what I'm
Brook,
trying. Names mean a lot, bro.
The
Brooklyn.
Cause
name
The
I'm
hey,
not
name
this how
is
you know.
not.
disagreeing with you. I'm
This is how you
saying
know.
that the
This is how you
name.
know.
All right, we
This is
could
how you
agree to
know the name.
disagree.
This is how you know the name means a lot. Because even in the Bible itself, anyone you say, it said you're supposed to do it in His name. So
Right.
you can't be saying if my name is Robert, you can't say praise be Jonathan or whatever else you translate it to. It gotta be in
So
the name.
who? Let me ask you a question. Who's God?
Who is God?
Yeah,
Yahweh.
that's
Y'all too
exactly
Why?
my
far.
point. Who
What
the
you
fuck
mean
is
Y'all
by
too
why?
Yahweh?
farther away from
Who's
the.
Yahweh, my nigga? Like that's my point.
You said like the name of God. That's what you
Yahweh
meant.
is a name that's designated for
No, no, no,
and can
no,
only
no.
be what?
Is is Elohim.
That's
I
one.
mean,
That's Jesus' name. That's not Yahweh.
there are many names to describe God.
Nah, but not according
The
to them.
the
They
name
just said
the name.
one name. They said names is important. You only can say one name.
Yeah.
That's what they just said.
All right. If you want to
They just
say
said you can't have many
one
names
singular,
for the
No,
same
But he was
person.
referred
no,
to.
those are
so
He
what
was
he's
referred
saying.
to a lot of different names, but Yahweh is one of the titles that's only
One
attributed
of
to
the
God.
titles, right? Not the title, right?
yeah,
One
That,
of
yeah.
the
that that's
titles. To
only
my
one of the
point.
names. That's one of the names is
But let me
only
ask you a
attributed to
question, Track.
God.
All of the correct names, I'm not talking about any names people make up, but all of the correct names mean the same thing, though, correct?
No.
No.
So let me ask you a question. If it's no, who's the father?
God.
God.
My point exactly. Like,
There,
what are we
there,
talking
But
about?
it's
there are
not
names.
like
Y'all just said the names don't mean the same. If
all
it's a
right,
They
wait,
different
don't.
wait.
They
name,
You gotta
don't.
hold
They
on.
don't.
You gotta wait. You
There are
gotta
many
wait.
names to
I'm
describe.
done, bro. I like logic
No,
and
you
I can
got
hit.
listen. You said you like information, so take some information. You like information. like I'm not sitting here saying that the like it's a whole bunch of different translations of the Bible, like and a lot of the content didn't change, the meaning of things like the message didn't change, but the way like some of the words and stuff might have been pronounced or whatever like that. Yeah, because it's going from one language to another. But names do matter.
I
Names
never.
are the reason.
I
Like,
agree with that the first time y'all said that though. I never disagreed
but
with that.
yeah, names do matter, and
All I
names
just,
also got a
but
lot
all I
of
said
meaning.
was you can have different names that mean the same thing. That's what I said.
No, but
Y'all
this what I'm
disagree with
saying.
that.
Like, listen. There's a lot of names that are attributed that actually have meaning, and it is
Exactly.
important that those things are right. Are
Exactly. We agree. We're in 100% agreement. That's what I was saying from the beginning. I never disagreed with that point. What are we talking about? You see how like I could hear logic and understand and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But when I give the logic, y'all don't listen. It'd be like,
So let me go, since we talking about logic.
because I just broke down.
said
I
all
just broke.
names
Y'all
mean
just
the
said no.
It
Hold
all
on.
meant the
Now you
same,
said
but
hold on. You
it
said I
all
like
didn't mean the
information and I
same.
listened. Now let me give you the information y'all didn't listen to apparently, because what I said was God can have multiple names, right? And y'all said no, it has to be one. Y'all said once the name
No, it
changed,
don't have to be one.
okay. When we want to
Those
say then
names
now we
aren't
on the
really
same page
names.
again.
Those are descriptors. Those are not really names. Those are
That's
descriptors.
not true. That's not true. But we could agree. I don't want to. It's fine. We can agree to disagree. It's fine. We don't. We having the same conversation. We just disagreeing on like small things. So I don't want to like. It's fine.
Just not as simple as all of the names mean the same when you.
That's not what I said either. I disagree with that. So I agree with you again. I didn't say all of the names. I said specific names. Is what I said. We gotta listen to words. I said specific names. Let's not like try to make an argument and then change things people say. What I said is a specific name, and specifically we was talking about the name Jesus because that's the name he brought up. And I said the name Jesus because we was talking about translations. So I was saying the name Jesus in different books is different names. So I said in one book that's translated to his point is ASOS. So if I'm pronouncing it the wrong way, but it's ESOS or something like that. Correct? That's Jesus in that book. It's the same name.
Esau.
Thank you. It's that both in both books is the same person. The name changed because of the language, but they talk about the same person, same meaning, same everything.
Yeah, but a lot of times when they refer to a name, it's also like an attribute that goes with that. It's not just the actual name. So it's like you got the name, but then you also got a meaning behind the name.
Right.
So
Ethos is Jesus, the same person. That's the meaning behind it. That's who he is in that book. It's just the name changed because of the translation of the language. But nothing changed in the meaning of the name. Go look it up.
Man, Jesus was a person. Jesus. All right, I'm not even going. I don't even want to go in that because I'm gonna sound like a Hebrew Israelite. But
I'm not gonna sound like a Hebrew Israelite because this is something that I know. I'm speaking from some. I know, but I'm saying I could talk about it without sounding like that because I know what I'm talking about. Like I'm not. This is not coming from no Hebrew Israelite stuff. It's not coming from nothing else. But the two books, you could go look this up. You don't have to take the word from me. This is knowledge that's not. This is not knowledge I came with on my brain. This is not my personal opinion. Y'all go look this shit up.
Listen.
Go look this up and come see me after y'all look it up. Look it up.
I think
go look up who Essos is. And come back and tell me. I don't know how to pronounce the word because that's not my language. You know what I'm talking about.
Give me a second. Because I think we're talking about similar but partly different things. Because like my name is Brian. That's the name my parents gave me. Brian, Bryan. I took French. If a French person reading my name would say Brion. And so if someone read my name, if a French person read my name and said Brion, I could say, no, it's Brian. That's my name. My name is not Brion. My name is
No,
Brian.
that's how you want your name pronounced, but in their language, they're saying it correctly. You want them to
No,
pronounce it. Hold on,
no,
understand.
How
Hold
is
on,
somebody
understand
that's
what
not
I'm
able to
saying.
tell
how.
you
Understand what
your
I'm
name?
saying.
That's not.
Understand what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. I could use my girl. My girl's Spanish, bro. Right? Her name is spelled ISA. Right? How if I tell you my girl before I give you the rest of the pronunciation, if I tell you my girl name is spelled ISA, how would you say it?
Issa.
Right. That's how you would say it. Well, you would say it like that in English or Spanish, right? It's Issa, right? But
That would be my best. If you just by the letters, that would be my
right,
best pronunciation. It's
right. No,
Issa.
no, you're absolutely right, and that's actually the correct pronunciation. But the I
But it's
sound in English makes what other sounds?
number. I mean, I,
Right, right. The I. If you seen I in any other letter, right, in the English language, right,
mhm.
would you ever say E? You won't. You saying Issa because you probably seen some girl's names who was spelled that way, so you pronounce it incorrectly. I'm giving you credit, you pronounce it correctly, but I'm talking about the English language and how it's pronounced, right? We don't say, when we see the word I, we never say E. We got a letter for that, correct?
Yes.
Right.
It,
So the point
How
I'm
do you
making, the
so
point
how
I'm
do you
making. Hold on,
spell
let
how
me
do you
make
spell
my
the word is then?
let me make my point. The point I'm making is in Spanish, her name, the I isn't pronounced like I. It's pronounced how you pronounce it, which is E. So it is. You can actually pronounce her name correctly. It's Issa, right? And because she has a Dominican name, she has a Spanish name. And that's how you pronounce it. But in English, the pronunciation changed.
So how do you explain the word is or igloo?
You just it's not igloo,
Those
right?
but those are English
Is it
words, and
right?
you pronounce the E instead of the I.
No, you just said igloo. You didn't say igloo. What the fuck you talking about? You just said how you just made my point. You said how you pronounce is. You ain't say ease. And you said igloo. You ain't say igloo, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
but listen,
In the
Brooklyn,
English language, right?
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
All I'm saying
All right,
is,
cool.
if she said,
But my point is saying all of that is the name is the name pronunciation to Brian's point when he just said that it changes depending on the language and how the letters are pronounced in that particular language. So that's why I was
when
saying
read,
you're not wrong.
when read,
You're not wrong. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You're not wrong in telling somebody, hey, my name is pronounced Brian. If you tell them to pronounce it how you want it pronounced in English. But if they from another culture and their letters, if they're the same letters being spelled have different sounds, they're gonna say the sounds from their culture, their language. And they're not wrong. You just want them to say it the way it's pronounced in English. And you're not wrong in saying that. So again, my girl is not wrong in saying my name is Isatis. She's not wrong in telling me that. And that's her name. And that's how I should pronounce it because that's her name. But if I pronounce it in English, it's not Isatis. It's a different pronunciation in English.
so that's the thing. There is what you would read, right, or what would be comfortable for you in your language to say, but then there's also the correct pronunciation of it, right? And so, just like your girl's name is, what? How do you say her full name?
Isatis.
Isadis, right? If I read her name and said Isadis, and she told me no, it's Isadis, I would, for me, I would
My
say
girl watching it.
Isadis.
My girl just texted me talking about okay, Isa. why the hell are you watching me right now? Take your ass to
Like
sleep. Go ahead, bro.
once I learned the correct pronunciation, I should pronounce her name correct. And I think the point that Mo3 is making is that the name has been translated,
Right,
changed
right,
from the original. But if you
right,
get someone who speaks like Hebrew,
right,
and how it's written down in Hebrew is how
right,
it should be pronounced, then it should
right.
be pronounced that way.
And I
And so
agree.
someone who speaks
Here's
Hebrew should tell you the correct pronunciation.
right. I
Right?
agree with you. here's where we disagree, and here's where you actually making my fucking point. This is why, like, we gotta like sometimes stop
But y'all
arguing and listen to
arguing
each other. No, but
the
look, watch this,
argument.
watch
Listen,
this
man.
hot tracks.
I just
Hold
brought
on, hold
that
on.
up
Let
as a
me. All right, never mind. Y'all go because it don't matter what
I
I
just
got to say.
I just brought that up as a simple, easy thing to say. I thought it was going to be like, okay, you can see the difference, but that's not the only thing. It's many things. Like even Adam. Adam, when they say, oh, the Genesis is mistranslations all over Genesis, where it says, God created Adam. Adam in Hebrew is not is both male and female. Is describing male and female as one, not just it's not the name of a man. That's a mistranslation. It's a bunch of mistranslations all over the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not just I don't want to get fixated on this one Jesus thing. I just brought it up for a quick example of other words. Is other words too that they put in there that have no, like John. There was no John or anything. It's just a word, not as a name, just as a word. It's a bunch of things that was mistranslated. That's not translated right, and from
And
that can be taken wrong because from
it
going from a
changes
man and a
connotation.
woman to just a man, you didn't canceled out the woman, so that takes on a whole different meaning.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, I ain't even gonna get into all that. I ain't even gonna. It don't even matter because whatever, you know what I mean. Whatever, I see, whatever. We can move on. This is.
I think we was arguing about the wrong things. Like I
Yeah,
think you was talking about pronunciation and
yes,
spelling and
that's what
all
that's
that.
my
Nah, that's
main thing.
not.
When
When
we're
I
Oh, I
was
talking
could have
about
talking
told.
about
See, I'm really
when I was
good.
talking
Uh, uh,
I was talking about when I said names matter, is because a name is just not a name is just not something a person goes by. A lot of times in those times, names were titles, they had meanings and all of that other stuff. So you might get a translation that translates to one thing, and that's why they got so many translations. And because you might not get the right thing out of one of the translations, and you have to go to another one. It's not it's not wrong
that's something
in a
different.
lot of
I understand.
mistranslations.
One, I understand that point. That's something different. So I do agree. It's certain things
So
that's in different and in different texts, depending on the text you get, they have a phrase that's slightly different than the way they phrase it in one. So yeah, I do agree with that. But
so you can't get a names
that's
are
not what I
important.
was talking about, and that's not
No,
what I
I
was saying.
understand. I understand, but you gotta listen. So you gotta listen too. And what I'm saying
I'm
is
doing the best listening on the fucking channel because when he just said what he said and I tried to explain hey, I agree with that part, but you wrong, I got
look,
cut the fuck off. So I'm doing the best listening.
not right now. So
Nah,
listen.
I actually am right now.
So listen, right? Because you almost made me forget what I was about to say. So like sometimes, like again, like say like El Shaddai, that means God Almighty. But if you pronounce that wrong, or you might get something else out of a whole different meaning, and you might not get what it's supposed to be. So that's all why I was saying names matter, and and all of that. I wasn't, it
But I
wasn't.
agreed with you the whole time you said that though, Brody. I never said you was wrong when you said that. Bro, why we saying that 10 times? I never
Because
said you
we
was
was
wrong.
talking about, we always arguing a long time about pronunciation and how is in one language is this way and was this way, and it's like, but for the
But here's it.
aspect of the meaning of that name, and that's why a lot of names were given, back in them times. So when somebody gets that wrong, they might get the whole message
But
wrong.
that's the thing, and that's why I keep getting like frustrated because nobody's fucking listening. What I'm talking about ain't mights or maybes. I'm not talking about mights or maybes or what might happen or maybe happen. I'm talking about facts, right? That's number one. Number two, the name I'm talking about ain't translations or different names or names with different meanings. I'm talking about one name that's translated one time with one meaning. It's just pronounced different. I'm not talking. So, and then also the point that I was making even just now that I got cut off, I was agreeing with B Will. But what B Will didn't understand is he made my fucking point for me. Like, that's why people gotta like stop and listen sometimes, right? Because yes, I agree that pronunciations matter, right? And if it's pronounced one way in one language, that's the name, right? The part where we disagree is the name can change too, right? Not the name can change, but the punctuation could change too, and both are the same name. That's
Well,
the part where
see,
that's the part where we was disagreeing at.
but a lot of
But if
times,
both names are, if both, hold on, you gotta listen. If both names are being pronounced correctly, right? Then that's the point that I was making. Both, yes. Again, and that's why I even use my name, because my name is Michael, but it is Miguel too. That's both my name. They both mean the same shit. They both talk about the same person, pronounced two different ways though.
But see, a lot of times when you change something slightly, it
All
can
right, here we
change the
go.
whole meaning,
But
and
And
it's
I'm
not even no longer the same name. You see
you
what I'm
right.
saying?
You right if that's the case, but
So,
this ain't that, and that ain't this.
but this is what we
We talk
talking
about meaning.
about.
We talk about meanings
That
that
was what
don't.
we was talking about
We
originally.
not talking about that. You talk about mights and maybes. We talk about a name where the
I'm
meaning
not
didn't
talking about a
change.
might or maybe.
You
I'm
keep
talking
saying might
about
or maybe. That's what you keep
no,
saying.
that is not what I
See,
was
I
originally
think you're
talking
not
about.
understanding what I'm saying.
I do get it. You're not listening to what I'm saying. But I'm
Okay.
gonna land the plane because it don't matter because we go in circles. It don't matter. We go in circles
Right.
anyway. We
And
could
it's
agree to
not, and it's
disagree.
not.
I don't agree with Mo 1,000%. Like Mo sound crazy to me.
You
You know
you
what I
don't
mean?
know. You don't understand what I'm saying. That
I
you
do
think that
get it. You just said what
no,
you saying. You said it's
no.
multiple translate. You said it's multiple things that's translated wrong in the Bible, correct? You
Yes,
said it's all over
yes,
the Bible. I
yes.
disagree with you. I understand 1,000% what you said. I'm
So
listening.
That's
so
actually
so
correct.
you think there's only one translation of the Bible?
That's not what I said, bro. That's
That's
not
what
what
I'm
I
asking.
said.
That's what I'm
No,
asking.
nobody thinks that. That's a dumb
Listen,
question.
But
when I was
that's what it
saying
sounded like you
listen,
said. That's what I'm
No,
asking.
that's not what I said. Mo
so
know what he said. I just disagree with what he said.
I said it's
All
multiple
this sounding like
multiple
mites
words
and
that's
maybes
been
is getting on my nerves.
listen.
Let's stop talking
That's
Yo,
why
about
I asked
fantasy.
you
you,
Well,
take
we in the matrix right now talking about what you know what I mean. Like
that's why
let's stay with
your
facts.
blood,
Brooklyn. That's
Listen,
why
your
I asked you
blood
what
pressure is
I
up,
asked you.
your
man.
name
You
is
got
Miguel, right?
calm down.
In Spanish, right? And it's Michael in English, right?
Right.
In both languages, it has the same letters, right?
It don't matter. It's the same person. It
But
don't matter if the
what I'm
letters change.
yeah, I know, but they have the same letters, right?
No,
So it's this. Listen, they don't have the same letters.
no.
What letters are missing then?
Listen. I believe I could be wrong. I'm not Spanish, but I believe isn't Miguel spelled? But I don't.
MIGUE.
Yeah, yeah. The letter. I think the letters change in Spanish. Correct? I don't. Listen, I could be wrong. I don't know the Spanish language. I speak English, bro.
What I was talking about was a total change. Like it's a whole different thing, whole
Okay.
different word. That's what I'm talking about. I'm
Yeah, I
not talking about
know. I know.
it's
I
like a
didn't
similar.
learn.
It's a
I
similar
didn't
name
learn this
that's
today, Mo.
I wasn't talking about pronunciation. That's what I was talking. I wasn't talking. Y'all went into the pronunciation thing. I wasn't
What's
talking
the
about
word? What's the
how the
word in a
word was
different language?
pronounced.
How you spell Jesus in that language? How you spell it?
In what language?
Whatever language you pick, you said it's a different word. Whatever one you want to choose, how you spell it?
The same way.
Okay.
JESUS. It's the same letters. It's just how you pronounce it is different.
Okay. And because of that, you feel like in other words, according to you, you feel like the Bible isn't accurate because it's been translated wrong, in
For
your opinion.
yes,
All right, so
it's a
we
lot, and that's
disagree.
not
We
just
can
one
move on.
instance. It's a bunch of
So
different instances.
Brooklyn, are you talking about just on the name? I'm asking. Are you
Yeah.
saying that you disagree that the Bible has been translated wrong, specifically as it relates to the name Jesus?
Nah, it's not that simple. I could say what I mean, but I kind of really want to move on. But I'm gonna just say this because I'm tired of this conversation. This shit's annoying the shit out of me. But I'm gonna say, yeah, it's
We
like
built in Brooklyn
now
and
we not
y'all
building.
like to build in New
I
York.
don't. If we was building, I enjoy it. We going in circles, bro. Like the fact that they keep asking me these dumbass questions is like crazy. But
It's
Um,
not dumb if somebody asking it because they want to know.
That's
nah,
right.
this a dumb.
I'm feeling the same way Brooklyn feeling, man.
Yeah, that's a
I'm feeling
dumb
the
ass.
way, man.
But no, yes, the Bible.
I
What did
feel
you ask me? Because I want to make sure I answer your question correctly. You asked me about translations of the Bible or something like. What you asked me?
yeah, that's so Brooklyn.
Yes, the Bible has been translated in different. Mo said that an hour ago. I never
I-
disagree with that.
So I'm asking you what your disagreement is, and I feel
So
some
my
kind of way if
disagreement is
you talk-
simply this. Like I said, I like to speak in a way 5-year-olds could understand me. My disagreement is simply this: that the Bible has been translated in a way, because I do agree with Hot Tracks where certain things is phrased differently depending on depending on the version you pick up. So yes, certain phrases is different, but I do disagree that the Bible is has been translated to a point where it's inaccurate. I don't agree with that.
That's not exactly what I said. I ain't say
It don't
everything was
matter because I don't
inaccurate.
want to
I said
argue. That's just he asked me how I feel. I don't agree, but I'm gonna mute up. You get
yeah,
it?
but
Tell me
but
how
you
you
make it
feel.
seem like I said the
I'm
whole
gonna mute up.
thing was inaccurate. I
All
ain't say
right.
the whole thing was inaccurate. I said there's certain instances where is inaccurate.
This nigga said all over the Bible. Come on, this nigga crazy
Yes,
as hell.
all
He's
over
right though.
So wouldn't that
you
mean
gave
inaccurate?
examples.
Or if I say, yo, this book you wrote about my life, all over it is inaccurate. What the fuck that mean?
So if I say
I mean, it's an
count to 10,
accurate book of my life.
so listen,
The
listen.
fuck?
If I say go count to 10 and somebody goes 1, 7, 9, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Parts of it
Right.
is inaccurate, right?
That's the part
Parts
we
of it,
disagree on,
parts of
Mo.
it is inaccurate, but parts of it is also accurate, right?
That's the part we disagree on, though. What you just did is what we just disagree on. And I don't like it's fine. We don't have to agree. That's the whole point. That's why it's so many different religions, because motherfuckers don't fucking agree.
Well, look, here's the fact. Here's the fact that some people believe Caitlin Clark is the GOAT.
And that's fucking inaccurate. That's my point. That's what Mo 3 is fucking saying.
No, but that whole statement is inaccurate. There's nothing true about that. There's the goal of what? That whole thing is inaccurate. I'm not saying the whole thing is inaccurate. I'm just saying there's parts of it that's inaccurate.
So
Yo.
what's the more accurate source of information though? I'm just curious. Do you think the Quran is accurate? Like what's
The Quran too has been mistranslated. The
so
English
where do
English
people supposed to get accurate information
unless
from?
you learn Arabic and go and read it in Arabic, that's the closest you're gonna get to the most accurate.
Okay.
But even that has been tampered. They added in different surahs in it. In the Torah, the Quran, they have surahs instead of like books. They have what they call surahs, and
Well,
they've been changed. They've been changed. Somebody will get it and be like, "Oh, I don't like this part." And
See, I heard that too. I didn't want to mention
change
that because that's not my faith, so I ain't gonna speak on that because I don't want to be disrespectful.
Well,
But
like, what,
when he
five
just said, I heard
Qurans
that
right
about the
now?
Saurus.
I know that to be true because I studied with them too. Because I was in this phase in my life where I was like, "Oh, what's the real thing?" So I went and studied with a whole bunch of people. I studied with the even studied with them peoples in Utah,
The Mormons.
the Mormons, the Church of
I
Latter-day
was
Saints
just
or whatever
joking.
they
This
want to call
nigga
them.
is serious. I was joking.
I'm dead, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like this
This
is not stuff
nigga.
I just did on. I was like, yo, I'm gonna go see what's the real. So I studied with all of them. I was in the Nation. I was with all that until I was like, hold up. I would
So
just
who
keep
you with
jumping.
now, Mo?
I'm with none of them.
Because a man with no what's the
I'm not
word?
with none of
I
them.
forgot the saying because I ain't using it so long. But a man, what's the saying? Hot Tracks? I know you know it.
The thing that I
You don't believe in nothing, Mo.
no, that's not nah.
What you believe in?
I believe in the teachings of as far as I could go back of the Africans where they believe in like that basically
So you
it's
a
like
Pan Africanism?
eh, Not really. I don't want to because Pan Africanism
So you
is
don't
not really
believe in
That's
like
nothing,
different. It's not a
Mo.
it's
religion.
not
You don't
it's not.
believe in nothing.
But Pan Africanism is not really a religion.
It's not.
It's just that's just believing that all people that's melanated is Africans and that's it. It's not really like a that's not a religion, bro.
So where do you get your doctrines from then?
From I
Where
like
do you
Kemet. I
So they
believe what
don't believe in
I believe
ISIS.
what
Pan
yes.
Africans don't believe
It's
in
it.
ISIS and the sun
Not all of
god.
not all of them.
But yes, so I'm right. Come on, man.
Not all
this
of them.
is
That's like saying
But that is a belief in that culture.
yeah, some people
Okay.
believe that, but do you have some people that are Christians? You have some people that are Muslims.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot the saying, but it's a saying or something about a man with no something can't stand. I forget how the saying go, but you know.
A man with something.
Yeah, I forget how I haven't used the
There's
saying
a
in like
saying that
15
says
years. I can't
man
remember it.
a house without.
Nah, it's not that. It's a man that stands for nothing. There you go. Man that stands for
It
nothing
stands for
falls for
nothing, falls for
anything.
nothing.
No, falls for anything. A man that stands for nothing falls for anything. That's the say. I haven't
Yes,
used that since high school. My bad
but
that I
that but
fucked
that
it up.
that saying is not reserved just for religion. It's just for standing for something in general. You
Okay.
gotta have something that you stand for. What it doesn't matter what it is.
I heard you.
But yeah, when it comes to like any type of religious type thing, like it's the best way to explain it is like the beginnings of Christianity. Put it like that. Before it became Christianity.
So Judaism. So
No, not Judaism.
what are you talking about? Because
We
that's what
talking
it
about the
was
same
before.
thing you talking
That's what
about,
it
man.
was before
We talk
Christianity. It was Judaism.
no.
Okay.
That's like that. No, man.
This was a very interesting and spirited conversation tonight.
Man, like it, man. I want to stick to basketball. I got 6 viewers. Y'all fucking up my shit. I'm fucking up my. I ain't trying to appeal to this community, nigga. If I want to talk, we talk about this shit every day, nigga. I'm trying to talk. Listen, I like my basketball knowledge, but I ain't trying to talk. I ain't trying to talk about the translations of the Bible, nigga.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all. I fell asleep and woke up to this.
Bro, I don't even know how we started talking about
I
something
will
like
say,
this, bro.
I apologize. Sometimes I get, y'all already know I got a lot of respect. I appreciate all you guys. I apologize for getting frustrated throughout the conversation.
Look, man, it's late. You probably hungry. We've been
Nah,
talking for a
I'm
long
comfortable.
time. You know,
I just felt like I usually get like that, and I'm talking about in general in life. I usually get like that when I feel like I'm saying something simple, and it's either people not listening, or you know what I mean. Then I get frustrated. It's like, all right, well, what am I even talking for? Or if I get cut off, like I did too. Those are 2 times I really be like. But I also I hold myself accountable, just like I hold other people accountable. So I can apologize. I apologize for my frustrations with you brothers, because I do appreciate you brothers, and I do appreciate the conversations we have when we talking about basketball.
yeah.
Not this shit. I do appreciate you guys. I apologize. I got frustrated throughout.
It's all good, man. It's all good. We know it ain't no love lost.
Nigga, nah, of course not.
It's all love.
And another thing too, and I get this from y'all that I could have these types of conversations with y'all without any weird stuff. But also, I gotta keep in mind, like we gotta hold ourselves accountable the same way we hold other people. I am from Brooklyn, and I am used to having certain types of conversations with the people that I'm cool with, and I gotta realize everybody can't have those conversations. Y'all seem like y'all can, but just because I know who I am, and I could be overwhelming sometimes to the wrong, to certain people when it comes to these types of, So that's why I'm even like holding myself accountable, like you know what I mean. But y'all seem like y'all just like me, so we good.
Yeah, I mean, it also.
B.
It
Will
means,
was like, yeah, I ain't say nothing stupid.
no, it's one of those things where like you also consider the source, right? So, you know, a year ago, maybe I would have got, like truly offended. But like after knowing you, I know who you are, so I know where to put what you, even as harsh as you might say something, I know where to put it because
Right.
I understand who you are. You know what I'm
Shit,
saying?
I
So
appreciate that because I didn't even know I
even though
said
I ain't
anything
going to,
harsh.
yeah, I ain't gonna hang on to it.
Yeah, I like that you. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes we gotta know ourselves. Like to me, I'm speaking regular, but I didn't even know somebody would take what I'm saying as harsh. Like you know what I mean? Not to say that you say that in a negative way. I'm just saying like
Yeah,
awareness of yourself. Me personally, this is just normal conversation I would have with my friends.
yeah.
So it's
And I
like
get,
I don't even take it as like yo, I'm being harsh. You get what I'm saying? Like I ain't even realize that.
When you know something is coming from the right place, it's like, all right, a disagreement is one thing, but it's not nothing malicious or none of that.
yeah.
So it is what
Yeah.
it is. That's what conversations is about.
And y'all know, and I say this all the time, and I mean it. This ain't no bullshit. I got a lot of respect, out of talking to you guys every day and seeing like where y'all mindsets is at and how y'all think. I got a lot of respect for you guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So of course the respect always there.
it's mutual. Yeah, it's mutual.
You don't live this long and come along the way and don't learn nothing.
Yep.
So, you know.
Yeah, that's a fact. And listen, I'd rather be in these conversations arguing and disagreeing than again to what we just witnessed, hot tracks, to be one of those people that's just oblivious and unaware and, and
Yeah,
ignorant and don't know anything. You know what I'm
like
saying? She was like, nah, I don't.
I mean, it's clear that everybody here has a certain level of intelligence. When you speak to a lot of people nowadays, they speak like they write on their social media. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't even communicate with other people and talk.
Mm-hmm.
They can't articulate their thoughts. They gotta use emojis and all this other kind of shit. So
My bad about everybody who's been writing in the chat. We got such a passionate conversation. I wasn't even looking at the chat, so I appreciate you guys who was participating in the conversation. In fact, since they stuck around for us, if y'all want to, like, if they say anything that's interesting and y'all want to chime in on somebody who wrote in the comments, we could do that too before we end the show. Because that's dope that they stuck around and listened to this conversation.
right.
Because this ain't got nothing to do with women's basketball.
Yeah.
Nah,
But
same thing.
that's a good point that somebody did put in the chat when they said ESPN will fire you if you defend or stand up for Angel Reese. Today, 4 black girls on ESPN ain't mentioned Angel Reese Barbie doll,
Oh yeah.
and that's the second WNBA player, black WNBA player to get one. So that's definitely something interesting. Like they'll rather speak on Sandy Brondello didn't mean nothing by this, but like this is big news. The young lady came out with a product, or whatever. Something that's making history that ain't hardly been done before.
Yeah.
If it was a Sophie Cunningham doll, it would have been all over. It probably would have been a breakthrough on the damn TV. Yeah.
And then also, I said this in the middle of our conversation. I don't know if y'all heard it because we was going back and forth, but the Ethiopian Bible has all of the books in it.
The 88.
And no white man had nothing to do with the Ethiopian Bible.
Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible has the Book of Enoch, Jubilees. There's a bunch of stuff that's not in the canon of, say, like the English translations.
Right.
It's funny because the Ethiopian Bible was translated also.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They
From the
they got
original
it right.
manuscripts.
Yeah, because the language is different. That's why they translated them.
But somebody said they're gonna call God Logic educators. I watch his channel sometimes. He be saying some stuff on there.
Yo, somebody blast us in one of them conscious chats right now. Tell them we not talking women's, we talking. Y'all talk about listen. My audience, we stopped talking about Caitlin Clark and Angel. The audience dropped. We went to the conscious shit. It's damn near dry.
And nobody. Look, man, they want to hear gossip, man. They want to hear about what WNBA player is dating who. And like when y'all got into that, like they got into that a little bit. That wasn't not really was interesting. I don't care about that kind of stuff.
Right.
But I understand it's people who like that. So I guess, you know.
Yeah. They want to talk about what coach need to get fired, even if they winning games. But won't say shit about Lynn Roberts. They won't say shit about the coach of Connecticut. Just call Semesco.
Yeah, that boy going down that car Semesco hill, boy.
Because I hear it. Yo, it's annoying. I hear it so much. Call needs to be fired. Like, what? What about this nigga over here? He can keep his job. Wait, we met at Call, but the Liberty coach, he got a clean slate? What are you talking about?
Yo, so check this out, right? I know a lot of people is high on the Valkyries, but I don't think they're gonna win no championship.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, they playing good. If they win, they surprising me. I don't see them winning no championship. Not to say it's impossible. I just don't I'm not looking for. I don't see it.
And another one that they tend to struggle with the better teams in the league, even though they're like in third place now. I think they have let me not say. I was gonna say that I think they have a pretty difficult schedule ahead in the second half, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. I think it's
Mo, when we playing Rainbow Six.
Oh yeah, the other night, bro, you had got me right as soon as I got off Warframe. I was feeling tired, and I just went straight to sleep, bro. I said, yo, when I wake up, I'm gonna text them that my bad, but I forgot.
Nah, you good, bro. Listen, everybody got a life. I don't expect when I hit you up, you just supposed to be free. I ain't care. And other people got it. We was playing with our young boy that night.
Oh.
But that's good because next time you play, we got more people.
All right. How many people can be in a party?
5 to a squad.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, man, y'all got to get on that gaming bag. We be shooting shit up.
Man.
Hot tracks and Beware.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said y'all got to get on y'all gaming bag. Me and Mo3 be shooting shit up. I probably shouldn't say that on the stream. Gaming wise, we're talking about on a video game. They about to flag this shit. Oh, they criminals.
I don't even have a platform, man. I don't have a gaming console or anything.
Get a PC.
I do, but I don't have any game. I got a nice little setup too, but I usually mostly for work. I got All
you gotta do is get you a controller, like Mo3 said. Download Steam, I guess. I don't know how it works.
Well, you got PC, B-Will?
Yeah. Well, I got a gaming laptop.
Okay. Yeah, just download Steam. Xbox should be already on. You got Windows 11, right?
Yeah.
So Xbox should be already on it, and then
Uh,
so if you got but you probably don't got an Xbox account. If you do, and then the next one to get is Epic Games.
so
Just
y'all play on
open up a
that
web browser
platform?
and download Epic Games,
Mm-hmm.
the Steam client.
Make sure you get make sure you get the Epic Games with the right translation, because if you get the wrong translation, it's gonna be inaccurate all over the place.
That's a fact.
So what platform y'all play on?
Who?
I'm on PlayStation, but it don't matter because it's multi. We play this game called Rainbow Six Siege as a tactical shooting game, and
Yeah.
you could play if you got PlayStation, Xbox, or PC.
Oh, so y'all can play together now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
He says Rainbow Six shooter.
I got
so
play I
Rainbow
got I
Six
got
Siege X.
yeah,
Oh,
Siege
Six Siege.
X.
Okay.
It's free.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
I
free,
gotta.
so
It's
you don't
free.
gotta.
It's free if you only want 3 characters. Get and buy it so you can so you can play with all the characters. You don't be like Mo 3 with one character.
That's all you need. And you're only playing with one person. You need
Yeah,
all the characters.
that's all you need, because you gotta remember, we old heads. These are 14-year-olds that play the game all day with all 30 characters. So you say that's all you need to your ass dying every time.
I ain't buying no skins and all that shit. You crazy?
Look, I asked my son. He probably in there gaming now.
I play on PC and the Switch though. I got a Switch too, and a PC I play on now, okay? Because that's like almost every game you could get. Because
To me,
all the Xbox games are on PC because they got the
to,
Xbox on it.
right. To me, if you got a PC, bro, the best game to play is role play. You ever like seen somebody play GTA role play? I would be playing that all day if I had a PC.
Role play, what's that? I never
That's
heard of
all
that.
right. So you know Grand Theft Auto, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Grand Theft Auto without the storyline. So it's role play. So basically, what people do is they go in there and literally, like they make their own story. So for
Oh,
instance, you got
he talking about yeah, my dog be on that. I don't want to play that,
that
man.
shit is
Like
fire, bro.
it's fire, but it's like nah, bro. Like, bro, because what they did with yeah, it doesn't matter now because Rockstar bought them out. It was some it was some modders modding the game, and it got so popular. Damn, the name just and then Rockstar bought it, so now they own it.
Yeah, because the new GTA that's coming out is gonna have a role play addition to it.
Okay.
Yeah, that shit fire. If you look it up online, you'll see, just put GTA, like say, when you go to YouTube or something, put in GTA RP, and you like different
Yeah,
people, girls, guys, like different people be playing different roles on it, like like almost like everyday life type shit. Matter of fact, y'all know the
yeah.
rapper, what's the rapper from Detroit? T Grizzly. Y'all know T Grizzly?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got his own server.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. People make their own server, bruh. My dog be like, it's like he think it's like real life. We be on the phone, he be
Nah,
talking.
it's like
I be
real life,
like, I
bro.
be swearing it's real life. I be like, and he be like, oh nah, or I think it's what Project M or something like that. He like,
That's decent.
he's like, no man, this the game. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
Yo, he be in there, he be like, yo, I'm about to roll up and smoke. This man's talking about in the game.
Yeah, because you got to realize it's role play. They literally act. So what role play means is the character you create, you got to give that character a personality, right? You got to give that character habits, all of the shit. Like it's role playing. It's almost like if we was role playing in real life, and you can't. I'm not 80s. You not Mo 3. You know what I mean? We all characters. You is created characters you create, and so now you got to give that character personality. All of the things.
Man, it's too that take too much time, man. This man be wasting his whole day playing that. I'll be like, man, you tripping, bruh.
Nah, that shit look. I mean, anything you could do, you could overdo it and whatnot. And everybody personality different, so it ain't for everybody. But shit, I never did it myself, but I watch other people, stream. I'll go to YouTube. Like I said, I watch. It look fun to me. I would do it if I had a PC. I'd be role playing in there like a motherfucker. But I don't got a PC.
Yeah,
Nah, man, F that. Yeah.
I got a PC, but I ain't putting that shit in my computer. My computer is strictly for the music, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Cause
Yeah.
I got GTA. He's like, oh, all you got to do is just pay for the mod now and pay to get on the servers.
It's a word. I forgot what the word is. You gotta buy the software. It's called like Live or something. I forget what it is. But you gotta have that software to play it. Role play.
Look, man, I'm about to go because I gotta get up kind of early in the morning. So
All right,
appreciate
bro.
y'all, brothers.
I'm about to go because I ain't benefiting from this stream no more. Like ain't nobody.
I ain't mad at you.
All right, yo, listen. Great show tonight. I don't know how we ended up on religion, but we went left and around the corner tonight. We not doing that ever again. I hope y'all know that. This will be the last time we do that. But I want to say I thank everybody who came to the panel today. Grace the panel. Shout out to Mo3. Shout out to Hot Track. Shout out to B Well. Shout out to Wody Mac. I think that's it if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to everybody who came through the chat. Shout out to the people who dropped me super chats. Shout out to Hot Tracks and BJ. Appreciate the super chats. Today was a good show. It was an extra long show. It really wasn't long. We done live like this before, but we really didn't stop talking about women's basketball like that. I might go back to the playback and figure out which one of you motherfuckers did it so I can catch y'all next time. Because I don't know how this happened. How did we get here? I don't know. It's probably Hot Tracks. It's Hot Tracks like asking questions. Let me ask you a question, and it'll be somewhere else.
I started some shit. I said I was going to do it on purpose.
It's all good. It's all good. Even though I didn't enjoy the conversation, I still appreciated having it with you guys. Everybody have a good night / good morning. I'll see y'all on the next one. We'll be back. What's today? Friday? We'll be back Sunday to talk about the festivities of Happy Saturday. Hey, peace. Good night.
5M is the name.
Yeah, 5M. That's it. You got to download that 5M thing. Yeah. Holla.
Yep.